Chapter 1.1 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Assman. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 1.1 A Night on the Veluwe. Part 1. A moonless night upon the sandy waste, the sky a canopy of stars, twinkling with super-radiance through the frosty atmosphere, the gently undulating ground like a billowy sea of silence and desolation, with scarce a stain upon the smooth surface of the snow, the mantle of night enveloping every landmark upon the horizon beyond the hills in folds of deep, dark indigo, levelling every chance hillock and clump of rough shrub or grass, obliterating road and wayside ditch, which in the broad light of day would have marred the perfect evenness of the wintry pall. It was a bitterly cold night of mid-March in that cruel winter of 1624, which lent so efficient a hand to the ghouls of war and of disease in taking toll of human lives. Not a sound broke the hushed majesty of this forgotten corner of God's earth, save perhaps at intervals the distant melancholy call of the curlew, or from time to time the sigh of a straying breeze, which came lingering and plaintive from across the Zuider Zee. Then for a while countless particles of snow, fanned by unseen breaths, would arise from their rest, whirl and dance a mad fandango in the air, gyrate and skip in a glistening whirlpool lit by mysterious rays of steel-blue light, and then sink back again like tired butterflies to sleep once more upon the illimitable bosom of the wild, after which silence and lifelessness would resume their ghost-like sway. To right and left, and north and south, not half a dozen leagues away, humanity teemed and fought, toiled and suffered, unfurled the banner of liberty, laid down life and wealth in the cause of freedom, conquered and was downtrodden and conquered again. Men died that their children might live, women wept and lovers sighed. But here, beneath that canopy dotted with myriads of glittering worlds, intransmutable and sempiternal, the cries of battle and quarrels of men, the wail of widows and the laughter of children, appeared futile and remote. Part 2. But to an eye trained to the dreary monotony of winter upon the Veluwe, there were a few faint indications of the tracks which here and there intersect the arid waste and link up the hamlets and cities which lie along its boundaries. There were lines, mere shadows upon the even sheet of snow, and tiny white hillocks that suggested a bordering of rough scrub along the edges of the roads. That same trained eye could then proceed to trace those shadowy lines along their erratic way twixt Amersfoort and the Neder-Rijn, or else from Barneveld as far as Apeldoorn, or yet again twixt Utrecht and Ede, and thence as far as the IJssel, from the further shores of which the armies of the Archduchess, under the command of Count Henry de Berg, were even then threatening Gelderland. It was upon this last, scarcely visible track that a horse and rider came slowly ambling along in the small hours of the morning, on this bitterly cold night in March. The rider had much ado to keep a tight hold on the reins with one hand, whilst striving to keep his mantle closely fastened round his shoulders with the other. The horse only half trusting his master, suspicious and with nerves a-quiver, ready to shy and swerve at every shadow that loomed out of the darkness, or at every unexpected sound that disturbed the silence of the night, would more than once have thrown his rider, but for the latter's firm hand upon the curb. The rider's keen eyes were searching the gloom around him. From time to time a forcible ejaculation, indicative of impatience or anxiety, escaped his lips, numb with cold, and with unconsidered vehemence he would dig his spurs into his horse's flanks, with the result that a fierce and prolonged struggle twixt man and beast would ensue, and, until the quivering animal was brought back to comparative quietude again, much time was spent in curses and recriminations. Anon the rider pulled up sharply at the top of the rising ground, looked round and about him, muttered a few more emphatic "Dondersteins" and "Verdomps." Then he veered his mount right round, and started to go back downhill again, still at foot-pace, spied a side-track on his right, turned to follow it for a while, came to a halt again, and flung his head back in a futile endeavour to study the stars, about which he knew nothing. Then he shook his head dolefully. The time had gone by for cursing. Praying would have been more useful, had he known how to set about it, for in truth he had lost his way upon this arid waste, and the only prospect before him was that of spending the night in the saddle, vainly trying by persistent movement to keep the frost out of his limbs. For the nonce he had no idea in which direction lay Amersfoort, which happened to be his objective. Apparently he had taken the wrong road when first he came out of Ada, and might now be tending toward the Rhine, or have left both Barneveld and even Assel considerably behind. The unfortunate wayfarer did not of a surety know which to rail most bitterly against, his want of accurate knowledge as to the disposal of the stars upon a moonless firmament, so that he could not have told you, gaze on them how he might, which way lay the Zuider Zee, the IJssel, or the Rhine, or that last mug of steaming ale of which he had partaken ere he finally turned his back on the hospitable doors of the Crow's Nest at Ada. It was that very mug of the delicious spiced liquor, and even in this hour of acute misery the poor man contrived to smack his half-frozen lips in retrospective enjoyment, which had somehow obscured his vision when first he found himself outside the city gates, confronted by the verfluchte waste, through which even a cat could not have picked its way on a night like this. And now here he was, hopelessly stranded, without drink or shelter, upon the most desolate portion of the Veluwe. In no direction could the lights of any habitation be seen. "Donderstein!" he muttered to himself finally in despair. "But I must get somewhere in time if I keep following my nose long enough." Part 3. In truth, no more lonely spot could be imagined in a civilized land than that wherein the stranded traveller now found himself. Even by day the horizon seems limitless, with neither tower nor city nor homestead in sight. By night the silence is so absolute that imagination will conjure up strange and impossible sounds, such as that of the earth whistling through space, or of ceaseless rolls of drums and trampings of myriads of feet thousands of leagues away. Strangely enough, however, once upon a time, in the far long ago and the early days of windmills, a hermit miller, he must have been a hermit in very truth, did build one here upon the highest point of the Veluwe, close to the junction of the road which runs eastward from Amersfoort and Barneveld, with the one which tends southward from Assel, and distant from each a quarter of a league or so. Why that windmill was erected just there, far from the home of any peasant or farmer who might desire to have his corn ground, or who that hermit miller was who dwelt in it before flocks of wild geese alone made it their trysting place, it were impossible to say. No trace of it remains these days, nor were there any traces of it left a year after the events which this veracious chronicle will presently unfold, for reasons which will soon appear obvious to anyone who reads. But there it stood in this year of grace 1624, on that cold night in March, when a solitary horseman lost his way upon the Veluwe, with serious consequences not only to himself, but to no less a person than Maurice, Prince of Nassau, Stadtholder of the United Provinces of the Netherlands, and mayhap to the entire future history of that sorely tried country. On a winter's night such as this, the mill looked peculiarly weird and ghost-like, looming out of the darkness against the background of a star-studded firmament, and rising, sombre and dense, from out the carpet of glabrous snow, majestic in its isolation, towering above the immensity of the waste, its domed roof decked in virgin white like the mother bosom of the wild. Built of weather-worn timber throughout, it had a fenced-in platform supported by heavy rafters all around it, like a girdle, at a height of 20 feet and more from the ground, and the gaunt skeleton wings were stretched out to the skies, scarred, broken, and motionless, as if in piteous appeal for protection against the disfiguring ravages of time. There were 2 small windows close under the roof on the south side of the building, and a large narrow one midway up the same side. The disposal of these windows, taken in conjunction with the door down below, was so quaint that, viewed from a certain angle, they looked for all the world like the eyes, nose, and pursed-up mouth of a gargantuan, grinning face. End of Chapter 1.1. Chapter 1.2 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Aspen. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 1.2 A Night on the Veluwe. Part 4. If a stranger travelling through Gelderland these days had thought it fit to inquire from a native whether that particular molen upon the Veluwe was doing work or was inhabited, he would, of a certainty, have been told that the only possible inhabitants of the molen were gnomes and sprites, and that if any corn was ground there, it could only be in order to bake bread for the devil's dinner. The mill was disused and uninhabited, had been for many years, a quarter of a century or more probably, so any and every native of Gelderland and Utrecht would have emphatically averred. Nevertheless, on this same memorable night in March 1624, there were evident signs of life, human life, about that solitary and archaic molen on the Veluwe. Tiny slits of light showed clearly from certain angles through the chinks of the wooden structure. There were vague sounds of life and movement in and about the place. The weather-worn boards creaked, and the timber groaned under more tangible pressure than that of the winds. Nay, what's more, 2 horses were tethered down below, under the shelter afforded by the overhanging platform. These horses were saddled. They had nose-bags attached to their bridles, and blankets thrown across their withers, all of which signs denoted clearly, methinks, that for once the mill was inhabited by something more material than ghosts. More ponderous, too, than ghoulish footsteps were the sounds of slow pacing up and down the floor of the mill-house, and of 2 voices, now raised to loud argument, now sunk to a mere cautious whisper. 2 men were, in effect, inside the mill-house at this hour. One of them, tall, lean, dark, in well-worn, almost ragged black doublet and cloak, his feet and legs encased in huge boots of untanned leather, which reached midway up his long thighs, his black bonnet pushed back from his tall, narrow forehead and grizzled hair, was sitting upon the steps of the steep ladder-like stairs which led to the floor above. The other, shorter, substantially, even richly clad, and wearing a plumed hat and fur-lined cloak, was the one who paced up and down the dust-covered floor. He was younger than his friend, had fair curly hair, and a silken, fair moustache which hid the somewhat weak lines of his mouth. An old battered lantern, hanging to a nail in the wall, threw a weird flickering light upon the scene, vaguely illumined the gaunt figure of the man upon the steps, his large hooked nose and ill-shaven chin, and long thin hands that looked like the talons of some bird of prey. "You cannot stay on here forever, my good Stoutenburg," the younger of the two men said with some impatience. "Sooner or later you will be discovered, and—" He paused, and the other gave a grim laugh. "And there is a price of 2,000 guilders upon my head, you mean, my dear Heemskerk?" he said dryly. "Well, I did mean that," rejoined Heemskerk, with a shrug of the shoulders. "The people round about here are very poor. They might hold your father's memory in veneration, but there is not one who would not sell you to the stadtholder if he found you out." Again Stoutenburg laughed. He seemed addicted to the habit of this mirthless, almost impish laugh. "I was not under the impression, believe me, my friend," he said, "that Christian charity or loyalty to my father's memory would actuate a worthy Dutch peasant into respecting my sanctuary. But I am not satisfied with what I have learned. I must know more. I have promised de Berg," he concluded firmly. "And de Berg counts on you," Heemskerk rejoined. "But," he added, with a shrug of the shoulders, "you know what he is. One of those men who, so long as they gain their ambitious ends, count every life cheap but their own." "Well," answered Stoutenburg, "'tis not I, in truth, who would place a high price on mine." "Easy, easy, my good man," quoth the other with a smile. "Hath it perchance not occurred to you that your obstinacy in leading this owl-like life here is putting a severe strain on the devotion of your friends?" "I make no appeal to the devotion of my friends," answered Stoutenburg curtly. "They had best leave me alone." "We cannot leave you to suffer cold and hunger, mayhap to perish of want in this god-forsaken eyrie." "I'm not starving," was Stoutenburg's ungracious answer to the young man's kindly solicitude, "and have plenty of inner fire to keep me warm." He paused, and a dark scowl contracted his gaunt features, gave him an expression that in the dim and flickering light appeared almost diabolical. "I know," said Heemskerk with a comprehending nod. "Still those thoughts of revenge?" "Always," replied the other with somber calm. "Twice you have failed. The third time I shall succeed," Stoutenburg affirmed with fierce emphasis. "Maurice of Nassau sent my father to the scaffold, my father to whom he owed everything, money, power, success. The day that Oldenbarneveldt died at the hands of that accursed ingrate, I, his son, swore that the stadtholder should perish by mine. As you say, I have twice failed in my attempt. My brother Groeneveld has gone the way of my father. I am an outlaw with a price upon my head, and my poor mother has 3 of us to weep for now instead of 1. But I have not forgotten mine oath, nor yet my revenge. I'll be even with Maurice of Nassau yet. All this fighting is but foolery. He is firmly established as stadtholder of the United Provinces, the sort of man who sees others die for him. He may lose a town here, gain a city there, but he is the sovereign lord of an independent state, and his sacred person is better guarded than was that of his worthier father. But it is his life that I want," Stoutenburg went on fiercely, and his thin claw-like hand clutched an imaginary dagger and struck out through the air as if against the breast of the hated foe. "For this I'll scheme and strive. Nay, I'll never rest until I have him at my mercy, as Gerard in his day held William the Silent at his." "Bah!" exclaimed Heemskerk hotly. "You would not emulate that abominable assassin." "Why not call me a justiciary?" Stoutenburg retorted dryly. "The Archduchess would load me with gifts. Spain would proclaim me a hero. Assassin or executioner, it only depends on the political point of view. But doubt me not for a single instant, Heemskerk. Maurice of Nassau will die by my hand." "That is why you intend to remain here?" "Yes, until I have found out his every future plan." "But how can you do it? You dare not show yourself abroad." "That is my business," replied Stoutenburg quietly, "and my secret." "I respect your secret," answered Heemskerk with a shrug of the shoulders. "It was only my anxiety for your personal safety and for your comfort that brought me hither tonight." "And de Bergh's desire to learn what I have spied," Stoutenburg retorted with a sneer. "De Bergh is ready to cross the IJssel and Isenburg to start from Cleve. De Bergh proposes to attack Arnhem. He wishes to know what forces are inside the city, and how they are disposed, and if the stadtholder hath an army wherewith to come to their relief, or to offer us battle with any chance of success. You can tell de Bergh to send you or another back to me here when the crescent moon is 48 hours older. I shall have all the information then that he wants." "That will be good news for him and for Isenburg. There has been too much time wasted as it is." "Time has not been wasted. The frosts have in the meanwhile made the Veluwe a perfect track for men and cannon." "For Nassau's men and Nassau's cannon, as well as for our own," Heemskerk rejoined dryly. "A week hence, if all's well, Maurice of Nassau will be too sick to lead his armies across the Veluwe or elsewhere," said Stoutenburg quietly, and looked up with such a strange fanatical glitter in his deep-sunk eyes that the younger man gave an involuntary gasp of horror. "You mean?" he ejaculated under his breath, and instinctively drawing back some paces away from his friend, stared at him with wide, uncomprehending eyes. "I mean," Stoutenburg went on slowly and deliberately, "that de Bergh had best wait patiently a little while longer. Maurice of Nassau will be a dying man ere long." His harsh voice, sunk to a strange, impressive whisper, died away in a long drawn-out sigh, half of impatience, wholly of satisfaction. Heemskerk remained for a moment or two absolutely motionless, still staring at the man before him as if the latter were some kind of malevolent and fiend-like wraith, conjured up by devilish magic to scare the souls of men. Nor did Stoutenburg add anything to this last cold-blooded pronouncement. He seemed to be deriving a grim satisfaction in watching the play of horror and of fear upon Heemskerk's usually placid features. Thus, for a space of a few moments, the old Molen appeared to sink back to its habitual ghost-haunted silence, whilst the hovering spirits of revenge and hate, called up by the sorcery of a man's evil passions, held undisputed sway. "You mean," reiterated Heemskerk after a while, vaguely, stupidly, babbling like a child. "I mean," Stoutenburg gave impatient answer, "that you should know me well enough by now, my good Heemskerk, to realize that I am no swearer of futile oaths. Last year, when I was over in Madrid, I cultivated the friendship of one Francis Borgia. You have heard of him, no doubt. They call him the Prince of Poets over there. He is a direct descendant of the illustrious César, and I soon discovered that most of the secrets possessed by his far-famed ancestor were known to my friend the poet." "Poisons," Heemskerk murmured under his breath. "Poisons," the other assented dryly, "and other things." With finger and thumb of his right hand he extracted a couple of tiny packets from a secret pocket of his doublet, toyed with them for a while, undid the packets and gazed meditatively on their contents. Then he called to his friend. "They'll not hurt you," he said sardonically. "Look at this powder now. Is it not innocent in appearance? Yet it is of incalculable value to the man who doth not happen to possess a straight eye or a steady hand with firearms. For add but a pinch of it to the charge in your pistol, then aim at your enemy's head, and if you miss killing him, or if he holds you at his mercy, you very soon have him at yours. The fumes from the detonation will cause instant and total blindness." Despite his horror of the whole thing, Heemskerk had instinctively drawn nearer to his friend. Now, at these words, he stepped back again quickly, as if he had trodden upon an adder. Stoutenburg, with his wonted cynicism, only shrugged his shoulders. "Have I not said that it would not hurt you?" he said with a sneer. In itself it is harmless enough, and only attains its useful properties when fired in connection with gunpowder. But when used as I have explained it to you, it is deadly and unerring. I saw it at work once or twice in Spain. The Prince of Poets prides himself on its invention. He gave me some of the precious powder, and I was glad of it. It may prove useful one day." He carefully closed the first packet and slipped it back into the secret receptacle of his doublet. Then he fell to contemplating the contents of the second packet, 6 tiny pilules, which he kept rolling about in the palm of his hand. "These," he mused, "are of more proved value for my purpose. Have not de Berg," he added with a sardonic grin, as he looked once more on his friend, "and the Archduchess too, heard it noised abroad that Maurice of Nassau hath of late suffered from a mysterious complaint, which already threatens to cut him off in his prime, and which, up to now, hath baffled those learned leeches who were brought over specially from England to look after the health of the exalted patient? Have not you and your friends, my good Heemskerk, heard the rumour too?" The young man nodded in reply. His parched tongue seemed to cleave to the roof of his mouth. He could not utter a word. Stoutenburg laughed. "Ah," he said with a nod of understanding, "I see that the tale did reach your ears. You understand, therefore, that I must remain here for a while longer." And with absolute calm and a perfectly steady hand, he folded up the pilules in the paper screw and put them back in his pocket. "I could not leave my work unfinished," he said simply. "But how—" Heemskerk contrived to stammer at last, and his voice to his own ears sounded hoarse and toneless, like a voice out of the grave. "How do I contrive to convey these pilules into the stadtholder's stomach?" retorted Stoutenburg with a coarse chuckle. "Well, my friend, that is still my secret. But de Berg and the others must trust me a while longer. Trust me, and then thank me when the time comes. The stadtholder once out of the way, the resistance of the United Provinces must of itself collapse like a house of cards. There need be no more bloodshed after that, no more sanguinary conflicts. Indeed, I shall be acclaimed as a public benefactor when I succeed." Then you are determined to remain here?" Heemskerk murmured, feeling all the while that anything he said was futile and irrelevant. But how can a man speak when he is confronted with a hideous spectre that mocks him even whilst it terrifies? "I shall remain here for the present," Stoutenburg replied with perfect coolness. I'd best go, then," the other suggested vaguely. "You had best wait until the daylight. 'Tis easy to lose one's way on the Veluwe." The young man waited for a moment, irresolute. Clearly he was longing to get away, to put behind him this ghoul-infested Molen with its presiding genii of hatred and of crime. Nay, men like Heemskerk, cultivated and gently nurtured, understood the former easily enough. Men and women knew how to hate fiercely these days, and there were few sensations more thoroughly satisfying than that of holding an enemy at the sword's point. But poison, the slow, insidious weapon that worked like a reptile, stealthily and in the dark. Bah! Heemskerk felt a dizziness overcome him. Sheer physical nausea threatened to rob him of his faculties. But there was undoubted danger in venturing out on the arid wild, in the darkness, and with naught but instinct and a few half-obliterated footmarks to guide one along the track. The young man went to the door and pulled it open. A gust of ice-laden air blew into the great empty place and almost knocked the old lanthorn off its peg. Heemskerk stepped out into the night. He felt literally frightened, and like a nervous child had the sensation of someone or something standing close behind him and on the point of putting a spectral hand upon his shoulder. But Stoutenburg had remained sitting on the steps, apparently quite unmoved. No doubt he was accustomed to look his abominable project straight in the face. He even shrugged his shoulders in derision when he caught sight of Heemskerk's white face and horror-filled eyes. "You cannot start while this blind man's holiday lasts," he said lightly. "Can I induce you to partake of some of the refreshment you were good enough to bring for me?" But Heemskerk gave him no answer. He was trying to make up his mind what to do. And Stoutenburg, with another careless laugh, rose from his seat and strode across the great barn-like space. There, in a remote corner, where sacks of uncrushed grain were wont to be stacked, stood a basket containing a few simple provisions, a hunk of stale bread, a piece of cheese, and 2 or 3 bottles of wine. Stoutenburg stooped and picked one of these up. He was whistling a careless tune. Then suddenly he paused, his long back still bent, his arm with the hand that held the bottle resting across his knee. His face, alert and hawk-like, turned in an instant toward the door. "What was that?" he queried hurriedly. Heemskerk, just as swiftly, had already stepped back into the barn, and closed the door again noiselessly. "Useless," commented Stoutenburg curtly. "The horses are outside." "Where is Jan?" he added after an imperceptible pause, during which Heemskerk felt as if his very heartbeats had become audible. "On the watch outside," replied the young man. Even whilst he spoke, the door was cautiously opened from the outside, and a grizzled head wrapped in a fur bonnet was thrust in through the orifice. "What is it, Jan?" the 2 men queried simultaneously. "A man and horse," Jan replied in a rapid whisper. "Coming over from Amersfoort way. He must have caught sight of the molen, for he has left the track and is heading straight for us." "Some wretched traveller lost on this god-forsaken waste," Stoutenburg said, with a careless shrug of the shoulders. "I have seen them come this way before." "But not at this hour of the night," murmured Heemskerk. "Mostly at night. It is easier to follow the track by day." "What shall we do?" "Nothing. Let the man come. We'll soon see if he is dangerous. Are we not 3 to 1? The taunt struck home. Heemskerk looked abashed. Jan remained standing in the doorway, waiting for further orders. Stoutenburg went on quietly collecting the scanty provisions. He found a couple of mugs, and with a perfectly steady hand filled the first one and then the other with the wine. "Drink this, Heemskerk," he said lightly, and held out the 2 mugs at arm's length. "It will calm your nerves. You too, Jan." Jan took the mug and drank with avidity, but Heemskerk appeared to hesitate. "Afraid of the poison?" Stoutenburg queried with a sneer. Then, as the other, half ashamed, took the mug and drank at a draught, he added coolly, "You need not be afraid. I could not afford to waste such precious stuff on you." Then he turned to Jan. "Remain outside," he commanded, "well wrapped in your blanket, and when the traveller hails you, pretend to be wakened from pleasant dreams, then leave the rest to chance." Jan at once obeyed. He went out of the molen, closing the door carefully behind him. 5 minutes later, the hapless traveller had put his horse to a trot. He had perceived the molen looming at the top of the rising ground, dense and dark against the sky, and looking upon it as a veritable God-sent haven of refuge for wearied tramps, was making good haste to reach it, fearing lest he himself dropped from sheer exhaustion out of his saddle ere he came to his happy goal. That terrible contingency, however, did not occur, and presently he was able to draw rein and to drop gently, if somewhat painfully, to the ground without further mishap. Then he looked about him. The mill, in truth, appeared to be uninhabited, which was a vast pity, seeing that a glass of spiced ale would— but no matter, 'twas best not to dwell on such blissful thoughts. A roof over one's head for the night was the most urgent need. He led his horse by the bridle and tethered him to a heavy supporting rafter under the overhanging platform, was on the point of ministering to the poor half-frozen beast, when his ear caught a sound which caused him instantly to pause first and then start on a tour around the molen. He had not far to go. The very next moment he came upon a couple of horses tethered like his own, and upon Jan, who was snoring lustily, curled up in a horse blanket in the angle of the porch. To hail the sleeper with lusty shouts at first, and then with a vigorous kick, was but the work of a few seconds, after which Jan's snores were merged in a series of comprehensive curses against the disturber of his happy dreams. "Dondersteen," he murmured, still apparently half asleep. "And who is this verfluchte plepshurk who ventures a weary traveller from his sleep?" "Another weary traveller, verfluchte plepshurk, yourself," the other cried aloud. Nor were it possible to render with any degree of accuracy the language which he subsequently used when Jan persistently refused to move. "Then dondersteen," retorted Jan thickly. "Do as I do, wrap yourself up in a blanket and go to sleep." "Not until I have discovered how it comes that one wearied traveller happens to be abroad with two equally wearied and saddled horses. And I am not mistaken, plepshurk. Thou art but a varlet left on guard outside, whilst thy master feasts and sleeps within." Whereupon, without further parley, he strode across Jan's outstretched body, and with a vigorous kick of his heavy boot thrust open the door which gave on the interior of the mill. Here he paused, just beneath the lintel, took off his hat, and stood at respectful attention. For he had realized at once that he was in the presence of his betters, of two gentlemen, in fact, one of whom had a mug of wine in his hand, and the other a bottle. These were the 2 points which, as it were, jumped most directly to the eye of the weary, frozen, and thirsty traveller. 2 gentlemen who haply were now satiated, and would spare a drop even to a humble varlet, if he stood before them in his full pitiable plight. "Who are you, man, and what do you want?" one of these gentlemen queried peremptorily. It was the one who had a bottle of wine, a whole bottle, in his hand. But he looked particularly stern and forbidding, with his close-cropped, grizzled head and hard, bird-like features. "Only a poor tramp, my lord," replied the unfortunate wayfarer, in high-pitched, flute-like tones, "who hath lost his way, and has been wandering on this verdommte plain since midnight." "What do you want?" reiterated Stoutenburg sternly. "Only shelter for the rest of the night, my lord, and a little drink, a very little drink, for I am mightily weary, and my throat is dry as tinder." "What is your name?" At this very simple question, the man's round, florid face, with the tiny upturned nose, slightly tinged with pink, and the small round eyes, bright and shiny like new crowns, took on an expression of comical puzzlement. He scratched his head, pursed up his lips, emitted a prolonged and dubious whistle. "I haven't a name, so please your lordship," he said after a while. "That is, not a name such as other people have. I have a name, in truth, a name by which I am known to my friends. A name—" "Thy name, plepshurk," commanded Stoutenburg roughly, "ere I throw thee out again into the night." "So please your lordship," replied the man, "I am called Pythagoras, a name which I believe belongs by right to a philosopher of ancient times, but to which I will always answer, so please your high and mightiness." But this time his high and mightiness did not break in upon the worthy philosopher's volubility. Indeed, at the sound of that highly ludicrous name, ludicrous, that is, when applied to its present bearer, he had deliberately put mug and bottle down, and then become strangely self-absorbed, even whilst his friend had given an involuntary start. Pythagoras," his lordship resumed after a while, "have I ever seen thine ugly face before?" "Not to my knowledge, my lord," replied the other, marvelling when it would please these noble gentlemen to give him something wherewith to moisten his gullet. "Ah, methought I had once met another who bore an equally strange name. Was it Demosthenes, or Euripides, or—" "Diogenes, no doubt, my lord," replied the thirsty philosopher glibly, "the most gallant gentleman in the whole wide world, one who honours me with his friendship, was pleased at one time to answer to that name." Now, when Pythagoras made his announcement, he felt quite sure that lavish hospitality would promptly follow. These gentlemen had no doubt heard of Diogenes, his comrade in arms, the faithful and gallant friend for whom he, Pythagoras, would go through fire and water in the driest of deserts. They would immediately accord a welcome to one who had declared himself honored by the friendship of so noble a cavalier. Great was the unfortunate man's disappointment, therefore, when his glib speech was received in absolute silence, and he himself was still left standing upon the lintel of the door, with an icy cold draught playing upon him from behind. It was only after a considerable time that my lord deigned to resume his questionings again. "Where dost come from, fellow?" he asked. "From Ada, so please your lordship," Pythagoras replied dolefully, "where I partook—" "And whither art going?" Stoutenburg broke in curtly. "I was going to Amersfoort, my lord, when I lost my way." "To Amersfoort?" "Yes, my lord." "Mynheer Beresteyn hath a house at Amersfoort," Stoutenburg said as if to himself. "It was to Mynheer Beresteyn's house that I was bound, my lord, when I unfortunately lost my way." "Ah," commented my lord dryly, "thou was on thy way to the house of Mynheer Beresteyn in Amersfoort?" "Yes, my lord." "With a message?" "No, my lord, not with a message. I was just going there for the wedding." "The wedding?" ejaculated Stoutenburg, and it seemed to Pythagoras as if my lord's haggard face took on suddenly an almost cadaverous hue. "Whose wedding, fellow?" he added more calmly. "That of my friend Diogenes, so please your lordship, with the jonge juffrouw Beresteyn. He—" "Take care, man, take care!" came with an involuntary call of alarm from Heemskerk, for Stoutenburg, uttering a hoarse cry like that of a wounded beast, had raised his arm and now strode on the unfortunate philosopher with clenched fist and a look in his hollow eyes which boded no good to the harbinger of those simple tidings. At sound of his friend's voice, Stoutenburg dropped his arm. He turned on his heel, ashamed, no doubt, that this stranger varlet should see his face distorted as it was with passion. This paroxysm of uncontrolled fury did not, however, last longer than a moment or two. The next instant the lord of Stoutenburg, outwardly calm and cynical as before, had resumed his haughty questionings, looked the awe-struck philosopher up and down, and he, somewhat scared by the danger which he only appeared to have escaped through the timely intervention of the other gentleman, was marvelling indeed if he had better not take to his heels at once and run, and trust his safety and his life to the inhospitable wild, rather than in the company of this irascible noble lord. I think, in fact, that he would have fled the very next moment, but that my lord with one word kept him rooted to the spot. "So," resumed Stoutenburg coolly after a while, "thou, fellow, art a bidden guest at the marriage feast, which it seems is to be solemnized twixt the jonge juffrouw Beresteyn and another plepshurk as low as thyself. Truly doth democracy tread hard on the heels of such tyranny as the United Provinces have witnessed of late. Dost owe allegiance, sirrah, to the stadtholder?" "Where Diogenes leads, my lord," replied Pythagoras, with a degree of earnestness which sat whimsically upon his rotund person, "there do Socrates and I follow unquestioningly." "Which means that ye are 3 rascals ready to sell your skins to the highest bidder. Were ye not in the pay of the Lord of Stoutenburg during the last conspiracy against the stadtholder's life?" "We may have been, your honour," the man replied naively, "although to my knowledge I have never set eyes on the Lord of Stoutenburg." "'Twere lucky for thee, knave, if thou didst," rejoined Stoutenburg with a harsh laugh, "for there's a price of 2,000 guilders upon his head, and I doubt not but thy scurrilous friend Diogenes would add another 2,000 to that guerdon." Then, as Pythagoras, almost dropping with fatigue, was swaying upon his short fat legs, he jerked his thumb in the direction where the tantalizing bottle and mugs were faintly discernible in the gloom. My lord continued curtly, "There, drink thy fill. Amersfoort is not far. My man will put thee on thy way when thou hast quenched thy thirst." Quench his thirst? Where was that cellar which could have worked this magic trick? In the corner to which my lord was pointing so casually, there was but one bottle, which my lord had put down a while ago, and that, after all, was only half full. Still, half a bottle of wine was better than no wine at all, and my lord, having granted his gracious leave, took no more notice of the philosopher and his unquenchable thirst, turned to his friend, and together the two gentlemen retired to a distant corner of the place, and there whispered eagerly with one another. Pythagoras tiptoed up to the spot where unexpected bliss awaited him. There was another bottle of wine there beside the half-empty one, a bottle that was full up to the neck, and the shape of which proclaimed that it came from Spain. Good, strong, heady Spanish wine. And my lord had said, "Drink thy fill." Pythagoras did not hesitate, save for one brief second, while he marvelled whether he had accidentally wandered into Elysian fields, or whether he was only dreaming. Then he poured out for himself a mugful of wine. 20 minutes later, the last drop of the second bottle of strong, heady Spanish wine had trickled down the worthy Pythagoras's throat. He was in a state of perfect bliss, babbling words of supreme contentment, and seeing pleasing visions of gorgeous feasts in the murky angles of the old mill-house. "'Tis time the pleb-shirt got to horse," Stoutenburg said at last. He strode across to where Pythagoras, leaning against the raftered wall, his round head on one side, his sugar-loaf hat set at the back of his head, was gazing dreamily into his empty mug. "To horse, fellow," he commanded curtly. "'Tis but a league to Amersfoort, and thy friend will be waiting thee." The old instinct of deference and good behavior before a noble lord lent some semblance of steadiness to Pythagoras's legs. He struggled to his feet, vainly endeavored to keep an upright and dignified position, an attempt which, however, proved utterly futile. Whereupon my lord called peremptorily to Jon, who appeared so suddenly in the doorway that, to Pythagoras's blurred vision, it seemed as if he had been put there by some kind of witchery. He approached his master, and there ensued a brief, whispered colloquy between those two, a colloquy in which Heemskerk took no part. After which the Lord of Stoutenburg said aloud, "Set this worthy fellow on his horse, my good Jon, and put him on the track which leads to Amersfoort. He has had a rest and a good warm drink. He is not like to lose his way again." Vaguely, Pythagoras felt that he wished to protest. He did not want to be set on his horse, nor yet to go to Amersfoort just yet. The wedding was not until the morrow, no, the day after the morrow, and for the nonce he wanted to sleep. Yes, sleep, curled up in a blanket in any corner big enough and warm enough to shelter a dog. Sleep, that was what he wanted, for he was so confoundedly sleepy, and this verflucht darkness interfered with his eyes so that he could not see very clearly in front of him. All this he explained with grave deliberation to Jon, who had him tightly by the elbow and was leading him with absolute, irresistible firmness out through the door into the white, inhospitable open. "I don't want to get to horse," the philosopher babbled thickly. "I want to curl up in a blanket, and I want to go to sleep." But despite his protestations, he found himself presently in the saddle. How he got up there he certainly could not have told you. Instinct, however, kept him there. Never could it be said that Pythagoras had tumbled off a horse. Anon he felt that the horse was moving, and that the air around him was bitterly cold. The dull, even carpet of snow dazzled him, though it was pitch dark now both overhead and down below, of darkness that enveloped one like a mantle, and which felt as if it could have been cut through with a knife. The horse went on at a steady trot, and another was trotting by its side, bearing a cavalier who wore a fur bonnet. Pythagoras vaguely imagined that this must be Jon. He owed Jon a grudge for taking him away from that hospitable Molen, where half-bottles of wine were magically transformed into large ones, filled to overflowing with delicious liquor. Presently Pythagoras began to feel cold again after the blissful warmth produced by that super-excellent Spanish wine. "Is it far to Amersfoort?" he queried drowsily from time to time. But he never seemed to get a reply. It appeared to him as if he had been hours in the saddle since last he felt comfortable and warm over in that hospitable molen. And now he was very sleepy. His head felt heavy, and his eyes would not keep open as hours and hours went by, and the cold grew more and more intense. "Is it far to Amersfoort?" he questioned whenever his head rolled forward with a jerk that roused him to momentary consciousness. "Less than half a league now," Jan replied presently, and brought his own horse to a halt. "Follow the track before you, and it will lead you straight to the city gates." Pythagoras opened his eyes very wide. Straightway in front of him he perceived one or two tiny lights, which were too low down on the horizon for stars. The road, too, on which he found himself, appeared straighter and more defined than those upon that vervloekte waste. "Are those the lights of Amersfoort?" he murmured vaguely, and pointed in as straight a direction as his numbed arm would allow. He expected an answer from Jan, but there came none. The darkness appeared to have swallowed up horse and rider. Anyway, they had disappeared. Good old Jan! Pythagoras would have liked to thank him for his company, even though he did owe him a grudge for taking him away from the molen, where there had been such wonderful— The horse followed the track for a minute or two longer. Pythagoras, left to his own devices, tried to keep awake. Suddenly the sharp report of a pistol rent the silence of the night. It was immediately followed by another. Pythagoras felt a strange sinking sensation in his stomach, a dizzy feeling in his head, a feeling which was no longer blissful like the one he had experienced after the third mugful of Spanish wine. A moment later he fell forward on his horse's neck, then rolled out of the saddle down upon the bed of snow. And at this spot where the poor philosopher lay, the white pall which covered the Veluwe was dyed with a dark crimson stain. End of chapter 1.2. Chapter 1.3 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Assman. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 1.3. A Night on the Veluwe. Part 5. A grey, dull light suffused the sky in the east when Jan once more knocked at the door of the old molen. Stoutenburg's voice bade him enter. "All well?" my lord queried at sight of his faithful servant. "All quiet, my lord," replied Jan. "That windbag, I'll warrant, will tell no tales." "How far did you take him?" "Nearly as far as Langsuren. I had to keep a track for fear of losing my way, but he lies 8 leagues from Amersfoort now, and 6 from Ede. His friends, I imagine, won't look for him thus far." "And his horse?" "It did not follow me. No doubt it will get picked up by someone in the morning." Heemskerk shivered. It was certainly very cold inside this great barn-like place at this hour, just before sunrise, and the passing wayfarer had consumed the last measure of wine. The young man looked grimy, too, and untidy, covered with dust from the floor, where he had lain stretched out for the past 3 hours, trying to get a wink of sleep, whilst Stoutenburg, restless and alert, had kept his ears open and his nerves on the stretch for the first sound of Jan's return. "You have been a long time getting to Langsuren and back," the latter remarked further to Jan. "I was guiding a drunken man on a wearied horse," the man replied curtly. "And I myself had been in the saddle all day." "Then get another hour's rest now," Stoutenburg rejoined. "You will accompany my lord of Heemskerk back to Doesburg as soon as the sun is up." Jan made no reply. He was accustomed to curt commands and to unquestioning obedience. Tired, saddle-sore, and wearied, he would be ready to ride again, go anywhere until he dropped. So he turned on his heel and went out into the cold once more, in order to snatch that brief hour's rest which had been graciously accorded him. Heemskerk gave an impatient sigh. "I would the dawn were quicker in coming," he murmured under his breath. "The atmosphere of the Veluwe is getting oppressive for your fastidious taste," Stoutenburg retorted with a sneer. Then, as his friend made no other comment, he continued lightly, "Dead men tell no tales. I could not risk that blabbering fool going back to Amersfoort and speaking of what he saw. Even your unwonted squeamishness, my good Heemskerk, would grant me that." "Or rather," rejoined the other almost involuntarily, "did not the unfortunate man suffer for being the messenger of evil tidings?" Stoutenburg shrugged his shoulders with an assumption of indifference. "Perhaps," he said, "though I doubt if the news was wholly unexpected. Yet I would have deemed Gilde Beresteyn too proud to wed that plepshurk." "A man with a future," Heemskerk rejoined. "He is credited with having saved the stadtholder's life when the Lord of Stoutenburg planned to blow up the bridge under his passage." "And Beresteyn is grateful to him, too," added Stoutenburg with a sarcastic curl of his thin lips, "for having rescued the fair Gilda from the Lord of Stoutenburg's fierce clutches. But Nicolaus might have told me that his sister was getting married." "Nicolaus?" ejaculated Heemskerk with obvious surprise. "You have seen Nicolaus Beresteyn, then, of late?" For a space of a few seconds, less perhaps, Stoutenburg appeared confused, and the look which he cast on his friend was both furtive and searching. The next moment, however, he had recovered his usual cool placidity. "You mistook me, my friend," he said blandly. "I did not say that I had seen Nicolaus Beresteyn of late. I have not seen him, in fact, since the day of our unfortunate aborted conspiracy. Rumour reached me that he himself was about to wed the worthy daughter of some prosperous burgher. I merely wondered how the same rumour made no mention of the other prospective bride." Once again the conversation flagged. Heemskerk regarded his friend with an anxious expression in his pale, wearied face. He knew how passionately, if somewhat intermittently, Stoutenburg had loved Gilde Beresteyn. He knew of the original girl and boy affection between them, and of the man's base betrayal of the girl's trust. Stoutenburg had thrown over the humble burgher's daughter in order to wed Walburg de Marnix, whom he promptly neglected and who had since set him legally free. Heemskerk knew, too, how Stoutenburg's passion for the beautiful Gilde Beresteyn had since then burst into a consuming flame, and how the obscure soldier of fortune, who went by the nickname of Diogenes, had indeed snatched the fair prize from his grasp. Nigh on 3 months had gone by since then. Stoutenburg was still nurturing thoughts of vengeance and of crime, not only against the stadtholder, but also against the girl who had scorned him. Well, this, in truth, was none of his friend's business. Hideous as was the premeditated coup against Maurice of Nassau, it would undoubtedly, if successful, help the cause of Spain in the Netherlands, and Heemskerk himself was that unnatural monster, a man who would rather see his country ruled by a stranger than by those of her sons whose political or religious views differed from his own. Thus, when an hour later he took leave of Stoutenburg, he did so almost with cordiality, did not hesitate to grasp the hand of a man whom he knew to be a scheming and relentless murderer. "One of us will come out to wait on you in 2 days' time," he said at the last. "I go back to camp, satisfied that you are not so lonely as you seem, and that there is someone who sees to it that you do not fare so ill even in this desolation. May I say this to de Berg?" "If you like," Stoutenburg replied. "Anyway, you may assure him, and through him the Archduchess, that Maurice of Nassau will be in his grave before I, his judge and executioner, perish of hunger or of cold." He accompanied his friend to the door, and stood there while the latter and Jan were getting to horse. Then, as they went out into the open, he waved them a last adieu. On the far distant east, the pale wintry sun had tinged the mist with a delicate lemon gold. The vast immensity of the waste lay stretched out as if limitless before him. As far as the eye could see, not a tower or column of smoke broke the even monotony of the undulating ground. The shadow of the great Molin, with its gaunt, maimed wings, lay like patches of vivid blue upon the vast and glistening pall of snow. The two riders put their horses to a trot. Soon they appeared like mere black specks upon a background of golden haze, whilst in their wake, upon the scarce visible track, the traces of their horses' hoofs, in stains of darker blue upon the virgin white, were infinitely multiplied. Stoutenburg watched them until the mist-laden distance had completely hidden them from his view. Then, with a sigh of relief, he went within. End of chapter 1.3.
Chapter 2.1 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Lelou. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 2. The Double Wedding. Part 1. It was one of those days when the earth and heaven alike appeared to smile. A day almost warm, certainly genial, for the wind had dropped. The sky was of a vivid blue, and the sun had a genuine feeling of warmth in its kiss. From the overhanging eaves the snow dropped down in soft, moist lumps, stained by the thaw, and the quay, where a goodly crowd had collected, was quickly transformed underfoot into a sea of mud. It almost seemed as if the little town was out on a holiday. People came and went, dressed in gay attire, stood about all along the bank of the river, staring up at the stately gabled house, which looked so wonderfully gay with its decorations of flags and valuable tapestries and stuffs hanging from the numerous windows. That house on the quay, and it was the finest house in the town, was indeed the center of attraction. It was from there that the air of holiday-making emanated, and certainly from there that the gay sounds of music and revelry came wafted on the crisp, wintry air. Mynheer Berstein had come to his house in Amersfoort, of which city he was chief civic magistrate, in order to celebrate the double wedding. No wonder such an event was made an excuse for a holiday. Burgomaster Berstein never did things by halves, and his hospitality was certain to be lavish. Already doles and largesse had been poured out at the porch of St. Maria Kirk. A crowd of beggars more or less indigent, crippled, sick, or merely greedy had assembled there very early in the morning. Whoever was there was sure to get something, and there was plenty to see besides, the brides and bridegrooms and the wedding party, and of course His Highness the Stadtholder was in sight himself. He did not often go abroad these days, for his health was no longer as good as it was. He had aged considerably, looked moody and ailing for the most part. There had been sinister rumors, too. The widowed Archduchess Isabella, mistress of Flanders and Brabant, hated him because he held the United Provinces of the Netherlands free from the bondage of Spain. And in Spain the arts of poison and of secret assassination were carried on with as much perfection as they had ever been in Italy in the days of the Borgias. However, all such dark thoughts must be put away for the day. This is a festive occasion for Amersfoort, when every anxiety for the fate of the poor fatherland, ever threatened and ever sore pressed, must be laid to rest. Let the brides and the bridegrooms see naught but merry faces, happy auguries of auspicious days to come. Here they come, the entire wedding party, walking down the narrow streets from the quay to the St. Maria Kirk. Everyone is walking, even the Stadtholder. He is conspicuous by his great height and the richness of his attire. Embroidered doublet, slashed sleeves, priceless lace. His face looks thin and drawn. but he has lost nothing of his martial bearing, nor have his eyes lost their eagle glance. He had come over on the previous afternoon from Utrecht, where he was in camp, and had deigned to grace Mynheer Berstein's house by sleeping under its roof. It was understood that he would return to Utrecht after the banquet, which was to follow the religious ceremony, and he, too, for this one day, was obviously making a valiant attempt to cast off the load of anxiety attendant upon ceaseless campaigning. In truth, the Archduchess Isabella, not content with the fairest provinces of Belgium, with Flanders, Brabant, and the Hainaut, which her father, King Philip of Spain, had ceded to her absolutely, was even now striving to force some of the United Provinces back under the domination of Spain. Small wonder, then, that the stadtholder, wearied and sick, the shadow of his former self, was no longer sure of a wholehearted welcome when he showed himself abroad. Nor had the people forgiven him the judicial murder of Oldenbarneveld, the trusted counselor in the past, afterwards the bitter opponent of his master's ambitions, or his severity towards Barneveld's sons. His relentless severity towards those who offended him, his reckless ambition and stern disciplinarianism had made him the object of terror rather than of affection. Nevertheless, he still stood for the upholder of the liberties of the United Provinces, the finest captain of his age, who by his endurance, his military skill, and his unswerving patriotism kept his country's frontiers free from the incursions of the most powerful armies of the time. He still stood as the man who had swept the sacred soil of the Netherlands free from Spanish foes and Spanish tyranny, who had amplified and consolidated the work of his father, and firmly established the independence of the Republic. Because of what he had done in the past, men like Mynheer Berstein and those of his kind still looked upon him with grave respect, as the chosen of God, the prophet sent to them from heaven to keep the horrors of a new Spanish invasion away from their land. And when Maurice of Nassau came to a small city like Amersfoort, as he had done today, he was received with veneration, if not with the old cheers and acclamations. His arbitrary temper was momentarily forgotten, his restless ambition condoned. In the joy of beholding the man who had fought for them, never spared himself until he had won for them all those civil and religious liberties which they prized above all the treasures of earth. All heads, then, were bowed in respectful silence as he walked by, with the brides one on each side of him. But the loving glances of the crowd, the jokes and whispered words of cheer and greeting, were reserved for Mynheer Berstein and for his family. Part 2. Two brides, and both comely, Jongejuffrouw Katrina van den Poel, the only child of the wealthy ship-owner, member of the Dutch East India Company, a solid burgher both physically and financially, and one of the props of his country's overseas commerce. His daughter, in rich brocade, with stiff stomacher that vainly strove to compress her ample proportions, splashed through the mud on her high pattens beside the stadtholder, her heavily beringed hands clinging to the folds of her gown so as to save them from being soiled. Stolid and complacent, she heard with a satisfied smile the many compliments that rose from out of the crowd on her dazzling complexion, her smoothly brushed hair, and magnificent jewelry. The fair Katharina beamed with good nature, and looked the picture of happiness, despite the fact that her bridegroom, who walked immediately behind her, appeared somewhat moody, considering the occasion. Nicholas Berstein, the burgomaster's only son, had in truth no reason for surliness. His bride excited universal admiration. His own private fortune would be more than doubled by the dowry which the good Katya brought him, along with her plump person, and all the disagreements between himself and his father, all the treachery and the deceit of the past 3 months, had been amply forgiven. It was all the more strange, therefore, that on this day his face alone should appear as a reflection of the stadtholder's silent mood, and more than one comment was made thereon as he passed. Of the other bride and bridegroom it is perhaps more difficult to speak. We all know the beautiful picture of Gilda Berstein, which Frans Hals made of her some 3 months previously. That incomparable master of portraiture has rendered that indescribable air of force, coupled with extreme youthfulness, which was her greatest charm. Often she hath been called ethereal, yet I do not see how that description could apply to one so essentially alive as Gilda Bearstein. Her blue eyes always sparkled with vitality, and whenever she moved, which was often enough, they became as dark as sloes. Probably the word came to be applied to her because there was always a little something mysterious about her, an enigmatic little smile, which suggested merriment that came from within rather than in response to an outside joke. Many have remarked that her smile was the gentle reflex of her lover's sparkling gaiety. Him, that ardent lover, sobered bridegroom now, you cannot forget, not whilst Frans Hals's immortal work, whom he hath called the Laughing Cavalier, depicts him in all his irrepressible joyousness, and gladdens the eye with its exhilaration, and its magnificent gaiety de coeur, a veritable nepenthe for jaded Sikh sorrows. For once in his life, as he walks gravely behind his bride, there is a look of seriousness not unmixed with impatience in his laughing eyes, a frown, too, between his brows. The crowd have at once taken him to its heart, especially the women. Those who have no sons wish for one at once, who would grow up just like him, tall and stately as a young sapling, with an air of breeding seldom seen in the sons of the Low Countries, and wearing his magnificent bridal attire as if he had never worn leather jerkin or worsted doublet in his life. The women admired the richly wrought doublet, the priceless lace at the neck and wrists, the plumed hat that frames a face alike youthful and determined. But everyone marvels why a bridegroom should go to church in high riding boots that reach midway up his thighs, and why he should be belted and spurred at this hour. Many whispered comments are engaged as he goes by. A stranger, so they say, though he has fought in the Netherlands. Ah, but he really comes from England. A romantic story, never knew his father until recently. Some said the bridegroom's name was really Blakeney, and that his father was a very rich and very great gentleman over in England. But there were others who remembered him well when he was just a penniless soldier of fortune who went by the name of Diogenes. No one knew him then by any other, and no one but Frans Hals, the painter over in Haarlem, knew whence he had come and what was his parentage. In those days his merry laughter would rouse the echoes of the old city where he and his two boon companions, such a quaint pair of loons, were wont to dwell in the intervals of selling their swords to the highest bidders. I, Jonge Juffrouw Bearstein's stranger bridegroom, had fought in France and in Flanders, in Groningen and Brabant, and 'twas said recently to have saved the life of the stadtholder at great risk to his own. Many more tales were whispered about him, which would take too long to relate, while the crowd stood agape all down the quay and up the Court Gracht as far as the St. Maria Kirk. Part 3. Indeed, Mynheer Bearstein had not done things by halves. He had chosen the happy double event should take place at the old house in Amersfoort, where his children had been born, and where he had spent the few happy years of his married life, rather than at Haarlem, which was his business and official residence. He wished for the occasion to be just a happy father rather than the distinguished functionary, the head of the Guild of Armourers, one of the most important burghers in the province, and second only in the council chamber to the stadtholder. The religious ceremony was over by noon. It was now mid-afternoon, and the wedding guests had assembled in the stately home on the quay for a gargantuan feast. The stadtholder sat at a magnificently decked-out table at the far end of the panelled room, on a raised dais surmounted by a canopy of Flemish tapestry, all specially erected for the occasion. Around this privileged board sat the wedding party. Mynheer Bearstein, grave and sedate, a man who had seen much of life and had suffered a great deal, and even now scarcely dared to give his sense of joy full play. He gazed from time to time on his daughter with something of anxiety as well as of pride. Then the worthy shipowner, member of the Dutch East India Company, and Mejuffrouw, his wife, the father and mother of Nicholas Bearstein's bride, pompous and fleshy, and with an air of prosperous complacence about their persons, which contrasted strangely with Mynheer Berstein's anxious earnestness. Finally, the two bridal couples, of whom more anon. In the body of the nobly proportioned banqueting hall, a vast concourse of guests had assembled around two huge tables, which were decked out with costly linen and plate, and literally groaned under the succulent dishes which serving men repeatedly placed there for the delectation of the merry party. Roast capons and geese, fish from the Rhine and from the sea, pasties made up of oysters and quails, and above all, a constant supply of delicious Rhine or Spanish wines, according as the guests desired light or heady liquor. A perpetual buzz of talk, intermingled with many an outburst of hilarity and an occasional song, filled the somewhat stuffy air of the room to the exclusion of any individual sound. The ladies plied their fans vigorously, and some of the men, warmed by good cheer, had thrown their padded doublets open and loosened their leather belts. The brides-elect sat one on each side of the stadtholder, a strange contrast, in truth. Katja van de Poel, just a young edition of her mother, her well-rounded figure already showing signs of the inevitable coming stoutness, comely to look at, with succulent cheeks shining like rosy apples, her face with the wide-open, prominent eyes beaming with good nature and the vigorous application of cold water. Well-mannered, too, for she never spoke unless spoken to, but sat munching her food with naive delight, and whenever her somewhat moody bridegroom hazarded a labored compliment or joke, she broke into a pleasant giggle, jerked her elbow at him, and muttered, "Fie, classe," which put an end to further conversation. Gilda Berstein, who sat at the stadtholder's right hand, was silent too, demure, not a little prim, but with her, even the most casual observer soon became conscious that beneath the formal demeanor there ran an undercurrent of emotional and pulsating life. The terrible experience which she had gone through a few brief months ago had given her deep blue eyes a glance that was vividly passionate, yet withal reposeful, and with a curiously childlike expression of trust within its depths. The stiff bridal robes which convention decreed that she should wear gave her an air of dignity, even whilst it enhanced the youthfulness of her personality. There was all the roundness in her figure which is the attribute of her race, yet despite her plump shoulders and full throat, her little round face and firm bosom, there remained something ethereal about her, a spirituality and a strength which inspired reverence, even whilst her beauty provoked admiring glances. "Your Highness is not eating," she remarked timidly. "My head aches," Maurice de Nassau replied moodily. "I cannot eat. I think I must be overtired." He went on more pleasantly as he met the girl's kind blue eyes fixed searchingly upon him. "A little fresh air will do me good. Do not disturb anyone." He continued hastily as he rose to his feet and turned to go to the nearest open window. Berstein quickly followed him. The prince looked faint and ill, and had to lean on the host's arm as he tottered towards the window. The little incident was noticed by a few. It caused consternation and the exchange of portentful glances. A grave-looking man in sober black velvet doublet and sable hose quickly rose from the table and joined the stadtholder and Mynheer Berstein at the window. He was the English physician especially brought across to watch over the health of the illustrious sufferer. Gilda turned to her neighbour. Her eyes had suddenly filled with tears, but when she met his glance the ghost of a smile immediately crept round her mouth. "It seems almost wicked," she said simply, "to be so happy now." Unseen by the rest of the company, the man next to her took her tiny hand and raised it to his lips. "At times, even today," she went on softly, "it all seems like a dream. Your wooing, my dear lord, hath been so tempestuous. Less than 3 months ago I did not know of your existence." "My wooing hath been over slow for my taste," he broke in with a short, impatient sigh. 3 months, you say, and for me you are still a shadow, an exquisite sprite that eludes me behind an impenetrable, a damnable wall of conventions, even though my very sinews ache with longing to hold you in mine arms for ever and for aye." He looked her straight between the eyes, so straight and with such a tantalizing glance that a hot blush rose swiftly to her cheeks. Whereupon he laughed again. A merry, careless, infectious laugh it was, and squeezed her hand so tightly that he made her gasp. "You are always ready to laugh, my lord," she murmured reproachfully. "Always," he riposted. "And now how can I help it? I must laugh, or else curse with impatience. It is scarce 3 o'clock now, and not before many hours can we be free of this chattering throng." Then, as she remained silent, with eyes cast down now, and the warm flush still lingering in her cheeks, he went on with brusque impatience, his voice sunk to a quick, penetrating whisper. "If anything should part me from you now, Madonna, I verily believe that I should kill someone or myself." He paused, almost disconcerted. It had never been his wont to talk of his feelings. The transient sentiments that in the past had grazed his senses, without touching his heart, had only led him to careless protestations, forgotten as soon as they were made. He himself marveled at the depth of his love for this exquisite creature who had so suddenly come into his life, bringing with her a fragrance of youth and of purity, and withal of fervid passion, such as he had never dreamed of through the many vicissitudes of his adventurous life. Still she did not speak, and he was content to look on her, still satisfied that she was in truth too completely happy at this hour to give vent to her feelings in so many words. He loved to watch the play of emotions in her telltale face, the pursed-up little mouth, so ready to smile, and those violet-tinted eyes, now and then raised to him in perfect trust and abandonment of self, then veiled once more demurely under his provoking glance. He loved to tease her, for then she blushed, and her long lashes drew a delicately penciled shadow upon her cheeks. He loved to say things that frightened her, for then she would look up with a quick, inquiring glance, search his own with a palpitating expression that quickly melted again into one of bliss. "You look so demure, Madonna," he exclaimed whimsically, "that I vow I'll create a scandal, leap across the table and kiss Katya, for instance, just to see if it would make you laugh." "Do not make fun of Katya, my lord," Gilda admonished. "She hath more depth of feeling than you give her credit for." "I do not doubt her depth of feeling, dear heart," he retorted with mock earnestness. "But, oh good St. Bavon, have you ever seen so solid a yoke-mate, or," he added, and pointed to Nicholas Bearstein, who sat moody and sullen, toying with his food, beside his equally silent bride. "So ardent a bridegroom! Verily, the dear lady reminds me of those succulent fish pasties that they make over in England, white and stodgy, and rather heavy on the stomach, but oh, so splendidly nourishing." "Fie, now you are mocking me again." "How can I help it, dear heart, when you persist in looking so solemn that in the midst of all this hilarity I am forcibly reminded of all the rude things you said to me that night at the inn in Leyden, and I am left to marvel how you ever came to change your opinion of me." "I changed my opinion of you," she rejoined earnestly, "when I learned how you were ready to give your life to save the stadtholder from those abominable murderers, and almost lost it," she added under her breath, "to save my brother Nicholas from the consequence of his own treachery." "Hush! That is all over and done with now, Madonna," he retorted lightly. "Nicholas has become a sober burgher, devoted to his solid Katya and to the cause of the Netherlands, and I have sold my liberty to the fairest tyrant that ever enslaved a man's soul." "Do you regret it?" she queried shyly. "Already?" "Already," he assented gravely. "I am kicking against my bonds, longing for that freedom, which in the past kept my stomach empty and my head erect." "Will you never be serious?" she retorted. "Never while I live. My journey to England killed my only attempt at sobriety, for there I found that the stock to which I belonged was both irreproachable and grave, had been so all the while that I, the most recent scion of so noble a race, was roaming about the world, the most shiftless and thriftless vagabond it had ever seen. But in England," he sighed and raised his eyes and hands in mock solemnity, "in England the climate is so atrocious that the people become grim-visaged and square-toed through constantly watching the rain coming down. Or else," he added, with another suppressed ripple of that infectious laugh of his, The climate in England has become so atrocious because there are so many square-toed folk about. I was such a very little while in England," he concluded with the utmost gravity, "I had not time to make up my mind which way it went." "Methinks you told me," she rejoined, "that your home in England is beautiful and stately." "It is both, dear heart," he replied more seriously, "and I shall learn to love it when you have dwelt therein. I should love it even now if it had ever been hallowed by the presence of my mother." "She never went there?" "No, never. My father came to Holland from Leicester's train. He married my mother in Haarlem, then deserted her and left her there to starve. My friend Frans Hals cared for me after she died. That is the whole of her history. It does not make for deep filial affection, does it?" "But you have seen your father now. Affection will come in time." "Yes, I have seen him, thanks to your father who brought us together. I have seen my house in Sussex, where one day, please God, you'll reign as its mistress." "I, the wife of an English lord?" She sighed. "I can scarcely credit it." "Nor can I, dear heart," he answered lightly, "for that you'll never be. Let me try and explain to you how it all is. For in truth, English honours are hard to understand. My father is an English gentleman with no handle to his name. Blake of Blakeney they call him over there, and I am his only son. It seems that he rendered signal service to his king of late, who thereupon desired to confer upon him one of those honours which we over here find so difficult to apprize. My father, however, either because he is advanced in years, or because he desired to show me some singular mark of favour, petitioned King James to bestow the proposed honour upon his only son. Thus I am Sir Percy Blakeney. It seems without any merit on my part. Funny, is it not? And I, who for years was known by no name save Diogenes, one of the 3 vagabonds, with perhaps more wits, but certainly no more worth than my 2 compeers. "Then I shall call you Sir Percy," she concluded, "yet I cannot get used to the name." "You might even call me Percy," he suggested, "for thus I was baptized at my dear mother's wish, though in truth I had forgotten it until my father insisted on it that I could not be called Diogenes by mine own servants, and he himself could not present me to His Majesty the King of England under so fanciful a name." "I like best to think of you as Diogenes," she murmured softly. "Thus I knew you first, and your brother philosophers, Socrates and Pythagoras, such a quaint trio, and all of you so unsuited to your names. I wish," she added with a sigh, "that they were here now." "And they should be here," he assented. "I am deeply anxious, but Pythagoras—" He broke off abruptly. Mynheer Berstein's voice called to him from the recess by the open window. "A goblet of wine," Mynheer commanded, "for His Highness." Diogenes was about to comply with the order, but Nicholas forestalled him. Already he had poured out the wine. "Let me take it," he said curtly, took up the goblet and went with it to the window. He offered it to the stadtholder, who drank greedily. It was but a brief incident. Nicholas had remained beside the prince while the latter drank. Then he returned with the empty goblet in his hand to take his place once more beside his stolid and solid bride. "You were speaking of Pythagoras, sir," Gilda rejoined, as soon as Diogenes was once more seated beside her. "I never know which is which of the 2 dear souls. Is Pythagoras the lean one with the deep bass voice?" "No, he is the fat one with the round red nose," Diogenes replied gravely. "He was at Eid the night before last, and was seen there at the tavern of the Crow's Nest somewhere after midnight, imbibing copious draughts of hot spiced ale. After that, all traces of him have vanished, but he must have started to join me here, as this has been prearranged, and I fear me that he has lost his way on the Verflocht waste. I have sent Socrates, my lean comrade, he with the deep bass voice, together with a search party, to look for poor Pythagoras upon the Veluwe. They should be here, in truth, and—" But the next word died in his throat. He jumped to his feet. "The stadtholder," he exclaimed. "He hath fainted." End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Chapter 2.2 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Lelou. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 2.2 The Double Wedding. Part 4. Indeed, there was quite a commotion now in the window recess, where Prince Maurice had remained all this while by the open casement, inhaling the fresh, keen air. The English physician stood beside him, and Mynheer Berstein was gazing with anxious eyes on the master, to whom, in spite of all, he had remained so splendidly loyal. The dizziness had apparently come on quite suddenly, while the stadtholder was acknowledging the acclamations of the crowd, who had seen and cheered him. He tottered and would have fallen out but for the physician's supporting arm. Not many of the guests had noticed the incident. They were for the most part too much absorbed in their enjoyment of the feast to pay attention to what went on in the other parts of the room. But Diogenes had seen it, and was already over by the window, and Nicholas Berstein, too, had jumped to his feet. He looked wide-eyed and scared, even whilst the stolid Katya, flushed with good cheer, remained perfectly unconcerned, munching some sweetmeats which seemed to delight her palate. The stadtholder, however, had quickly recovered. The faintness passed off as suddenly as it came, but it left the illustrious guest more silent and moody than before. His face had become a yellowish pallor, and his eyes looked sunken as if consumed with fever. But he chose to return to his seat under the dais, and this time he called to Diogenes to give him the support of his arm. "'Twas scarce worth while, my friend?" he said bitterly, "to risk your precious life in order to save this precarious one. Had Stoutenburg's bomb done the assassin's work, it would only have anticipated events by less than 3 months." "Your Highness is overtired," Diogenes rejoined simply. "Complete rest in the midst of your friends would fight this insidious sickness far better than the wisest of physicians." "What do you mean?" the stadtholder immediately retorted, his keen hawk-like glance searching the soldier's smiling face. "Why should you say, 'in the midst of your friends'?" he went on huskily. "You don't mean—" "What, your Highness?" "I mean, you said it so strangely, as if—" "I, your Highness?" Diogenes queried, not a little surprised at the stadtholder's febrile agitation. "I myself have oft wondered." Maurice of Nassau paused abruptly, rested his elbows on the table, and for a moment the two remained quite still, his forehead buried in his hands. Gilda gazed upon him, wide-eyed and tearful. Even Katya ceased to munch. It seemed terrible to be so great a man, wielding such power, commanding such obedience, and to be reduced thus to a mere babbling sufferer, fearing phantoms and eagerly gleaning any words of comfort that might come from loyal lips. Diogenes had remained silent, too. His eyes, usually so full of light-heartedness and merriment, had a strange, searching glitter in them now. A minute or two later the prince had pulled himself together, tried to look unconcerned, and assumed a geniality which obviously he was far from feeling. But it was to Diogenes that he spoke once more. "Anyhow, I could not rest yet a while, my friend," he said with a sigh. "Whilst the Archduchess threatens Gelderland, the de Burgh is making ready to cross the Isle." "Your Highness's armies under your Highness's command," rejoined the soldier firmly, "can drive the Archduchess's hosts out of Gelderland and send Henri de Burgh back across the Isle. Maurice of Nassau is still the finest commander in Europe, even—" He paused, and the stadtholder broke in bitterly. "Even though he is a dying man, you mean?" "No." Here broke in Gilda with glowing fervor. "I swear that nothing was further from my lord's thoughts, sir," she added, and turned boldly to her lover. "You spoke with such confidence just now. A toast, I pray you, so that we may all join in expressions of loyalty to our guest and sovereign lord, the stadtholder." She poured out a goblet full of wine. Diogenes gave her a quick glance of approval. Then he picked up the goblet, stood upon his seat, and placed one foot on the table. "Long life to your Highness," he cried aloud. "May it please God to punish your enemies and to give victory unto your cause." Then, holding the goblet aloft, he called at the top of his voice, "Maurice of Nassau, and a cause of liberty." Everyone rose, and a rousing cheer went echoing round the room. It was heard and taken up lustily by the crowd outside, until the very walls of the ancient city echoed the loyal toast from the grim towers of the Koppelpoort to the Vrouwetorn of St. Maria Kirk. From gateway to gateway and rampart to rampart, and the bells of St. Joris and St. Maria took up the joyful call and sent peal after peal of bells resounding gleefully through the keen, wintry air. "Maurice of Nassau," rang the chimes, "Nassau and liberty!" Part 5. But after this manifestation of joy and enthusiasm, comparative silence fell upon the wedding assembly. None but those who had partaken over freely of Mynheer Berstein's good cheer could fail to see that the stadtholder felt ill, and only kept up a semblance of gaiety by a mighty effort of his iron will. Thereafter conversation became subdued. People talked in whispers. An atmosphere of constraint born of anxiety reigned there where light-hearted gaiety had a while ago held undisputed sway. The host himself did his best to revive the temper of his guests. Serving men and maids were ordered to go round more briskly with the wine. One or two of the younger men hazarded the traditional jokes which usually obtained at wedding feasts, but those who laughed did so shamefacedly. It seemed as if a vague terror held erstwhile chattering tongues in check. The stadtholder, leaning back against the cushions of his chair, spoke very little. His long, nervy fingers played incessantly with crumbs and pellets of bread. He looked impatient and ill at ease, like a man who wants to get away yet fears to offend his host. He kept Diogenes by his side this time, and Berstein was able to snatch a few last words with his daughter. Once she was married, her husband would take her to his home in England one day, and the thought of parting from the child he loved was weighing the father's spirits down. "'Tis the first time," he said sadly, "that you will pass out of my keeping. You were the precious heritage bequeathed to me by your dead mother. Now 'tis to a stranger that I am entrusting my priceless treasure." "A stranger, father," riposted Gilda quietly, "who hath proved himself worthy of the truth. And when we do go to England," she went on gaily, "there will only be a narrow strip of water between us, and that is easily crossed." Berstein gave a quickly smothered sigh. He looked across at the stranger to whom, as he said, he was about to hand over the most precious gift he possessed. Handsome he was, that erstwhile penniless soldier of fortune, handsome and brave, frank and loyal, and with that saving grace of light-hearted gaiety in him which had helped him through the past terrible crisis in his life, and brought him to the safe haven of a stately home in England and a wealthy father, eager to make amends for the wrongs committed long ago. But still a stranger for all that, a man who had seen more of the seamy side of the world, who had struggled more, suffered more, aye, perhaps sinned more, than those of his rank in life usually did at his age. Something of that rough-and-tumble life of the soldier of fortune without home or kindred, who sells his sword to the highest bidder, and knows no master save his own will, must have left its mark upon the temperament of the man. Despite the humorous twinkle in the eyes, the bantering curl on the lip, the man's face bore the impress of the devil-may-care existence that takes no heed of the morrow, and at times, when it was in repose, there was a strangely grim look in it of determination as well as of turbulent passions not always held in check. Berstein sighed with inward apprehension. His ordered mind, the mind of a Dutch middle-class burgher, precise and unemotional, could not quite fathom that of the Anglo-Saxon, the most romantic and the most calculating, the most impulsive and the most studied, the most sensuous and most self-repressed temperament that ever set the rest of the world wondering. He could see the reckless scapegrace, the thoughtless adventurer, fuming and fretting under the restraint put upon him by the cut-and-dried conventions attendant upon these wedding ceremonies. Could watch him literally writhing under the knowing looks and time-honored innuendos which custom deemed allowable on these occasions. His hands indeed must be itching to come in contact with the checks of mocking friends and smug relatives, all eager to give advice or to chaff the young bride until the hot blood rushed to her cheeks and tears of annoyance gathered in her eyes. The whole atmosphere of noise and drinking, aye, of good humour and complacency, did in truth grate upon Diogenes' nerves. He had not lied to Gilda, nor yet exaggerated his sentiments when he said that his sinews ached with longing to seize her and carry her away into solitude and quiet, where naught would come to disturb their love-dream, away upon his horse, her soft arms encircling his neck, her head resting on his shoulder, her dear face turned up to his gaze, with those heavenly eyes closed in rapture, the delicate mouth slightly parted, showing a vision of tiny teeth, a tear mayhap trembling on her lashes, a soft blush mantling on her cheek. Away across the ocean to that stately home in England, where in the spring the air was soft with the scent of violets and of fruit blossom, and where beside the river the reeds murmured a soft accompaniment to songs of passion and hymns of love, away from all save the shrine which he had set up for her in his heart, from all save the haven of his arms. To feel that, and be forced to sit and discuss plans for the undoing of the Spanish commander or for the relief of Arnheim, was, in fact, more than Diogenes' restive temperament could stand. His attention began to wander, his answers became evasive, so much so that after a while the stadtholder, eyeing him closely, remarked with the pale ghost of a smile, "'Tis no use fretting and fuming, my friend. Your English blood is too mutinous for this sober country and its multitude of stodgy conventions. One of these demands that your bride shall sit here till the last of the guests has departed, and only a few fussy and interfering old taunts are left to unrobe her and to commiserate with her over her future lot. A slave to a bullying husband, a handmaid to her exacting lord. Every middle-aged frump in the Netherlands has some story to tell that will bring tears to a young bride's eyes or a blush to her cheeks." "Please God," Diogenes ejaculated fervently, "Gilda will be spared that." "Impossible, you rogue," the stadtholder retorted, amused despite his moodiness by the soldier's fretful temper. "The conventions—" "Verflucht will be the conventions as far as we are concerned," Diogenes rejoined hotly. "And if your Highness would but help," he added impulsively. "I? What can I do?" "Give the signal for dispersal," Diogenes entreated, "and graciously promise to forgive me if, for the first time in my life, I act with disrespect towards your Highness." "But, man, how will that help you?" the stadtholder demurred. "I must get away from all this wearying bombast, this jabbering and scraping of all these puppy tricks," Diogenes exclaimed with comical fierceness. "I must get away ere my wife becomes a doll and a puppet, tossed into my arms by a lot of irresponsible monkeys. If I have to stay here much longer, your Highness," he added earnestly, "I vow that I shall flee from it all, leave an angel to weep for my abominable desertion of what I hold more priceless than all the world, and an outraged father to curse the day when so reckless an adventurer crossed his daughter's path. But stand this any longer I cannot," he concluded, and with a quick sweep of the arm he pointed to the chattering, guzzling crowd below. "And if your Highness will not help me—" "Who said I would not help you, you hot-headed rashling?" the stadtholder broke in composedly. "You know very well that I can refuse you nothing, not even the furtherance of one of your madcap schemes. And as for disrespect, why, as you say, in the midst of so much bowing and scraping, some of us are eager for disrespect, as an aging spinster for amorous overtures, by way of a change, you know." He spoke quite simply, and with an undercurrent of genuine sympathy in his tone, as a man towards his friend. Something of the old Maurice of Nassau seemed for the moment to have swept aside the arbitrary tyrant whom men had learned to hate as well as to obey. Diogenes' irascible mood melted suddenly in the sunshine of the stadtholder's indulgent smile. The mocking glance faded out of his eyes, and he said with unwonted earnestness, "No wonder that men have gone to death or to glory under your leadership." "Would you follow me again if I called?" the prince retorted. "Your Highness hath no need of me. The United Provinces are free. Her burghers are free men. 'Tis time to sheath the sword, and a man might be allowed, methinks, to dream of happiness." "Is your happiness bound up with the mad scheme for which you want my help?" "Ay, my dear lord," Diogenes replied, "and secure you in your gracious promise, I swear that naught can keep me from that scheme now, save mine own demise." "There are more arbitrary things than death, my friend," the stadtholder mused. "Possibly, your Highness," the soldier answered lightly, "but not for me tonight." Part 6. More than one chronicler of the time hath averred that Maurice of Nassau had in truth a soft corner in his heart for the man who had saved him from the bomb prepared by the Lord of Stoutenburg, and would yield to the Laughing Cavalier when others, less privileged, were made to feel the weight of his arbitrary temper. Be that as it may, he certainly on this occasion was as good as his word. Wearied with all the endless ceremonials, he was no doubt glad enough to take his departure, and anon he gave the signal for a general breaking up of the party by rising, and in a loud voice thanking Mynheer Berstein for his lavish hospitality. "And you will pardon this abrupt departure," he concluded with unwonted graciousness. "I would fain to get horse. By starting within the hour, I could reach Utrecht before dark." All the guests had risen too, and there was the usual hubbub and noise attendant with the dispersal of so large a party. The stadtholder stepped down from the dais. Mynheer Berstein and the English physician remained by his side, while the bridal party brought up the rear. Room was made for his Highness to walk down the room, the men standing bareheaded and the women curtsying as he passed. But he did not speak to anyone, only nodded perfunctorily to those whom he knew personally. Obviously he felt ill and tired, and his moodiness was, for the most part, commented on with sympathy. The brides and bridegrooms, on the other hand, had to withstand a veritable fusillade of banter, which Nicholas Berstein received sulkily, and the solid Katja with much complacence. Indeed, this bride was willing enough to be chaffed, had even the saucy reply handy when she was teased, and ogled by her friends slyly as she went by. But Gilda remained silent and demure. I don't think that she heard a word that was said. She literally seemed to glide across the floor like the veritable sprite her ardent lover had called her. Her tiny hand, white and slightly fluttering, rested on his arm, lost in the richly embroidered folds of his magnificent doublet. She was not fully conscious of her actions, moved along as in a dream, without the exertion of her will. She was wont to speak afterwards of this brief progress of hers through the crowded room, with the chattering throng of friends all around, as a walk through air. Nothing seemed to her to exist. There was no room, no crowd, no noise. She alone existed, and ethereally. Her lover was there, however, and she was fully conscious of his will. She knew that anon she would be a captive in his arms, to be dealt with by him as he liked, and this caused her to feel that fearful and yet holy content. He, Diogenes, on the other hand, was the picture of fretful impatience, squeezing his soft felt hat in his hand as if it were the throat of some deadly enemy. He never once looked at his bride. Probably if he had, he would have lost the last shred of self-control, would have seized her in his arms and carried her away then and there, regardless of the respect due to the stadtholder and to his host. But the trial, though severe to any ebullient temper, was not of long duration. Anon, the stadtholder was in the hall, booted once more and spurred, and surrounded by his equerries and by the bridal party. His bodyguard encumbered the hall, their steel bonnets and their short breastplates reflecting the wintry light which came, many-hued, through the tall stained-glass windows. In the rear, the wedding guests were crowding forward to catch a last glimpse of the stadtholder, and of the pageant of his departure. The great hall door had been thrown open, and through it, framed in the richness of the heavy oaken jambs, a picture appeared, gay, animated, brilliant, such as the small city had never seen before. There was the holiday throng, moving ceaselessly in an ever-flowing and glittering stream, the women in huge winged hoods and short kirtles, the men in fur bonnets and sleeved coats, were strolling up and down the quay. There were the inevitable musicians with pipes, viols, and sackbuts, pushing their way through the dense mass of people, with a retinue behind them of young people and old, and of children, all stepping it to the measure of the tune. There was the swarthy foreigner with his monkey, dressed out in gaily colored rags, and the hawker with his tray full of bright handkerchiefs, of glass beads, chains, and amulets, crying out his wares. It was, in fact, a holiday crowd, drawn thither by Mynheer Berstein's largesse. The shopkeepers with their wives, who had been induced to shut down shop for the afternoon as if some official function had been in progress. The apprentices getting in everybody's way, hilarious and full of mischief, trying to steal the hawkers' wares, or to play impish pranks on their employers. Servant maids and sober apothecaries, out at elbow scriveners and stolid rustics, together with the ragtag of soldiery, the paid mercenaries of Maurice of Nassau's army, in their showy doublets and plumed bonnets, elbowing their way through with the air of masters, and all this brilliant gathering was lit by a pale wintry sun, and with the sleepy waters of the Eam and the frowning towers of the Copelpoort, forming just the right natural-tinted background to the scene. "Make way there!" the prince's herald shouted, whilst another rang a fanfare upon the trumpet. "Make way for his high and mightiness, Maurice of Nassau, Prince of Orange, Stadtholder of the United Provinces of Holland, Friesland, Utrecht, Gelderland, Overijssel, and Groningen. Make way!" The equerries were bringing the prince's charger. The pikemen followed in gorgeous padded trunks and slashed hose. To the noise of the moving throng, the chatter and the laughter, the scraping of vials and piping of sackbuts, was now added the din of champing horses, rattle of bits and chains, the shouts of men who were bringing the horses along. The crowd receded, leaving an open space in front of the house, where mounted men assembled so quickly that they seemed as if they had risen out of the ground. The Stadtholder was taking final leave of his host, listening with what patience he could master to lengthy, loyal speeches from the most important guests, and from the other bride and bridegroom. He had, deliberately methinks, turned his back on Diogenes, who, strangely enough, was booted and spurred too, had his sword buckled to his belt, and carried a dark cloak on his arms, presenting not at all the picture of a bridegroom in holiday attire. And it all happened so quickly that neither the guests within, nor the soldiers, nor the crowd outside had time to realize it or take it in. No one understood, in fact, what was happening, save perhaps the Stadtholder, who guessed, and he engaged the sober fathers near him in earnest conversation. A mounted equerry, dressed in rough leather jerkin and leading another horse by the bridle, had taken up his stand in the forefront of the crowd. Now, at a signal unheard by all save him, he jumped out of the saddle and stood beside the stirrup leathers of the second charger. At the same instant Diogenes, with movements quick as lightning, had thrown the cloak which he was carrying round Gilda's shoulders, and before she could utter a scream or even a gasp, he had stooped and picked her up in his arms as if she were a weightless doll. Another second, and he was outside the door, at the top of the steps which led down to the quay. For an instant he stood there, his keen eyes sweeping over the picture before him. Like a young lion that hath been caged and now scents liberty once more, he inhaled the biting air. A superb figure with his head tossed back, eyes and lips laughing with the joy of deliverance, the inert figure of the girl lying in his arms. He felt her clinging more closely to him, and revelled in that intoxicating sense of power when the one woman yields who holds a world of happiness in her tiny hand. He felt the tightening of her hold, watched the look of contentment stealing over her face, saw her eyes close, her lips smile, and knew that they were ready for a kiss. Then he caught sight of his horse, and of the man in the leather jerkin. He signalled him to bring the horses near. The crowd understood his meaning, and set up a ringing cheer. Many things had been seen in Dutch cities before, but never so romantic an abduction as this. The bridegroom carried off his bride in the face of scandalized and protesting wedding guests. The Stadtholder was even seen to laugh. He could be seen in the background, reassuring the horrified guests and trying by kind words and pressure of the hand to appease Mynheer Berstein's agonized surprise. "I knew of his mad project, and I must say I approved," the prince whispered to the agitated father. "He is taking her to Rotterdam tonight. Let the child be, Mynheer. She is safe enough in his arms." Bernstein was one of those men who, throughout his life, had always known how to accept the inevitable. Perhaps in his heart he knew that the stadtholder was right. "Give them your blessing, mein Herr," Maurice of Nassau urged. "English gentleman or soldier of fortune, the man is a man and deserves it. Your daughter loves him. Let them be." Diogenes had encountered Bernstein's reproachful glance. He did not move from where he stood. Only his arms closed tighter still around Gilda's motionless form. It was an instinctive challenge to the father, almost a defiance. What he had he would hold, in spite of all. Bernstein hesitated for the mere fraction of a second longer. Then he, too, stepped out through the door and approached the man and his burden. He said nothing, but in the face of the crowd he stooped and pressed his lips against his daughter's forehead. Then Mynheer Bernstein murmured something which sounded like a blessing, and added solemnly, "May God's wrath descend upon you, my lord, if you ever cause her unhappiness." "Amen to that," responded Diogenes lightly. "She and I, Mynheer, will dream together for a while in England, but I'll bring her back to you when our orchards are gay with apple blossom and there is a taste of summer in the air." He bowed his head to receive the father's blessing. The crowd cheered again. Sackbuts and viols set up a lively tune. At every window of the house along the quay, eager faces were peering out, gazing on the moving spectacle. In the doorway of Mynheer Bernstein's house the stadtholder remained to watch. For the moment he seemed better and brighter, more like his former self. The rest of the bridal party was still in the hall, but the wedding guests had gone back into the banqueting room, whence they could see through the open windows what was going on. Part 7. Then it was suddenly that a curious spectacle presented itself to view. It was, in truth, so curious an one that those of the crowd who were in the rear withdrew their consideration from the romantic scene before them in order to concentrate on it, those two strange-looking cavaliers who had just emerged from under the colpoport and were slowly forging their way through the throng. It was the ringing shout, reiterated twice in succession by one of these cavaliers, that had at first arrested the attention of the crowd, and had even caused Diogenes to pause in the very act of starting for his sentimental adventure. To him the voice that uttered such peremptory clamour was familiar enough, but what in St. Bavon's name did it all mean? "Hola, you verdammt plepshurk!" came for the third time from the strange cavalier. "Make way there! We are for the house of Mynheer Bernstein, where we are bidden as his guests." A loud burst of hilarity greeted this announcement, and a mocking voice retorted lustily, "Hey, make way for the honored guests of Mynheer Bernstein." In truth, it was small wonder that the aspect of these two cavaliers caused such wild jollity amongst the people, who at this precise moment were over-ready for laughter. One of them, as lean as a gate-post, sat high on his horse with long shanks covered in high leathern boots. A tall sugar-loaf hat sat precariously upon his head, and his hatchet face, with the hooked prominent nose and sharp unshaven chin, looked blue with the cold. Behind him on a pillion rode, or rather clung, his companion, a short man as rotund as the other was lean, with round face which no doubt had once been of a healthy ruddy tint, but was now streaked and blotched with pallor. He, too, wore a sugar-loaf hat, but it had slid down the back of his head, and was held in place by a piece of black tape, which he had in his mouth like a horse has its bit. He was holding on very tightly with his short, fat arms to his companion's body, and his feet were tied together with thick cord underneath the horse's belly. His doublet and hose were smeared with mud and stained with blood, and altogether he presented a pitiable spectacle, more especially when he rolled his small beady eyes and looked with a scared expression at the hilarious apprentices who were dancing and screaming around him. But the other appeared quite indifferent to the jeers and mockeries of the crowd. He passed majestically through the gateway of the colpoport that spans the river, not unlike the figure of that legendary knight of the rueful countenance of whom the Signor Cervantes had been writing of late. Diogenes had remained on the top of the steps, perfectly still. His keen eyes, frowning now under the straight, square brow, Watch the slow progress of these two quaint figures. Who will ever attempt to explain the subtle workings of that mysterious force which men term intuition? Whence does it come? Where does it dwell? How doth it come knocking at a man's heart with cold, hard knuckles that bruise and freeze? Diogenes felt that sudden call. Gilda was still lying snugly in his arms. She had seen nothing. But he had become suspicious now, mistrustful of that fate which had but a moment ago smiled so encouragingly upon him. All his exhilaration fell away from him like a discarded mantle, leaving him chilled to the soul and inert, and with the premonition of something evil looming from afar on the horizon of his destiny. The two quaint companions came nearer. Soon Diogenes could read every line upon the familiar countenances. He and those men had fought side by side, shoulder to shoulder, had bled together, suffered together, starved and triumphed together. There was but little the one thought that the others could not know. Even now, on Socrates' lean, lantern-jawed face, Diogenes could read plainly the message of some tragedy as yet uncomprehended by the other, but which Pythagoras' sorry plight had more than suggested. It was a deeper thing than intuition. It was knowledge that the hour of happiness had gone by, the hour of security and of repose, and that the relentless finger of fate pointed once more to paths beset with sorrow and with thorns, to the path of an adventurer and of a soldier of fortune, rather than to an easy existence of a wealthy gentleman. As Socrates swung himself wearily out of the saddle, Diogenes' piercing glance darted a mute, quick query towards his friend. The other replied by a mere nod of the head. They knew. They understood one another. Put into plain language, question and answer might have been put thus: "Are we to go on the warpath again, old compere?" "So it seems. There's fighting to be done. Will you be in it too?" And Diogenes gave that quick, impatient sigh which was so characteristic of him, and very slowly, very gently, as if she were a sheaf of flowers, he allowed his beloved to glide out of his arms. End of chapter 2.2, part 7. Chapter 3.1 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. The Great Interruption, Part 1. The next moment Diogenes was down at the quay, in time to help Socrates lift his brother philosopher off the pillion. Gilda, a little scared at first, not understanding, looked wonderingly around her, blinking in the glare, until she encountered her father's troubled glance. "What is it?" she murmured, half-stupidly. He tried to explain, pointed to the group down below, the funny fat man in obvious pain and distress, being lifted off the horse and received in those same strong arms which had sheltered her, Gilda, but a moment ago. The stadtholder, too, was curious, asked many questions, and had to be waited on deferentially with replies and explanations which were still of necessity very vague. "Attend to His Highness, father," Gilda said more firmly. "I can look after myself now." She felt a little strange, a little humiliated perhaps, standing here alone, as if abandoned by the very man who but a moment ago had seemed ready to defy every convention for her sake. Just now she had been the center of attraction, the pivot round which revolved excitement, curiosity, interest. Even the stadtholder had, for the space of those few minutes, forgotten his cares and his responsibilities in order to think of her, and to plead with her father for her freedom and her happiness. Now she was all alone, seemed so for the moment, while her father and Mynheer Van de Poel and the older men crowded round His Highness, and everyone had their eyes fixed on the curious spectacle down below. But that sense of isolation and of disappointment was only transient. Gilda Berstein had recently gone through experiences far more bitter than this, experiences that had taught her to think and act quickly on her own initiative. She saw her lover remounting the steps now. He was carrying his friend in his arms as if the latter had been a child, the other compere following ruefully. The rowdy prentices had been silenced. 2 or 3 kindly pairs of hands had proved ready to assist and to care for the horse, which looked spent. The holiday crowd was silent and sympathetic. Everyone felt that in this sudden interruption of the gay and romantic adventure there lurked something mysterious which might very well prove to be a tragedy. It was Gilda who led the way into the house, calling Maria to open the guest chamber forthwith, one where the bed was spread with freshly aired linen. The English physician, at a word from the stadtholder, was ready to minister to the sick man, and Mynheer Bernstein himself showed the young soldier and his burden up the stairs, while the crowd of wedding guests and the prince's bodyguard made way for them to pass through the hall. What had been such a merry and excited throng earlier in the day was now more than ever subdued. The happenings in the house of Mynheer Bernstein, which should have been at this hour solely centered around the stadtholder and the wedding party, were strange enough indeed to call forth whispered comments and subdued murmurings in secluded corners. To begin with, the stadtholder had put off his departure for an hour and more, and this apparently at the instance of Diogenes, who had begged for the assistance of the prince's English physician to minister to his friend. People marvelled why the town leech should not have been called in. Why should a strange plepshurk's sickness interfere with his highness's movements? Also, the stadtholder appeared agitated and fretful since Diogenes had had a word with him. Maurice of Nassau, acquiescing with unwonted readiness, both in his physician remaining to look after the sick man and the postponement of his own departure, had since retired to a small private room on the floor above, in the company of Mynheer Bernstein and several of the more important guests. The others were left to conjecture and to gossip, which they did freely, whilst Gilda was no longer to be seen, and the worthy Katja was left pouting and desolate beside her morose bridegroom. Nicholas Bernstein, indeed, appeared to be more moody than anyone, although the interruption could not in itself have interfered with his new domestic arrangements. At first he thought of following his father and the stadtholder into the private chamber upstairs, but to this Mynheer Bernstein had demurred. "Your place, my son," he said, with a gentle mocking smile, "is beside your Katja. His Highness will understand." And when Nicholas, trying to assist, followed his father up the stairs to the very threshold of the council room, Mynheer quietly, firmly, and unceremoniously closed the door in his face. Part 2. Up in the guest chamber, Diogenes was watching over his sick friend. The first moment that he was alone with his 2 compeers, he had turned to Socrates and queried anxiously, "What is it? What hath happened?" "He'll tell you when he can speak," the other replied. "We found him lying in the snow outside Langsoren, with 2 bullet wounds in his back, after we had searched the whole Vervlocht Veluwe for him all day. We took him into Langsoren, where there was a leech who extracted the 1 bullet that had lodged under his shoulder blade. The other had only passed through the flesh along his ribs, where it made a clean hole, but could not otherwise be found." "Well, yes, and?" Diogenes went on impatiently, for the other was somewhat slow of speech. "The leech," Socrates rejoined unperturbed, "said that the patient must lie still for a few days because of the fever. But what must this fool do but shout and rave the moment he is conscious that he must to Amersfoort to see you at once? And so loudly did he shout and so wildly did he rave that the leech himself got scared and ran away. Whereupon I set the bladder-bellied loon upon the pillion behind me, and brought him hither, thinking the ride would do him less harm than all that wild screeching and waving of arms. And here we are." Socrates concluded blandly, and threw himself into the nearest chair, for he, too, apparently was exhausted with the fatigue of his perilous journey across the waste. Just then the leech returned, and nothing more could be said. The sick man groaned a good deal under the physician's hands, and Socrates presently dropped off to sleep. The noise in the streets below had somewhat abated, but there was still the monotonous hubbub attendant on a huge crowd on the move. Diogenes went to the window and gazed out upon the throng. Even now the wintry sun was sinking slowly into the west in a haze of purple and rose, licking the towers of St. Maria and Eurus with glistening tongues of fire, and tinting the snow-covered roofs and gables with a rosy hue. The sluggish waters of the Eam appeared like liquid flame. For a few minutes the copal port, the bridges, the bastions, the helmets and breastplates of the prince's guard threw back 1,000 rays of multicolored lights. For a brief instant the earth glowed and blushed under this last kiss of her setting lord. Then all became sombre and dreary, as if a veil had been drawn over the light that illuminated the little city, leaving but the grave shadows visible, and the sadness of the evening, and the expectance of a long winter's night. Diogenes gave a moody sigh. His fiery temper chafed under this delay. Not for a moment would he have thought of leaving his sick comrade until he had been reassured as to his fate. But if everything had happened as he planned and wished, he would be halfway to Utrecht by now, galloping down the lonely roads with a delicious burden upon his saddle-bow, and feeling the cold wintry wind whistling past his ears as he put the leagues behind him. He turned away from the window and tiptoed out of the room. The groans of the sick man, the measured movements of the leech, the snoring of Socrates were grating on his nerves. Closing the door softly behind him, he strode down the gallery which ran in front of him along the entire width of the house. Up and down once or twice. The movement did him good, and he liked the solitude. The house was still full of a chattering throng. He could hear the murmur of conversation rising from below. Once he peeped over the carved balustrade of the gallery and down into the hall. The prince's bodyguard was still there, and 2 or 3 equerries. The clank of their spurs resounded up the stairs as they moved about on the flag-covered floor. Part 3. When Diogenes resumed his pacing up and down, he suddenly became aware of the soft and distant sound of a woman's voice, singing to the accompaniment of a quaint-toned virginal. He paused and listened. The voice was Gilda's, and the sentimental ditty which she was singing had just that melancholy strain in it which is to be found in the songs of all nations that are foredoomed to suffer and to fight. Chiding himself for a fool, Diogenes nevertheless felt for a moment or two quite unable to move. It seemed as if Gilda's song, he could not catch the words, was tearing at his heart, even whilst it reduced him to a state of silent ecstasy. Much against his will he felt the hot tears welling up in his eyes. With his wonted impatience he swept them away with the back of his hand. "Curse me for being a snivelling blockhead," he muttered, and strode resolutely in the direction whence had come the sweet, sad sound. Then it was that he noticed that one of the doors which gave on the gallery was ajar. It was through this that the intoxicating sound had come to his ears. After an instant's hesitation, he pushed the door open. It gave on a small panelled room with a deep embrasured window, through which a grey evening light came in, shyly peeping. On the window ledge a couple of pots of early tulips flaunted their crude colours against the neutral-tinted background, whilst on the shelves in a corner of the room gleamed the vivid blue bright-patterned china plates. But the flowers and the china and the grey evening light were but momentary impressions, which did not fix themselves upon the man's consciousness. All that he retained clearly was the vision of Gilda, sitting at the instrument, her delicate hands resting on the keys. She had ceased to play, and was looking straight out before her, and Diogenes could see her piquant profile silhouetted against the pale silvery light. She had changed her stiff bridal robes for a plain gown of dark-coloured worsted, relieved only by the dainty cuffs and collar of filmy Flemish lace. At the sound of her husband's footsteps, she turned to look on him, and her whole face became wreathed in smiles. He was still booted and spurred, ready for the journey, with his long, heavy sword buckled to his belt, but he had put his hat and mantle aside. The moment he came in, Gilda put a finger to her lips. "Shh," she whispered. If you make no noise, they'll not know you are here." She pointed across the room to where a heavy tapestry apparently masked another door. "The stadtholder is in there," she added naively, "with Father and Mynheer van de Poel, and a number of other grave seigneurs. Katja is weeping and complaining somewhere down in Mejuffrouw van de Poel's arms. So I sat down to the virginal and left the door open, so that you might hear me sing, for if you heard, I thought you would surely come in. I was lonely," she added simply, "and waiting for you." Quite enough in truth to make a man who is dizzy with love 10,000 times more dizzy still. And Diogenes was desperately in love, more so indeed than he had ever thought himself capable of being. He quietly unbuckled his sword, which clanged against the floor when he moved, and deposited it cautiously and noiselessly in an angle of the room. Then he tiptoed across to the virginal and knelt beside his beloved. For a moment or two he rested his head against her cool white hands. "To think," he murmured with a sigh of infinite longing, "that we might be halfway to Rotterdam by now, but I could not leave my old Pythagoras till I knew that he was in no danger." "What saith the physician, my lord?" she asked. "I am waiting now for his final verdict, but he gives me every hope. In an hour I shall know." He paused, trying to read the varying play of emotions upon her face. From the other side of the tapestry came the low sound of subdued murmurings. "It would not be too late," he went on, slightly hesitating, taking her hands in his and forcing her glance to meet his. "You knew I meant to take you to England, to carry you away tonight." She nodded. "Yes, I knew," she replied, "and I was glad to go." "Will you be afraid to come presently?" he urged, his voice quivering with excitement. "In the dark. I know the road well. We could make Rotterdam by midnight and set sail for England tomorrow as I had prearranged." "Just as you wish, my dear lord," she assented simply. "I could not wait, Madonna. I had planned it all, to ride with you to Rotterdam tonight, and then tomorrow on the seas with you, and England in sight. I could not wait," he reiterated, almost pathetically, so great was his impatience. "I am ready to start when you will, my lord," she said again with a smile. "And you'll not be afraid?" he insisted. "It will be dark and cold. We could not reach Rotterdam before midnight." "How should I be afraid of the darkness or anything," she retorted, "when I am with you? And how should I be cold when I am nestling in your arms?" He had his arms around her in an instant. He would have kissed her if he dared, but with the first kiss all restraint would of a surety have vanished, as doth the snow in the warm embrace of the sun. He would have seized her then and there once more and carried her away, and this time no consideration on earth would have stayed him. With a muttered exclamation he jumped to his feet and passed his slender hand across his forehead. "Good St. Bavon," he murmured whimsically, "why are you so unkind to me tonight?" And she, a little disappointed because, in truth, she had been ready for the kiss, rejoined with a quaint little pout. "You are always appealing to St. Bavon, my dear lord. Why is that?" "Because," he replied very seriously, "St. Bavon is the patron saint of all men that are weak." She fixed great, wondering eyes on him. The reply was ambiguous. She did not quite understand the drift of it. "But you, my lord, are so strong," she objected. It was perhaps too dark for her to see the expression in his face, but even so she felt herself unaccountably blushing under that gaze which she could not clearly see. Whereupon he uttered an ejaculation which sounded almost as if he were angered, and abruptly, without any warning, he turned on his heel and went out of the room, leaving Gilda alone once more beside the virginal. But she no longer felt the desire to sing. The happiness which filled her entire soul was too complete even for song. End of chapter 3.1. Chapter 3.2 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Lelou. Part 4. One of the equerries had a while ago found his way to the guest chamber where the sick man was lying, and had informed Diogenes that the stadtholder was now ready to start on his way, but desired his presence that he might take his leave. Then it was that Diogenes sent an urgent message to his Highness, entreating him to remain but a little while longer. The sick man was better, would soon wake out of a refreshing sleep. Diogenes would then question him. Poor old Pythagoras had something to say, something that the stadtholder himself must hear. Of this Diogenes was absolutely convinced. "I know it," the young soldier asserted earnestly. "I seem to feel it in my bones." Whereupon the stadtholder had decided to wait, and Diogenes, after his brief glimpse of Gilda, felt easier in his mind, less impatient. Already he chided himself for his gloomy forebodings. Since his beloved was ready to entrust herself to him, the journey to England would only be put off by a few hours. What need to repine? Joy would be none the less sweet for this brief delay. A quarter of an hour later, Pythagoras was awake, the physician out of the room, and Diogenes was sitting on the edge of the bed, holding his faithful comrade's hand, and trying to disentangle some measure of coherence out of the other's tangled narrative, whilst Socrates stood by making an occasional comment or just giving an expressive grunt from time to time. It took both time and patience, neither of which commodities did Diogenes possess in superabundance. But after the first few moments of listening to the rambling of the sick man, he became very still and attentive. The busy house, the noisy guests, the waiting stadtholder down below, all slipped out from his ken. Holding his comrade's hand, he was with him on the snow-clad Veluwe, and had found his way with him into the lonely mill. "It was the Lord Stoutenburg," Pythagoras averred, with as much strength as he could command. "I'd stake my life on it. I knew him at once. How could I ever forget his ugly countenance, after all he made you suffer?" "Well, and?" queried Diogenes eagerly. "I knew the other man, too, but could not be sure of his name. He was one of those who was with Stoutenburg that day at Ryswick, when you so cleverly put a spoke in their abominable wheel. I knew them both, I tell you." The sick man insisted feverishly. "But I had the good sense not to betray what I knew." "But Stoutenburg did not know you," Diogenes insisted. "Yes, he did," replied the other, sagely nodding his head. "That is why he ordered his menial to put a bullet into my back. The two noble gentlemen questioned me first," he went on more coherently. "Then they plied me with wine. They wanted to make me drunk so as to murder me at their leisure." "They little knew thee, thou bottomless barrel?" Diogenes broke in with a laugh. "The cask hath not been fashioned yet that would contain enough liquor even to quench thy thirst, what?" "They plied me with wine," Pythagoras reiterated gravely, "and I pretended to get very drunk, for I soon remarked that the more drunk they thought I was, the more freely they talked." "Well, and what did they say?" "They talked of de Burgh crossing the Isle, with 10,000 men between Doesburg and Bronkhorst, and of Eisenberg coming up from Cleve at the same time. I make no doubt that they designed to seize Arnheim and Nijmegen. They talked a deal about Arnheim, which they thought was scantily garrisoned, and could easily be taken by surprise and made to surrender. Having got these two cities, the plan is to march across the Veluwe and offer battle to the stadtholder with a force vastly superior to his, if in the meanwhile—" He paused. It seemed as if his voice, hoarse with fatigue, was refusing him service. Diogenes reached for the potion which stood on a small table beside the bed. The sick man made a wry face. "Physic?" he ejaculated reproachfully. "From you, old compere? Times were when—" "There will be another time now," retorted the other gruffly, "when you'll sink back into a raging fever and will be babbling bibulous nonsense if you don't do as you are told." "I'll sink into a raging fever now," the sick man retorted fretfully, "if I have not something potable to drink ere long." "You'll drink this physic now, old compere," Diogenes insisted, and held the mug to his friend's parched lips, forcing him to drink. "Then I'll see what can be done for you later on." He schooled himself to patience and gentleness. At all costs, Pythagoras must complete his narrative. There was just something more he wished to say, apparently. Something fateful and of deadly import, but which for some obscure reason he found difficult to put into words. "Now then, old friend, make an effort," Diogenes urged insistently. "There is something on your mind. What is it?" Pythagoras's round, beady eyes were rolling in their sockets. He looked scared, like one who has gazed on what is preternatural and weird. "Stoutenburg has a project," he resumed after a while, and sank his spent voice into the merest whisper. "Listen, my compere, for the very walls have ears. Bend yours to me. There, that's better," he added as Diogenes bent his long back until his ear was almost on a level with the sick man's lips. "Stoutenburg has a project, I tell you. A damnable project, akin to the one which you caused to abort 3 months ago." "Assassination?" Diogenes queried curtly. The sick man nodded. "Do you know the details?" "Alas, no, but it is aimed at the stadtholder. What form it is to take, I know not, and they have evidently talked it all over before. It seems almost as if the other man, Stoutenburg's friend, was horrified at the project. He tried to argue once or twice, and once I heard him say quite distinctly, 'Not that Stoutenburg. Let us fight him, like men, even kill him, like men kill one another, but not like that.' But my Lord Stoutenburg only laughed." Diogenes was silent. He was deep in thought. "You had no indication?" he asked reflectively. "No," Pythagoras replied. "All I saw was that my lord kept the finger and thumb of his right hand in a hidden pocket of his doublet, and once he said, 'The Prince of Poets taught me to manufacture them, and I supply them to him, you know of, whenever he can find an opportunity to come out here to me. He uses them at his discretion, but we can judge by the results.' And then he laughed because his friend appeared to shudder. I was puzzled," the sick man went on wearily, "because of it all, and I marveled who the Prince of Poets might be, for I am no scholar, and I thought that perhaps—" "You are quite sure that Stoutenburg said Prince of Poets?" Diogenes insisted, frowning. "Your ears must have been buzzing by then." "I am quite sure," Pythagoras asserted, "but I could not see what he had in his hand." Diogenes said nothing more, and silence fell upon the stately chamber, the sombre panelling and heavy tapestries of which effectually deadened every sound that came from the outside. Only the monumental clock up against the wall ticked in a loud monotone. The sick man, wearied with so much talking, fell back against the pillows. The shades of evening were quickly gathering in now. The corners of the room were indistinguishable in the gloom. Only the bedclothes still gleamed white in the uncertain light. From the distant tower of St. Maria Kirk, a bell chimed the hour of 7. A few minutes went by. Anon there was a scratching at the door. In response to Diogenes' loud "Enter," the physician came in, preceded by a serving man carrying 2 lighted candles in massive silver sconces. "His Highness cannot wait any longer," the physician said, as soon as he had perceived Diogenes, still sitting pensive on the edge of the bed. "And as I have no anxiety about the patient now, I will, by your leave, place him in your hands." Diogenes appeared to wake as if out of a dream. He rose and looked about him somewhat vaguely. The physician thought he must have been asleep. "Will you pay your respects to His Highness?" the latter said. "I think he desires to see you." Just for a minute Diogenes remained quite still. The physician had approached the sick man and was surveying him with critical but obviously reassured attention. Socrates was again snoring somewhere in a far corner of the room, and the serving man, having placed the candles on the table, stood waiting at the door. "Yes, I'll to His Highness," Diogenes said abruptly, and beckoning to the serving man to precede him, he strode out of the room. Outside on the landing he paused. Then, with a characteristic, impulsive gesture, he suddenly beat his forehead with the palm of his hand. "The Prince of Poets, of course," he murmured under his breath. "Francis Borgia, the true descendant of his infamous ancestors. Poison, and a slow one at that. Oh, the miserable assassins! Please God, this knowledge hath not come too late," he added with earnest fervor. Part 5. A quarter of an hour later the stadtholder was in the possession of all the facts as they had been revealed to Diogenes by his comrade in arms. "I seem fated," he said to Diogenes kindly, yet not without a measure of bitterness, to owe my safety to you and your brother philosophers." He was discussing de Burgh's surprise plans on Arnheim and Nijmegen, of that abominable crime hatched with the chance aid of a poison-mongering Borgia. Diogenes had not as yet spoken one word. Accustomed to swift decisions and prompt action, he had already made up his mind that he would speak of it first to the English physician, whose business it would be to see to it that the insidious poison no longer reached the prince's lips, at the same time enjoining the strictest secrecy in the matter, for it would only be by rigid circumspection and ceaseless watching that the assassin's accomplice could be brought to justice. Mynheer Berstein and some of his older friends were in the room with His Highness. They all put their grave heads together, for there was no doubt that the Archduchess's advisers had planned an invasion of the United Provinces on a grand scale.
"Arnheim is insufficiently defended. Of that there's no doubt," the stadtholder said. "It was my intention to reinforce all the frontier cities and to keep their garrisons up to the requisite numbers. If I only had the strength."
He paused. The feeling of physical weakness consequent on disease caused him endless and acute bitterness. "It is not too late to send troops to Arnheim and Nijmegen," Diogenes broke in his usual abrupt manner. 3,000 in one city, 4,000 in the other would be sufficient, if your Highness can act quickly.
"I cannot detach 7,000 or 8,000 troops from my forces at the present moment,"
the prince rejoined.
"If Spinola were to attack from the south, I am only just strong enough to defend myself as it is."
"Marquette is in Overijssel, I believe," urged the soldier. "He hath 3,000 or 4,000 troops. Let him push on to Arnheim to reinforce the garrison."
"And the Kaiser is at Wageningen,"
the prince broke in, fired despite himself by the other's enthusiasm.
"He hath 3,000 mercenaries from Switzerland and Germany."
"Excellent fighters and well seasoned," Diogenes asserted, "and trained under Maurice of Nassau, the first captain of this or any epoch."
"Aye,"
sighed Maurice wearily,
"but time is against us. Marquette is at Woerden."
"But Arnheim and Nijmegen can hold out for a while," Diogenes argued forcefully. "And would hold out to the last man," Mynheer Berstein added, "if they knew that succor would come in due course. 'Tis only uncertainty that paralyzes the endurance of a garrison," Diogenes went on with firm emphasis. "Send to Arnheim and Nijmegen, your Highness. Bid them hold out against any attack until you come with 10,000 troops to their aid. In the meanwhile, send orders to Marquette and to the Kaiser to advance forthwith with reinforcements for these two garrisons. Then raise your standard once more in Friesland, Drenthe, and Groningen. I'll warrant you will have 20,000 men there ready to fight once more for liberty and for you." His sonorous voice rang clear and metallic in the small panelled room. His enthusiasm appeared almost like a living thing, a tangible force that touched the hearts and minds of all the solemn burghers here, causing their eyes to glow and their fists, not yet wholly unskilled in the use of the sword, to clench with inward excitement. The stadtholder looked up at him with undisguised admiration.
"Is it the English blood in you, man," he said with a smile, "that makes you valorous in war and wise in council?"
Diogenes shrugged his broad shoulders. "I fought for your Highness before now," he rejoined with a quaint self-deprecating laugh, "when I had nothing to lose save my skin, and still less to gain. The English blood in me dearly loves a fight, and all doth hate the Spaniard and all his tyrannies."
"Then I can reckon on you,"
the prince riposted quickly. "On me, your Highness?" the other exclaimed.
"On you, of course. With your mother's blood in your veins, the United Provinces have a double claim on you. You have fought for us before, as you say. Unknown to us, then, an obscure soldier of fortune, with nothing to lose and but little to gain. Join us now, man, in the field and under the council tent. Get to horse tonight. You will find Marquette at Woerden, on his way south from Overijssel. Tell him to push on at once to Arnheim with all his troops he hath at his command. From thence I would bid you to go straight away to the Kaiser, who is at Wageningen, and order him to reinforce Nijmegen forthwith with 3,000 men if we have them. Tell both Marquette and de Keyser to fight and to hold the towns. I'll to their aid as soon as may be. Then, man, join my brother Frederick, and help him to raise my standard in Gelderland and in Overijssel, and rally 10,000 men to our cause. I feel that success will attend our arms if we keep you by our side."
Maurice of Nassau had spoken with more vigor and verve than he had shown for the past 3 months. Indeed, his deeply anxious friends could not help but feel that the old fighting spirit of this peerless commander had not wholly been undermined by disease. 5 pairs of eager eyes had scanned his features while he spoke. 5 hearts beat in response to his enthusiasm. Now, when he had finished speaking, Mynheer Berstein and the others turned their expectant gaze upon the stranger who had been so signally honored, but he looked uncertain, gravely perturbed. In the flickering light of the wax candles his face appeared haggard and drawn, and a set line had crept around his ever-laughing lips.
"You seem to hesitate, my friend,"
the stadtholder remarked, with that tone of bitterness which had become habitual to him.
"Methought you said the English blood in you dearly loved to fight, but, in truth, I had forgotten. You have other claims upon you now, one at least which is paramount. An easy, untroubled life awaits you. No wonder you hesitate to embark on so perilous an adventure."
Then, as if loath to give up the thought that was foremost in his mind, he added with persuasive insistence,
"If you followed me, you'd have everything to gain, nothing to lose save a sentimental pastime."
Just then Diogenes caught Mynheer Berstein's eyes fixed steadily upon him. The old man, who knew well enough what was going on in that wayward, turbulent mind, the doubts, the fears, the hideous, horrible disappointment, nothing to lose, ye gods, at the hour when a whole life's happiness not only beckoned insistently, but was actually there to hand like a bunch of ripe and luscious fruit, ready to drop into the yearning hand. Here was the end of a vagabond life. Here was love and home and peace, and all to be given up as soon as found to the equally insistent call of honor and duty. The others did not speak. Perhaps they, too, understood. Men in those days were used to stern sacrifices. They and their forebears had given up their all so that their children's children might live in freedom and security. They only marveled if this stranger, with the combative English blood in him, would give up what was so infinitely dear to him, the exquisite wife to whom he had plighted his troth but a few hours ago, and if he would fight for them again as he had done in the past. The stadtholder remained moody and silent, and the close atmosphere of the heavily curtained room seemed to become suddenly still, hushed as if expectant of the grave decision to come. The wax candles burned quite steadily, with just a tiny fillet of smoke rising up towards the low-rafted ceiling, almost like the incense of a silent prayer rising unwaveringly to God. To many the silence appeared absolute, but not to the man who stood in the midst of them all beside the table littered with papers and documents. His slender hand, the hand of an idealist, rendered firm and hard by action, resting lightly upon the board. A tense look in his eyes. Through the silence he could hear his beloved in the little room behind the heavy tapestry. He could hear the soft, insidious sound of the quaint-toned virginal, and her voice, tender and melancholy, as the call of the bird to its mate, humming the sweet refrain gently under her breath. With every note she seemed to tear at his heart with an unendurable regret for what might have been. Oh, it had been such a perfect dream, Gilda and that stately home over in England, and the ride through the night in pursuit of happiness, which had proved as elusive as Fata Morgana, as unreal as the phantoms born in the mind of a rhapsodist. Then the silence did indeed become absolute. Even to him, Gilda had ceased her song. Only his straining ears caught the sound of her footsteps as she rose from the virginal, then moved swiftly about the room.
"Well,"
the stadtholder reiterated after a while,
"which is it to be, my friend? I start for Utrecht within the hour, and if we are to save Arnhem and Nijmegen, you should be on your way to Vorden with the necessary moneys and my written orders tonight. Of course I cannot compel you," he added simply. "The decision rests with you, and if you—" The words died on his lips,
and in an instant all eyes were turned on that end of the room where a heavy portiere divided it from the room beyond. A faint rustling sound had come from there, then the grating of metal rings upon the cornice pole that held the tapestry. The next moment Gilda appeared in the doorway, shadowy, wraith-like in her sombre gown that melted into the gloom. Just her small white face and delicate hands stood out against the murky background, and the gossamer lace at her throat and wrists. For a moment she stood there, one hand still holding back the heavy portiere, quite still, taking in the company at a glance. A sigh of longing and of renunciation came from an overburdened heart, and was wafted up to the foot of Him who knows all and understands all. Then Gilda allowed the tapestry to fall together behind her, and she came quickly forward. In the other hand she was holding, firmly clasped, her husband's heavy sword. She came close to him, and then said simply, with an ingenuous smile, "I thought you might wonder where you had left it. It was in the other room. You will be wanting it, my dear lord, if you start for Vorden within the hour." With deft fingers she buckled the sword to his belt. This, in truth, was her decision, and she acted with scarce a moment's hesitation, even whilst he marvelled at how he could set to work to break her heart by leaving her this night. Now, when their glances met, they understood one another. The power that lay within their souls had met and, as it were, clasped hands. They accepted one another's sacrifice. Hers, mayhap, was the more complete of the two, because for her his absence would mean weary waiting, the dull heartache so terrible to bear. For the man, the wrench would be eased by action, danger, and hard fighting. For her there would be nothing to do but wait, but she acquiesced. No one had seen the struggle which it had cost her, over there in the little room, all alone with only the dumb virginal and the dying light to see the tears of rebellion and of agony which for one brief moment, for her an eternity, had seared her eyes. By the time the full meaning of what she had overheard from the other side of the portiere had entered into her brain, she had recovered full outward calm, and had brought him his sword in token of her resolve. Gilda Berstein came of a race that had learned to fight even from its infancy. She had handled her father's sword at an age when little maids are content with playthings. Now, when she made the buckles of her husband's sword secure, she met his glance with perfect serenity and said simply and calmly, "You will find me, as before, in the other room. I will be waiting there to bid you farewell." Then she glided out of the room, wraith-like, ethereal as she had come. And Diogenes woke as if out of a trance. The stadtholder jumped to his feet. "Then you are with us," he exclaimed. "If your highness hath need of me," the soldier replied. "Have I not said so?" the prince retorted. "Henceforth, Sir Percy Blakeney, for that is your name, is it not? Accompanies us as our master of the camp wherever we go." "Nay," the other replied quite firmly, and without even a sigh of regret this time. "My name is Diogenes, as it hath always been. It is the nameless and homeless adventurer, and the son of a poor Dutch tramp, who once again places his sword at your highness's disposal. Sir Percy Blakeney was only a myth, a shade that has already been exorcised by the magic of your highness's call, in the name of our faith and of liberty." "Frankly, man," the stadtholder retorted with a smile, "I could not picture you in the character of a placid and luxurious country gentleman watching with ruffled complacence the life and death struggles of your friends." "I should have waxed obese, your highness," Diogenes assented whimsically, "and the horror of it would have sent me to my grave." "Then, you inveterate mocker, are you ready to start?" "Booted and spurred, your highness, and a sword on my hip," replied the other lightly, "and my horse hath been waiting for me these 2 hours past." Already Maurice of Nassau was on his feet. He took the sacrifice, the self-denial, as a matter of course, and was unaware of it probably. Every other thought was completely merged in that of the coming struggle, de Burgh crossing the Isle, Spinola threatening from the south, and victory beckoning once more. The burghers crowded round him, speaking words of loyalty and of encouragement. He responded with somewhat curt farewells. His thoughts were no longer here. They were across the Veluwe with Marquette and de Keyser, inside Arnheim and Nijmegen. He kept Diogenes by his side, wrote out his orders in sign manual, discussed plans, possibilities with the man in whose luck and resource he had unbounded belief. It took time to get everything ready. There was the financial question, too, for some of the troops were mercenaries who would be demanding their pay ere they engaged to start on a fresh expedition. For this the aid of the loyal burghers had again to be requisitioned. Arrangements had to be made for credits at Zutphen and Arnheim. This part of the great adventure the stadtholder was willing to leave in the hands of Mynheer Berstein and his friends. Money to him was dross, save as a means of gaining his great ends. For the nonce he was in a hurry to get away, to get back to his camp at Utrecht, and to make ready for the coming fight. Then at last there came the moment when everything appeared settled. The messenger had his sealed orders and the credit notes, and the ready money upon his person. The stadtholder was back in the hall with his equerries around him, ready for departure, giving brief, decisive orders such as soldiers love to hear. But Diogenes did not follow him immediately, and Mynheer Berstein remained behind with him. He was the only one who really understood what the once careless and thoughtless adventurer felt at this moment, in face of the inevitable farewell. It was an understanding born in a staunch heart that had known both love and sorrow. Berstein had idolized his young wife, who had died leaving her baby girl in his arms. That deep affection the lonely widower had thereupon transferred to his motherless daughter, had cherished and guarded her as his most precious treasure, and had only consented to relinquish her into the guardianship of another because he knew that the other was worthy of the trust. He knew also what hungering passion means. He knew the bitterness of parting and of a burning disappointment, with the prospect of loneliness through the vista of years. But, with that infinite tact which is the attribute of a selfless heart, he offered no words of consolation or even of comment. "I will leave you to bid farewell to Gilda alone," was all that he said. Diogenes nodded in assent. The most terrible moment of this terrible hour was yet to come, for Gilda, having precipitated his decision, was now waiting for the last kiss. Part 6. She was, in truth, waiting for him, submissive and composed. What she had done, when she with her own act had mutely bidden him to go, that she did not regret. She had done it not so much perhaps from a sense of duty or of patriotism, but rather because she knew that this course was the only one that he would never rue. Hers was that perfect love that dwells on the other's happiness, and not on its own. She knew that though for the time being he would find bliss and oblivion in her arms, he would soon repine in inactivity whilst others fought for that which he held sublime. So now, when he pushed aside the tapestry and once more stood before her, with the love-light in his eyes obscured by the shadow of this coming parting, she met him without a tear. The next moment he had her in his arms, and his hand rested lightly across her eyes, lest they should perceive that his were full of tears. For a long while he could not speak. Then he drew her closer to him, and pressed his lips against hers, drinking in all the joy and rapture which he might never taste again. "What is it that hath happened, my lord?" she murmured. "I could not hear everything, and did not wish to be caught prying. All that I heard was that the stadtholder needed you, and that in your heart you knew that your place, whilst there was danger to our land, was by his side and not by mine." "Your father will explain more fully, my beloved," he replied. "You are right. The stadtholder hath need of every willing sword. This unfortunate land is gravely threatened. The Archduchess is throwing the full force of her armies against the Netherlands. His Highness thinks that I might help to save the United Provinces from becoming once more the vassals of Spain. As you say, my place is on this soil, where I and my mother were born. I should be a coward, indeed, if I were to turn my back now on this land when danger is so grave. So I am going, my beloved," he continued simply. "Tonight I go to Woerden, on His Highness's business, thence on to Wageningen. I shall go, taking your dear image in my heart, and with your exquisite face before me always. For I love you with every fibre of my being, every bone in my body, and with every beat of my heart. Try not to weep, my dear. I shall return one day soon to take you in my arms, and I shall clasp your spirit only until then. I shall return, doubt it not. Such love as ours was not created to remain unfulfilled. Whatever may happen, believe and trust in me, as I shall believe in you, and keep the remembrance of me in your heart, without sadness and without regret. He spoke chiefly because he dared not trust to the insidiousness of silence. He knew that she wept for the first time because of him. Yet how could it be otherwise? And sorrow made her sacred. When, overcome with grief, she lay half swooning in his arms, he picked her up quite tenderly and laid her back against the cushions of the chair. Then, as she sat there pale and wan-looking in the uncertain light of the wax candles, with those exquisite hands of hers lying motionless in her lap, he knelt down before her. For a second or two he rested his head against those soft white palms, fragrant as the petals of a lily. Then he rose, and, without looking at her again, he walked firmly out of the room. End of chapter 3.2.
Chapter 4 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 4, Adder's Fork. Part 1. Nicholas Bierstein accompanied his brother-in-law during the first part of the journey. He had insisted on this, despite Diogenes' preference for solitude. There was not much comradeship lost between the two men. Though the events of that memorable New Year's Day, distant less than 3 months, were ostensibly consigned to oblivion, nevertheless, the bitter humiliation which Nicholas had suffered at the hands of the then nameless soldier of fortune still rankled in his heart. Since then, so many things had come to light which, to an impartial observer, more than explained Gilda Bierstein's love for the stranger, and Mynheer her father's acquiescence in an union based on respect for so brave a man. But Nicholas had held aloof from the intimacy, and soon his own courtship of the wealthy Katya gave him every reason for withdrawing more and more from his own family circle. But tonight, after the tempestuous close of what should have been a merely conventional day, he sought Diogenes' company in a way he had never done before. "Like you," he said, "I am wearied and sick with all this mummery. A couple of hours on the Veluwe will set me more in tune with life." Diogenes chaffed him not a little. "The lovely Katya will pout," he suggested, "and rightly too. You have no excuse for absenting yourself from her side at this hour." "I'll come with you as far as Barneveld," Nicholas insisted. "A matter of less than a couple of hours' ride. It will do me good, and Katya is still closeted with her garrulous mother." "You think it will do her good to be kept waiting," Diogenes retorted with good-natured sarcasm. "Well, come if you have a mind, but I'll not have your company further than Barneveld. I am used to the Veluwe, and intend taking a short-cut over the upland, through which I would not care to take a companion less well acquainted with the waste than I." Thus it was decided. Already the Stadtholder had gone with his numerous retinue, with his bodyguard and his pikemen and his equerries, and those of the wedding party who had come in his train from Utrecht, friends of Mynheer Bierstein, who had ridden over for the most part with wife or daughter pillioned behind them, and all glad to avail themselves of the protection of His Highness' escort against highway marauders, none too scarce in these parts. Torchbearers and linkmen completed the imposing cavalcade, for the night would be moonless, and the tracks across the moorland none too clearly defined. Diogenes had waited with what patience he could muster until the last of the numerous train had defiled under the Koppelpoort. Then he too got to horse. Despite Socrates' many protestations, he was not allowed to accompany him. You must look after Pythagoras, was Diogenes' final word on the subject. "'Tis the first time," the other answered moodily, "that you go on such an adventure without us. Take care, comrade. The Veluwe is wide and lonely. That swag-bellied oaf up there hath cause to rue his solitary wanderings on the verfluchte waste." "I'll be careful, old compeer," Diogenes retorted with a smile. "But mine errand is not one on which I desire to draw unnecessary attention, and I can remain best unperceived if I am alone. 'Tis no adventure I am embarking on this night, only a simple errand as far as Vorden, a matter of 10 leagues at most. And the whole of the verdommte Veluwe to traverse at dead of night," the other muttered sullenly. "I know every corner of it," Diogenes rejoined impatiently, "and it will not be the first time that I travel on it alone." Thus Socrates was left grumbling, and anon Diogenes, accompanied by Nicholas Bierstein, started on his way. Part 2. At first, the two men spoke little. The air was still cold and very humid, and the thaw was persisting. The horses stepped out briskly on the soft, sandy earth. The distance between Amersfoort and Barneveld is but a couple of leagues. Within the hour, the lights of the little city could be seen gleaming ahead. After a while, Nicholas Bierstein became more loquacious, talked quite freely of the past. "My father no longer trusts me," he said, with ill-concealed bitterness. "Did you see how he shut me out of the council chamber?" "Yet the Stadtholder himself told you everything that occurred subsequently," Diogenes retorted kindly, "including his own plans and mine errand at this hour. I think that your conscience troubles you unnecessarily, and you see a deliberate intention in every simple act." "If I thought that my father still suspected me," Nicholas mumbled under his breath. "And if he did, you could scarce blame him. 'Tis only in the future you can prove your true worth. And methinks," he added, more seriously than he was usually wont to speak, "that you will have occasion to do this very soon." "In the meanwhile, here's Barneveld ahead of us," Nicholas rejoined, with a quick, indefinable sigh, and giving a sudden turn to the conversation. "I'll see you across the city, then return to the bosom of my family, there to live in uxorious idleness, whilst you, a stranger, are entrusted with the destinies of our land. A poor outlook for a man who is young and a patriot, you'll own." To this Diogenes thought it best to make no reply. He knew well enough that the mistrust of which Nicholas accused his father was a very real thing, and that it was indeed only time that would soften the proud burgher's heart toward his only son. It was not likely that one who but a brief while ago had conspired against the Stadtholder's life with that abominable Stoutenburg could be admitted readily into the counsels of the very man whom he had plotted to assassinate. With every desire to forgive, it was but natural that Mynheer Bierstein should fail entirely to forget. No more, however, was said upon the subject now, and Nicholas soon relapsed into that sullen mood which had of late become habitual to him. Thus Diogenes was glad enough to be rid of his company. At Barneveld he obtained a fresh horse, left his own in charge of a man known to him, with orders to ride it quietly on the morrow as far as Wageningen, where he himself would pick it up a couple of days later. His journey would now lie due east to Zutphen. There he meant to make a halt of a few hours, and thence proceed to Vorden, where Marquette was in camp with 4,000 seasoned troops, trained under Mansfeld, and rested now since the campaign in Groningen. The Stadtholder's orders were that the general proceed at once to Arnheim, ere the forces of the Archduchess had time to cross the Yssel, and to cut off all access to so important a city. From Vorden to Wageningen, which lies due south from Barneveld, the journey would be a long one, and, with the Burg's army so near, might even prove perilous. But the Kaiser was at Wageningen, with 3,000 troops and some artillery. His help would be of immense service to Nijmegen if the latter city too were to be attacked. "How will you journey from Vorden to Wageningen?" Nicholas asked Diogenes in the end. "You will have to avoid the Yssel." "I'll cut across to La Schuren," the other replied, "and thence go to Ada." "There's scarce a track on the Veluwe just there," the other urged. "Such as there is, I know," Diogenes retorted curtly, "and I must trust to luck." They had brought their horses to a halt, about a quarter of a league outside Barneveld, where the two men decided to part. The stretch of the great waste, with its undulating barren hills and narrow, scarce visible tracks, lay straight out before them. Diogenes was sniffing the frosty air out toward the east, where lay Vorden, and whence there came to his nostrils the sharp tang of the breeze that cut like a knife. The thaw, which had held sway in the cities and on the low-lying lands, had been vanquished ere it reached the arid upland. The snow upon the Veluwe lay as even and as pure as before. Above, a canopy of stars seemed but a diamond-studded veil of mysterious indigo, stretched over a world of light, which it failed altogether to dim. The silence and desolation were absolute, but not so the darkness. To the keen eye of the adventurer, accustomed to loneliness, the vast stretches of open country and limitless horizons, there was no such thing as absolute darkness. He could perceive the slightest accidental upon the smooth carpet of snow, noted every tiny mound that marked a clump of rough shrub or grass, and every footmark of beast or bird, mere flecks of blue upon the virgin pall. "Such track as there is, I know," he had carelessly asserted a while ago, in response to a warning from Nicholas. And now, without an instant's hesitation, and tossing to the other a last curt word of farewell, he gave his horse a slight taste of the spur, and soon became a mere speck upon the illimitable waste. Part 3. It was close on midnight when, weary, saddle-sore, his boots covered in half-melted snow, Mynheer Nicolaas Beerstein demanded admittance into his native city. At first, the guard at the koppelpoort, roused from his slumbers, refused to recognize in the belated traveler the bridegroom of a few hours ago. Had anyone ever heard, I ask you, of a bridegroom absenting himself on the very night of his nuptial until so late an hour? And then returning, in a mood that was so irascible and inconsequent that the sergeant in command at the gate was on the point of ordering his detention in the guardroom, pending investigation and the orders of the burgomaster, whose decision on such points was final? But since the burgomaster happened to be Mynheer Beerstein, and as the weary and pugnacious traveler did in truth appear to be his only son, why, it was perhaps best on the whole to take the matter as a joke, and not to say too much about it. The sergeant did indeed, as Nicholas was finally allowed to ride over the bridge, essay one or two of the most time-honored witticisms at the expense of the belated bridegroom. But Mynheer Nicholas was clearly in no mood for chaff, and when he had passed by, the sergeant and one or two of the men, who had witnessed his strangely sullen mood, shook their heads in ominous prognostication of sundry matrimonial difficulties to come. The house on the quay, plainly visible from the koppelpoort, was dark enough to suggest that every one of its inmates was already abed. Nicholas, however, did not ride up to the front door, But after he had crossed the bridge, he went straight on through one or two narrow streets which lay at the back of his home until he reached the corner of the cont'd, which again abuts on the quay. Thus he had gone round in a semicircle, in obvious avoidance of the paternal house, and now he brought his horse to a halt outside a tall and narrow door, which was surmounted by a lantern let into the wall. A painted sign which hung from an iron bracket above the door indicated to the passing wayfarer that the place was one where rider and horse could find food and shelter. Nicholas dismounted, and going up to the door, he knocked against it with the point of his foot. This he had to do several times before the welcome sound of someone moving inside the house came to his ear. A moment or two later, the door was opened cautiously. A man appeared on the threshold, wrapped in a night robe and still wearing a night bonnet on his head. "Is that you, Mynheer?" he queried drowsily. "Who else should it be, you loon?" Nicholas replied irritably. "Here's your horse," he added, and without waiting for further commend or protest from the unfortunate landlord thus roused from his slumbers, he proceeded to tether the animal by the reins to one of the iron rings in the wall. "It is so late, Mynheer," the man protested dolefully, "and so cold. Will you not take the horse round to the stable yourself? It is but a step to your right, and there's the gate." "It is late, as you say, and cold," Nicholas retorted curtly. "And when I paid you so liberally for the horse, I did not bargain to take service with you as ostler in the middle of the night." "But, Mynheer," urged the landlord, still protesting. But Nicholas did not listen. In faith, he had ceased to hear, for already he was striding rapidly down the cont'd, and the next moment was back on the quay. A few steps brought him to the door of his father's house. Here he paused for a moment, ere he mounted the stone steps that led up to the massive front door, stamped his feet so as to shake the melted snow from his boots, and with a few quick touches tried to re-establish some semblance of order in his clothes. Indeed, when presently he rapped vigorously with the iron knocker against the door, he looked no longer like a wearied and querulous traveler, but rather like a man just returned from a short and pleasant ride. To his astonishment, it was Maria, his sister Gilda's faithful tire-woman, who opened the door for him. She anticipated his very first query by a curt, "Everyone is abed. The younge Jofrau alone chose to wait for you, and I could not let her wait alone." Nicholas uttered an angry exclamation. "Tell my sister to go to bed too," he commanded briefly. "I'll go to my rooms at once, as it is so late." Maria made no audible reply. She mumbled something about shameful conduct and wedding night. But Nicholas paid no heed, strode quickly across the hall, and ran swiftly up the stairs. But on the landing he came abruptly to a halt. He had almost fallen against his sister Gilda, who stood there waiting for him. Behind her, a little way down the passage, a door stood ajar, and through it there came a narrow fillet of light. At sight of him, and before he could utter a sound, she put a finger to her lip, then led the way along the passage. The door which stood ajar was the one which gave on her own room. She went in, and he followed her, his heart beating with something like shame or fear. "Hush," she whispered, and gently closed the door behind him. "Make no noise. Katya has at last sobbed herself to sleep. She hath been put to bed in her mother's room. 'Twere a shame to disturb her." Then, as Nicholas muttered something that sounded very like a curse, the girl added reproachfully, "Poor Katya, you have shown very little ardor toward her class." "I lost my way in the dark," he answered. "I had no thought it could be so late." Just then the tower clock of St. Maria Kirk chimed the midnight hour. Gilda hazarded timidly, "You should not have thought of accompanying my lord. He was ready to start out alone, and your place, Klaus, was beside your wife." "Are you going to lecture me about my duty, Gilda?" he said irritably. "You must not think that because—" "I think nothing," she broke in simply, "save that Katya wept when the evening wore on and you did not return, and that the more she wept, the greater was our father's anger against you." "He knew that I meant to accompany your husband a part of the way," Nicholas retorted. "In truth, had he done me the justice to read my thoughts, he himself would have bade me go." "It was kind of you," she rejoined somewhat coolly, "to be concerned as to my lord's safety, but I can assure you—" "'Twas not concern for his safety," he broke in gruffly, "that caused me to accompany him tonight." "What then?" But he gave no reply, bit his lip, and turned away from her, with the air of one who fears that he hath said too much, and cares not to be questioned again. "I'd best go now," he said abruptly. He looked around for his gloves, which he had thrown down upon the table. His manner seemed so strange that Gilda was suddenly conscious of a nameless kind of fear, the sort of premonition that comes to highly sensitive natures, at times when hitherto unsuspected danger suddenly looms upon the cloudless sky of life. She forced him to return her searching glance. "You are hiding something from me, Klaus," she said determinedly. "What is it?" "I?" he riposted, feigning surprise. "Hiding something? Why should I have something to hide?" "That I know not," she replied, "but there was some hidden meaning in your words just now when you said that 'twas not concern for my lord's safety that caused you to accompany him this night. What, then, was it?" she insisted, seeing that he remained silent, even though he met her gaze with a look that appeared both fearful and pitying. She had her back to the door now, looked like some timid creature brought to bay by a cruel and hitherto unsuspected enemy. "You must not ask me for my meaning, Gilda," Nicholas said at last. "There are things which concern men only, and with which women should have no part." His tone of ill-concealed compassion stung her like a cut from a whip across the face. "There is nothing that concerns my lord," she retorted proudly, "in which he would not desire me to bear my part." "Then let him tell you himself." "What?" She threw the question at him like a challenge, stepped up to him and seized him by the wrist, no longer a timid creature at bay, but a strong, determined woman, who feels in some mysterious way that the man whom she loves is being attacked, and who is prepared, with every known and unknown weapon almighty love can suggest, to defend him, his life or his honor, or both. "You are not going out of this room, Klaus, until you have explained," she said with unquestionable determination. "What is it that my lord should tell me himself?" Why he, newly wed and a stranger, was so determined on this, his wedding night, to carry the Stadtholder's message across the Veluwe. Nicholas broke abruptly, almost fiercely now, as if wearied of this wrangling, and burdened with a secret he could no longer hold. But she did not at first understand his meaning. "I do not understand what you mean," she murmured vaguely, a perplexed frown between her eyes. "There were plenty there eager and willing to go," Nicholas went on roughly. "Nay, the errand was not in itself perilous. Speed was required, yes, and a sound knowledge of the country. But a dozen men at least who were in this house today know the Veluwe as well as this stranger, and any good horse would cover the ground fast enough. But he wanted to go. He, this man whom none of us know, who was married this day and whose bride had the first call on his attention. He insisted with the Stadtholder, and he went. And I went with him. Would have gone all the way if he had not forced me to go back. Why did he wish to go, Gilda? Why did he leave you deliberately this night? Think. And why did he insist on going alone, with not even one of those besotted boon companions of his to share in his adventure? A message to Marquette. My God, he added with a sneer, a message to the Archduchess more like, to cross the Aisle ere it be too late. You devil! She hissed out the words through set lips and teeth clenched in an access of fierce and overwhelming passion. And before he could recover himself, before he could guess her purpose, she had seized his heavy leathern gloves, which were lying on the table, and struck him with them full in the face. He staggered and put his hand up to his eyes. Go, she commanded briefly. He tried to laugh the situation off, said almost flippantly, I'll punish you for this, you young vixen. But she did not move, and her glance seemed to freeze the words upon her lips. Go, she commanded once more. He shrugged his shoulders. I understand your indignation, Gilda. Nay, I honor it. But remember my warning. Your stranger lord, he went on with slow and deliberate emphasis, will be returning anon to the Stadtholder's camp, a courted and honored man. But 'tis the armies of the Archduchess who will have crossed the Aisle by then, whilst the orders to Marquette will have reached that commander too late. Then he turned on his heel and went out of the room, and anon Gilda heard his footstep resounding along the passage. She listened until she heard the opening and closing of a distant door, after which she sighed and murmured, Poor Katya. That was all. But there was a world of meaning in the sorrowful compassion wherewith she said those words. Then she raised her left hand, round the third finger of which glittered a plain gold ring. The ring she pressed long and lingeringly against her lips, and in her heart she prayed, God guard you, my dear lord. End of Chapter 4. Read by Delta Ray.
Section 9 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 5. A Race for Life. As for Diogenes, he reached Zutphen in the small hours of the morning, and after a few hours' rest, pushed on to Woerden at dawn. He himself would have deprecated any suggestion of making of this journey across the Veluwe a romantic adventure. The upland under its covering of snow held neither terrors nor secrets for him. The wind, the stars, an unerring instinct and sound knowledge of the scarce visible tracks guided him across the arid waste. A real child of the open, he had less difficulty in finding his way across such a god-forsaken wild than he would through the intricate streets of a city. Messer Marquette, encamped outside Woerden, welcomed the Stadtholder's messenger effusively. His troops, for the most part composed of mercenaries from Germany, were getting restive in idleness. Once or twice they had used threats when demanding their pay. Diogenes, bringing both money and the prospect of a fight, was doubly welcome. His stay at the camp was brief. By late morning he was once more on his way with the intention of recrossing the Isasel at Dieren and of reaching Wageningen before dark. He had but a half-dozen leagues to cover and 8 hours of daylight wherein to do it. Weather, too, and circumstances favored him. The thaw, which had been so completely vanquished upon the upland, had remained sole monarch in the plain. The air was mild and intensely humid. A dense sea fog lay over the river and the surrounding marshes. The numerous little tributaries of the Yssel and the intervening canals and ditches were already free from ice, and as Diogenes put his horse to an easy gallop in the direction of the river, the animal sank fetlock deep in mud. The road was solitary, and as far as the eye could reach through the mist, seemed entirely deserted. The countryside here had the desolate appearance peculiar to districts that have been fought over. The few thatched cottages, which from time to time loomed out of the mist, still bore the marks of passing fire and sword. The trees were truncated and sparse, the marshland was riddled with the scars of ceaseless tramping of men, of wagons, and of beasts. The inevitable windmills, gaunt-looking and ghost-like, through the humid atmosphere, appeared neglected and forlorn. But the solitary rider had no eyes for landscape just now. He could have wished for a clearer day, for it was impossible even for his keen eye to see what was going on behind the impenetrable wall of fog. If Pythagoras's ears had not played him false, de Burgh was there, not very far away, waiting to cross the Yssel when opportunity arose. Thanks to that faithful hypertrophied loon, the ambitious designs of the Archduchess could still be frustrated. De Burgh's armies were still on the right bank of the Yssel, and if Marquette got his men on the move by midday, as he had promised he would do, the crossing of the enemy troops would become difficult, mayhap impossible. These were pleasing thoughts for the man on whose speed and resource these important plans depended. All that he chafed against was the imperative slowness of its progress, as the mist enveloped him more closely the nearer he got to the river. But withal it protected him too, hid him mayhap from the prying eyes of vedettes on the watch. Already, judging by certain landmarks that met him on the way, Brummen was half a league behind him on his right, Hengels far away on the left, and Deernan not more than another league on ahead. For the last quarter of an hour he had heard from time to time the heavy booming sound, akin to the reverberation of distant cannonade, which came from the breaking and cracking of the ice as it drifted downstream. He put his horse to a slow trot as he pried through the mist for the first indication of a short cut he knew of, which would take him to the river bank in less than half an hour. The next moment he had spied the narrow track and set his horse to follow it, when suddenly out of the mist there came a loud report, and Diogenes heard the whistle of a bullet close to his ear. It almost grazed his shoulder. Without an instant's pause, without turning to look whence had come this unexpected greeting, he set spurs to his horse and galloped at breakneck speed toward the river. Over fields and ditches, no thought of prudence now, only of speed. Mud and water flew out in all directions under the horse's frantic gallopade, the plucky beast sinking at times almost to his knees in the marshy ground. A few minutes later, 5 perhaps, Diogenes heard the sound of many hoofs behind him and obviously in pursuit. He turned to look this time, and through the mist vaguely discerned some 3 or 4 cavaliers, who were distant from him than less than 200 yards. So far so good. The Yssel was close by now, and if, when he reached the banks, he turned off in the direction of the stream, he could easily reach the ford on this side of Brummen and get across, on foot if need be, if his horse proved an obstacle to rapid progress. A few more minutes now, and the river was in sight, with far away on the opposite bank, Brummen nestling at the foot of the rising ground, the gate of the Veluwe. With renewed vigor the rider sped along, his blood whipped up by the chase, his whole body exhilarated by the sensation of danger and of one of those sportive races for life which 3 months of idleness and luxury had given him a hitherto unsuspected longing. Ah, there was the shore at last, the group of 3 windmills close to the bank, an unmistakable landmark. Here, too, within 200 paces on ahead, was the ford, which no amount of drifting ice would cause the daring adventurer to miss. Already he was within a few yards of the low-lying bank, searching the approach to the ford with eyes now doubly keen, when, with staggering suddenness, another cavalier appeared straight in front of him this time, and barring the way to the river brink. No time to note his face, just a second wherein to decide what had best be done, not only to save his own life, but also the message which he must carry to Wageningen at whatever cost. Then the cavalier turned for one brief second in his saddle to call to some companions as yet unseen. A brief second, did I say? 'Twas but a fraction. The next moment Diogenes had whipped out a pistol from his saddle bow, and with a steady hand fired at his foe. The cavalier reeled in his saddle and fell just as 6 others issued with a shout from out the mist, and those in pursuit put fresh spurs to their mounts. It had been madness to attempt the ford now. The young soldier, sore-pressed, might in truth have sold his life dearly, but with it, too, he would have sold Nijmegen and the possible success of the stadtholder's plans. Oft times before, in the course of his adventurous life, had he been in as tight a place where life and death hung quite evenly in the scales of fate, but never before had he been quite so anxious to flee. He could not trust to the valor of his sword his own well-nigh unexampled skill in a fight against odds that would have made the bravest pause. No, it meant running away as fast as his horse would take him, and faster if the poor brute gave out. A short gallop along the bank, the cavalier behind him warming to the pursuit, keeping closer and closer to the low-lying bank till the horse began to flounder in what was sheer morass. The ford now lay well behind him. The waters of the Isosel, tossed for a while upon the shallows, flowed with increased swiftness here. Huge ice blocks floated seaward upon the heaving bosom of the stream. The foremost of the pursuing cavaliers was then less than 50 yards behind, and more than one bullet had whizzed past the fleeing rider, one of them piercing his hat, the other grazing his thigh, but none doing him serious injury. Already the rallying cry of the pursuers had turned to one of triumph, as the distance lessened between them and their quarry, when with a sudden jerk of the reins, Diogenes plunged headlong into the river. The Isosel at this point is close on 1/4 of a mile wide. Her current is no longer sluggish, whilst the drifting ice blocks constitute a peril which had to be boldly faced. But the mist which hung thickly over the river was the daring adventurer's most faithful ally. Strangely enough, Diogenes's first thought, when his horse, finally losing its foothold upon the rapidly shelving bank, started to swim, was of Gilda, and of that ride which he had promised himself, with her dear arms clinging around him, her fair hair tossed by the wind, brushing against his face. It was one of those sweet, sad visions which some mocking sprite seems to conjure up at moments such as this, when life, aye, and honor too, are trembling in the balance, sad and swift. It vanished almost as quickly as it came, giving place to thoughts of De Keyser, still unsuspecting, at Wageningen, and of Marquis, who happily had already started. Was there a trap waiting for him too? Was this just an outpost of de Burgh's armies, and had they indeed been mysteriously warned by traitor or spy, as Diogenes more than half suspected? But what was the use of speculating? Indeed, every conjecture was futile, for this now was a supreme struggle, a tussle with death, who was watching uncertain whence and how he would strike. For the moment the adventurer was at grips with the flood, and with the ice, guiding his horse as best he could toward midstream, where the current kept the threatening floes at bay. His pursuers had come to a halt upon the bank. Indeed, not one of them had the mind to follow his quarry on this perilous adventure. They stood there, some half-dozen of them, holding counsel, their eyes peering through the mist in search of one black speck, horse and rider, now appearing clearly silhouetted against the silvery water, now vanishing again under cover of the floes. Then one of them raised his musket and took aim at the valiant swimmer, who had succeeded at last in reaching midstream. The bullet whizzed through the mist. Diogenes' horse, hit through the neck, plunged and reared, pawed the waters wildly for a moment, then gave that heart-rending scream which is so harrowing to the ears of all animal lovers. But already the rider had his feet clear of the stirrups, and as the waters finally swept over the head of the stricken beast, he slid out of the saddle and struck out for the opposite shore. End of section 9.
Chapter 6.1 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Lelou. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 6.1 A Nest of Scorpions. Part 1. Of the extraordinary events which threatened to make March 21st, 1624, one of the most momentous dates in the history of the Netherlands, we have not much in the way of detail. The broad facts we know chiefly through Van Atzema's ponderous and minute second versus state, whilst De Vogt gives us one or two more intimate touches in his highly interesting, if somewhat obscure, Brieven. De Vogt was, of course, a friend of the Berstein family, and, as I understand it, was present in the house at Amersfoort when the terrible catastrophe was so auspiciously and mysteriously averted. The one thing, however, which neither he nor Van Atzema have made quite clear is the motive which prompted the stadtholder to go to Amersfoort in person. He had quite a number of knights and gentlemen around him whom he could have fully trusted to take even so portentous a message and such explicit orders as he desired to send. De Vogt, indeed, suggests that it was Nicholas Berstein who persuaded him, urging the obstinacy of his father, the burgomaster, and the burghers of the city, who had steadily opposed the stadtholder's wishes when he, Nicholas, had been sent to convey them. Nicholas Berstein had joined his sovereign lord at the camp at Utrecht a couple of days after his wedding. Wearied of sentimental dalliance with the stolid Katya, he was glad enough that his duty demanded his presence in camp rather than in the vicinity of his young wife's apron strings. It was but natural that, when the stadtholder desired to send orders to Amersfoort, he should do so through the intermediary of Nicholas. But on that day, which was March 20th, the young man returned, vowing that these were not being obeyed. Not a matter of disloyalty, of course, just tenacity. Civic dignitaries, conscious of their worth and of the sacrifices they had made in the common cause, were wont to wax obstinate where the affairs of their own cities were concerned. But on the other hand, resistance to his will had invariably the effect of rousing the stadtholder's arbitrary temper to a point of unreasoning anger. Oldenbarneveld had expiated his contumacy on the scaffold, and I doubt not that, when Nicholas returned from Amersfoort that evening and delivered his report, the fate of even so trusted a counsellor as Mynheer Berstein hung for a while in the balance. That the matter was one of supreme importance it were impossible to doubt. Maurice of Nassau would not lightly have left his camp at Utrecht that day. The forces of the Archduchess Isabella, who, under the leadership of de Burgh and of Isenburg, were threatening Gelderland from two sides, had succeeded on the one part in crossing the Isel. His own army was threatened by that of Spinola from the south. On the other hand, the messenger whom he had sent across the Veluwe to urge Marquette and de Keyser to concentrate inside Arnhem and Nijmegen had not yet returned. Nevertheless, he chose, by this suddenly planned excursion to Amersfoort, to expose his valuable person to serious danger, a fact which subsequent events proved only too conclusively. Nicholas Berstein was sent back at dawn the following morning to warn the burgomaster of the stadtholder's coming, and enjoining the strictest secrecy. The young man was under orders to say nothing beyond that fact. When closely questioned, however, by his father and also by others, he did admit that fugitives from Ede had succeeded in reaching the camp. Fugitives from Ede. What did that mean? Why should there be fugitives from Ede, when the armies of the Archduchess were so many leagues away? Nicholas Berstein shrugged his shoulders. "The stadtholder will explain," was all that he said. He appeared impatient and consequential, made them all feel that he could say no more if he cared. He had been kept out of the prince's councils while he was under the paternal roof, but now he had gained a place in the camp, which had always been his by right. These solemn burghers, important enough within the purlieus of their own city, had become insignificant, mere civilians, now that the fate of the country rested upon those who were young enough to bear arms. Nicholas tried to meet his sister's glance. Her indifference toward him galled his sense of importance, and he wished her to know that he neither repented nor was ashamed of what he had to say the other night. Anon, when he had succeeded in forcing her eyes to meet his, he gave her a look charged with a mocking challenge. Up to this hour she had said nothing to her father. Now Nicholas appeared to dare her to speak. But his sneers had not the power to disturb her sublime trust in the man she loved. That some mystery did cling to his journey across the Veluwe she could no longer doubt, but her fears upon the subject dwelt solely on any personal danger that might have overtaken him. As for her father and his friends, they had apparently decided to possess their souls in patience. There was indeed nothing to do but wait for the stadtholder's arrival, and in the meanwhile to try and hold those fears in check which had been aroused by the ominous words, "Fugitives from Ede." Part 2. The stadtholder arrived in the course of the morning. Mynheer Berstein did not receive him on the doorstep, as he would have done had the visit been an open one. As it was, the passer-by on the busy quay did not bestow more than a passing glance on the plainly clad cavalier who swung himself out of his saddle outside the burgomaster's house. A message from the camp, probably, they thought. Mynheer Nicholas had been backward and forward from Utrecht several times these past 2 or 3 days. The burgomaster awaited his exalted guest in the hall. His attitude and the expression of his face were alike pregnant with eager questionings. The stadtholder gave a curt acknowledgment to the greetings of Mynheer Berstein, of his family, and of his friends, and then strode deliberately into the banqueting hall. It looked vast and deserted at this early hour of a winter's morning. Nothing of the animation, the riotous gaiety of that day, less than a week ago, seemed to linger in its sombre panelled walls. The dais upon which the brides and bridegrooms and the wedding party had sat, and which had crowned so brilliant a spectacle, had been removed, and the magnificent gold and silver plate, the fine linens and priceless crystals had been carefully stowed away. Serving men and sweepers were busy airing and dusting the room when the door was thrown open, and His Highness came in, ushered in by his host. They fled at the sight of these great gentlemen, like so many rabbits into carefully hidden burrows. The stadtholder went up to the long centre table and faced Mynheer Berstein and those who had come with him, the members of his family and 6 burghers, men of importance in the little city. Everyone could see that His Highness's anger was bitter against them all.
"And so, Mynheer," he began curtly, and in tones of marked irritation, and addressing himself more particularly to the burgomaster, "you have thought fit to defy my orders."
"Your Highness," protested Mynheer Berstein.
"Yet they were clear enough,"
the stadtholder went on, not heeding the interruption.
"Or did your son Nicholas fail to explain?"
"He told us, Your Highness, that it was feared the armies of the Archduchess had crossed the Isle."
"The armies of the Archduchess crossed the Isle 3 days ago,"
Maurice of Nassau broke in impatiently.
"Since then they have overrun Gelderland and occupied Ede, putting that city to fire and sword."
There came a sound like a catching of breath, the rise of a gasp of horror and anguish from everyone's throat, but it was quickly suppressed, and His Highness was listened to in silence until the end. Even now, when he paused, no one spoke. All eyes were cast to the ground in self-centered meditation. The whole thing had come as a thunderbolt out of a cloudless sky. Ede had always seemed so safe, so remote, a little city which led nowhere save to the Zuider Zee and in the very heart of the United Provinces. What could be the motive of the Archduchess's commanders to adventure thus far into a country which was so universally hostile to them, even to the most miserable peasant who would pollute every well and stream rather than see the enemy overrun the land? But all these men, ay, and the women too, had seen so much, suffered so much. Fire and sword were such familiar dangers before their eyes, that for them the time had gone when sighs and lamentations would ease their overburdened hearts. They had learned to receive every fresh blow from God's hands in silence, but with determination to fight on, to fight again, and to the death once more, if need be, for their liberties, their rights, and the welfare of their children. It was indeed Mynheer Berstein who took the next words out of the stadtholder's mouth. "Then Amersfoort, too, is threatened?" he said simply. The prince nodded. "Think you," he retorted, "that I would have ordered the evacuation of the town had there not been imperative necessity for such a course? Now you may pray God that your wilful disobedience hath not placed your city in jeopardy." "'Twas but yesterday we had the order," one of the other burghers urged,
"And 'twas yesterday it should have been obeyed," the stadtholder broke in roughly. "You would have then saved me a perilous journey, for the country is already infested with spies and vedettes, outposts of the Spanish armies."
"We are all ready to guard your Highness with our lives," the burgomaster said quietly.
"'Tis your wits I want, Mynheer," the prince riposted dryly, "not your blood. Indeed, I do fear that Amersfoort is threatened, though I know not if de Burgh will spend his forces on you, or rather concentrate them on Arnheim. But you must be prepared," he added with stern emphasis. "You are not in a position to defend yourselves, and I cannot detach any of my troops to come to your assistance if you are attacked. Therefore, my orders were, evacuate the town. You, Mynheer Burgomaster, must issue your proclamation at once. Let everyone go who can, taking women and children with them. Those who remain do so at their risk. Some of you can go north to Amsterdam, others west to Utrecht. Let de Burgh find an empty shell when he comes."
Part 3. Only those who had ever had the sorry task of abandoning a home in the face of an advancing enemy can have any conception of what this peremptory order meant. To these burghers, fathers of families for the most part, who, after the terrible privations which they had suffered for over half a century, had begun but a few years ago to reconstitute their country and their homes, to resume their interrupted industries, their commerce, their splendid art, to re-establish the wealth and power which had been their birthright, and which the tyranny of a bigoted and jealous overlord had wilfully wrested from them. Now it meant laying aside spindles and looms once again, lathes, chisels, or books, in order to buckle on swords which threatened to rust in their scabbards, and to don steel helmets. It meant leaving the women to weep, the children fatherless. Anxious eyes searched the stadtholder's drawn, moody face. More than one mind reverted to memories of this peerless and fearless commander, the hero of Turnhout and Ostend. Would he have spoken in those days of evacuation and of helplessness? Would he have dreaded Spinola or the hosts of the Archduchess? Ah, that subtle insidious disease had indeed done its work. What mysterious poison was it that had shaken this great man's nerve, made him gloomy and fretful, weakened that indomitable will which had once made the tyrant of Madrid quake for the future of his kingdom?
De Burgh would not dare,
one of the burghers hazarded timidly.
He may not, His Highness answered, in which case it may be safe for you all to return to your homes in a few days hence. But some of those who fled from Ede believe that de Burgh intends to detach some of his troops and with them to push on as far as the Zuider Zee, leaving it to others to join Eisenberg, who is coming up from Cleve, and with his help to capture Nijmegen first and then Arnheim.
Marquette by now, observed Berestein, must be well on the way to Arnheim, and de Keyser close to Nijmegen. They can intercept Eisenberg and cut him off from Ede and de Burgh. Your Highness's messenger—
Our messenger, the prince broke in curtly, failed to deliver our messages. Marquette is not on his way to Arnheim, and de Keyser was still at Wageningen when the first fugitives from Ede ran terror-stricken into our camp.
The words were scarce out of his mouth when the sound of a low, quickly suppressed cry came from the rear of the little group that had gathered around His Highness. Few heard it, or guessed whence it had come. Only Mynheer Berestein, turning swiftly, caught his daughter's eyes fixed with a set expression upon him. With an almost imperceptible glance he beckoned to her, and she pushed her way through to his side, and slid her cold little hand into his firm grasp. Encouraged by her father's nearness, it was Gilda who uttered the word of protest which had risen to more than one pair of lips. "Impossible, your Highness," she said resolutely.
"Impossible?"
Maurice of Nassau retorted curtly.
"Why impossible, Mejuffrouw?"
"Because, my lord, he is a brave man, as full of resource as he is of courage. He undertook to deliver your Highness's commands to Monsieur Marquette and Mynheer de Keyser. He is not a man to fail."
She looked brave and determined, without a trace of self-consciousness, even though the rigid education meted out to girls in these times forbade their raising a voice in the councils of their lords. But in this case she had been voicing what was in more than one mind, and when she looked around with a kind of timid defiance, she only encountered kindly glances. Her father pressed her hand in tender encouragement. The stadtholder himself appeared gracious and indulgent. It was only her brother's gaze that was unendurable, for it was charged with sarcasm, not unmixed with malevolence. Did Nicholas hate her, then? A sickening sense of horror filled the poor girl's soul at the thought. Klaus, her little brother, whom she had loved and mothered, though he was her elder. Ofttimes she had stood between his childish peccadilloes and his father's wrath, and now she could not even bear to meet his glance. She knew that he triumphed, and that he rejoiced in his triumph, even though he must know that she was wounded to the quick. His warning was ringing in her ear, his warning which had, in truth, proved prophetic. The orders to the Marquette will reach the commander too late. As in a dream, she listened to the stadtholder's words. The whole situation appeared unreal, impossible.
"Your defense of your husband," the prince was saying, "does you honor, Mejuffrouw. But this is not the time for sentiment, but for facts. and these it is our duty to face. We placed our every hope on the Marquette's cooperation, but Arnheim and Nijmegen are in peril at this hour, because certain messages which I sent failed to reach their destination. We have not the leisure to discuss the causes of this failure. Rather, we must take immediate measures for the safety of our subjects here."
Gilda perforce had to remain silent. To the others, in fact, the matter was only important insofar that the messenger's failure to arrive had placed Arnheim and Nijmegen in jeopardy. What cared they for her heartbreaking anxiety on account of her beloved? She looked up at her father, because from him she could always expect sympathy. But he, too, was over-preoccupied just now, patted her hand gently, then let it go, absorbed as he was listening to the stadtholder's orders for the speedy evacuation of Amersfoort. She turned away with a bitter sigh, all the more resolutely suppressed as her brother's mocking glance followed her every movement. The men now were in close conference. The stadtholder was sitting at the table, the burgomaster beside him, with pen and ink, drafting the necessary proclamation, the others grouped around, discussing and tendering advice. Everyone was busy. Everyone had something to think about. Gilda, heavy-hearted, took the opportunity of slipping unseen out of the room. Part 4. What prompted her to run up to the very top of the house, like some stricken bird seeking an eyrie, she could not herself have told you. There is such a thing as instinct, and instinct takes innumerable forms according to the most pressing needs of the heart. For the moment, Gilda's most pressing need was a sight of her beloved. Quite apart from the importance of his presence now, with news from the threatened cities, she longed to see him, to feel his arms round her, to warm her starved soul in the sunshine of his love and his never-absent smile. This longing it was that drove her up to the attic chambers, under the apex of the roof, for these chambers had tiny dormer windows which commanded extensive views of the countryside, far beyond the ramparts and beyond the Eem. Gilda wandered into one of the attic chambers and threw open the narrow casements that gave on the back of the house. Leaning against the window frame, she looked out over the river, and beyond it into the mist-laden distance. The sharp, humid air did her good, with its savour of the sea and the tang of spring already lurking in the atmosphere. The sea fog which had hung over the country for some days still made a dense white veil that enveloped all the life that lay beyond the ramparts, and gave to the little city a strange air of isolation, as if the very world ended on the other side of its walls. From where Gilda stood, high above a forest of roofs and gables, she could see the picturesque fortifications, the monumental gates and turrets, and the Eurosport and the Newport, which spanned the Eem on this side. Far away on her right was Utrecht, on her left Barneveld, beyond which stretched the arid upland which held in its cruel breast the secret of her husband's fate. The girl felt inexpressibly alone, weighted with that sense of forlornness from which only the young are wont to suffer. With the years there comes a more complete self-sufficiency, a greater desire for solitude. Gregariousness is essentially the attribute of youth, and Gilda had no one in whom she could confide. Her father, in truth, had been all to her that a mother might have been, but just now the girl was pining for one of her own sex, for someone who would not be busy with many things, with politics and wars and dissensions, but whose breast would be warm and soft to pillow a head that was weary. The tears gathered in Gilda's eyes and fell unheeded down her cheeks. It seemed to her as if every moment now she must see a rider galloping swiftly toward her, as if she must hear that merry laughter ringing right across the marshland. But all that she saw was the sleepy little city, stretching out before her until it seemed to melt and merge in the arms of the mist. The network of narrow streets, the crow's-foot gables, the dormer windows and ornamental corbellings, and, above everything, the tower of St. Maria and St. Joris, with quaint marketplace alive with people that looked like ants, fussy and minute. Even as she gazed, wide-eyed and tearful, the bell of St. Maria began to toll. The slow, monotonous reverberation seemed in itself a presage of evil. From the height, Gilda could see the human ants pause a while in their activities, their very attitude, the grouping of individual figures, a kind of arrested action in the entire life of the town, proclaiming brooding terror. A moment or two later, the sharp clang of the town crier's bell mingled with the majestic booming, and people started to run toward the marketplace from every direction. Gilda watched this gathering, could see the narrow streets waxing dark with moving forms. She saw the casements thrown open one by one, heads and shoulders filling the dark squares of the window frames, and down below the arrival of the town crier with his halberd and his bell. A crowd of diminutive ant-like forms pressed round his heels, a grey picture, yet all alive with movement, like unto one over which an impatient artist has hastily passed an obliterating brush, the outlines blurred, the colors dull and hazy in the humid atmosphere. It all seemed so dreamlike, so remote. Only a week ago life had appeared so exquisitely gay and so easy, an ardent lover, a happy future, home, adventure. Everything was tumbling out fulsomely from the cornucopia of fate. And now all the tragedy represented by those running people below, the enemy at the gates, the abandoned homes, the devastated city, crying children and starving women, a whole herd of fugitives wandering over the desolate marshland, seeking shelters in cities already overfilled, asking for food where so little was to be had. It was cruel. Oh, horribly cruel, and awful to see the children dancing round the town crier, teasing him by pulling at his doublet or trying to steal his bell. The crowd in the marketplace had become very dense, and still people came running out of the side streets. The steps of St. Maria Kirk were black with the moving throng, and Gilda thought with added heartache of that same crowd, 5 short days ago, rallying for a holiday, cheering her and her handsome lover, wishing her joy and prosperity in the endless days to come. Soon the city appeared weltering in confusion. The town crier continued to ply his bell, and to call the proclamation ordered by the burgomaster. He went on so that every citizen in turn might hear, and now the crowd no longer tended all one way. Some had heard and were hurrying home to consult with their families, to make arrangements either for speedy departure or for weathering the terrible alternative of an invading army. Others lingered in groups, on the marketplace, or at street corners, discussing or lamenting according to their temperament, pausing to ask friends what they should do or what they thought of the terrible situation. Gilda, up at the attic casement, could almost guess by the attitude, the gestures of the sacred human ants, just how unsteady had become their mental balance. It was all so unexpected, and there was nothing that anyone could do to help this terrible emergency. The stadtholder was going back to camp. He had declared that he could not help. Threatened from every side, he could not spare his forces to come to the aid of so small a place as Amersfoort. And he, the stranger with the happy smile and the gay inconsequent temper, who had been sent across the Veluwe to obtain succor, had failed to return. There was no garrison in Amersfoort, so there was nothing for it but to flee. End of chapter 6.1. Chapter 6.2 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Lelou. Part 5. At what precise moment Gilda became aware of the solitary rider galloping tête-baissée toward the city, it were impossible to say. He came out of the mist from the direction of Utrecht, and Gilda saw him long before the sentry at the Jurisport challenged him. Apparently he had papers and all the necessaries in order, for he was admitted without demur. And at the sight Gilda turned away from her point of vantage, ran across the attic chamber, and down the stairs. It was such a very short distance between the Jurisport and the front door of the burgomaster's house, and she wanted so much to be the first to welcome him. It was then half an hour before noon. The city by this time was in the throes of complete upheaval. The noise in the streets had become incessant and deafening. Church bells tolling, town criers bawling, the clang of the halberds of the city guards mingling with the rattle of cartwheels upon the cobblestones, with the tramping of hundreds of feet and stamping of innumerable horses' hooves. The air was resonant with shrieks and cries, with the grating and jarring of metal, with peal of bells, and the hubbub of a throng on the move. Gilda, when she reached the foot of the stairs, found herself facing the wide-open doorway, and through it saw the quay alive with people running, with horses and driven cattle, with crowds scrambling into boats down below, with carts and dogs and children and barrows piled up with furniture and luggage hastily tied together. The confusion bewildered her. Determined not to allow futile terror to overmaster her, she nevertheless felt within her whole being the sense of an impending, overwhelming catastrophe. She could not approach the door, because the crowd was swarming up the stone steps, and her father's serving men, armed with stout sticks and cudgels, had much ado to keep some of the more venturesome or more terrified among that throng from invading the house. How that solitary rider whom she had spied in the distance would succeed in forging his way through the dense mass of surging humanity she could not imagine, and yet through all the turmoil, the din, the terror, she was more conscious of his nearness than of any other sensation. The longing to see him was, in a certain sort of way, appeased. She knew that he lived, and that time alone stood between her present and past longing and the bliss of nestling once more in his arms. Oh, the crowd! It was rapidly becoming unmanageable. The serving men plied their cudgels in vain. There were men and women there stronger and bolder than others who were determined to have a word with the burgomaster. "I am Mynheer Berstein's friend," was shouted authoritatively to the helpless guardians of their master's privacy. Or, "You know me, Anton. Make way for me there. I must speak with the burgomaster." "The burgomaster is busy," the serving men bawled out until they were hoarse. "No one can be admitted." But it was difficult for any man to raise a stick against well-known burghers of the city, friends and acquaintances who had supped in the house at Mynheer's own table, and the pressure became more and more difficult to withstand every moment. Some of the people had actually pushed their way into the hall, making it impossible for Gilda to get near the door, and the longing was irresistible to be close at hand when he dismounted, so that her smile might be the first to greet him as he ran up the steps. She pictured it all, his coming, his appearance, the way he would look about him, knowing that she must be near. Then all at once something awful happened. Gilda, from where she stood, could neither see nor hear what it was, and yet she knew, just from looking at the crowd, that something more immediately terrifying had turned this seething mass of humanity into a horde of scared beasts. Their movements suddenly became more swift. It seemed as if some fearsome goad had been applied to the entire population of the city, and the desire to get away, to run, to flee had become more insistent. Those who had swarmed up the steps of the burgomaster's house ran down again. They had no longer the desire to speak with anyone, or to appeal to the servants to let them pass. They only wanted to run like the others, the few more grave ones gathering their scattered families around them like a mother hen does her chicks. And oh, the awful din! It had intensified 1,000-fold, and seemed all of a sudden like hell had let loose. So many people shrieked, the women and the children for the most part, and the boatmen down on the water, plying for hire their small craft, already dangerously overloaded with fugitives and their goods. But now everyone on the quay appeared obsessed with the desire to get into the boats. There was scrambling and fighting upon the quay, shrieks of terror followed by ominous splashes in the murky waters. Gilda closed her eyes, not daring to look. And still the clang of the church bells tolling, and the hideous cacophony of the whole population stampeding in a mad panic. The hall, the doorway, the outside steps were now deserted. Life and movement and din were all out on the quay and in the streets around. The serving men even had thrown down their sticks and cudgels. Some of them had disappeared altogether. Others stood in groups, skulking and wide-eyed. Gilda tried to frame a query. Her pale, anxious face no doubt expressed the words which her lips could not utter, for one of the men in the hall replied in a husky whisper, "The Spaniards! They are on us!" She wanted to ask more, for at first it did not seem as if this were fresh news. The Spaniards were at Ede. The town was being evacuated because of them. What had occurred to turn an ordered evacuation into so redoubtable a stampede? And still no sign of my lord. Part 6. Then suddenly the doors of the banqueting hall were thrown open, and the burgomaster appeared. Had Gilda doubted for a moment that something catastrophic had actually happened, she would have felt her doubts swept aside by the mere aspect of her father. He, usually so grave, so dignified, was trembling like a reed. His hair was disheveled, his cheeks of a grey, ashen color. The word Gilda was actually on his lips when he stepped across the threshold, and quite a change came over him the moment he caught sight of his daughter. Before he could call to her, she was already by his side, and in an instant he had her by the hand and dragged her with him back into the banqueting hall. "What has happened?" she asked, in truth more bewildered than frightened. "The Spaniards," the father replied briefly. "They are on us." "Yes," she ventured, frowning, "but—" "Not 3 leagues away," he broke in curtly. "Their vanguard will be here by nightfall." She looked around her, puzzled to see them all so calm in contrast to the uproar and the confusion without. The stadtholder was sitting beside the table. His head was resting on his hand. He looked woefully ill. Nicholas Berstein was beside him, whispering earnestly. "What are you going to do, father dear?" Gilda asked in a hurried whisper. "My fellow burghers and I are remaining at our post," Berstein replied quietly. "We must do what we can to save our city, and our presence may do some good." "And Nicholas?" she asked again. "Nicholas has his horse ready. He will take you to Utrecht in his Highness's train." Then, as Gilda made no comment on this, only gave his hand a closer pressure, he added tentatively, "Unless you would prefer to go to Mynheer van de Poel and his family. He is taking Katja and her mother to Amsterdam." "I would prefer to remain with you," she said simply. "Impossible, my dear child," he retorted. "My place is here," she continued firmly, "and I'll not go. Oh, can't you understand?" she pleaded with a break in her voice. "If you sent me away, I should go mad or die." "But Gilda," the poor man protested. "My lord is here," Gilda suddenly broke in more calmly. "My lord? What do you mean?" "I saw him a while ago. I was up in the attic chamber. He came through the Ures port." "Your eyes deceived you. He would be here by now." "He should be here," she asserted. "I cannot understand what has happened. Perhaps the crowd—" "Your eyes deceived you," he reiterated, but more doubtfully this time. Then, as just at that moment the stadtholder rose and caught his eye, Berstein called to him. "My daughter says that my lord has returned." "Impossible," burst forth impulsively from Nicholas. "Why should it be impossible?" Gilda retorted quickly, and fixed coldly challenging eyes upon her brother. "Why should you say that it is impossible?" she insisted, seeing that Nicholas now looked shamefaced and confused. "What do you know about my lord?" "Nothing, nothing," Nicholas stammered. "I do not mean that, of course. It only seems so strange." And he added roughly, "Then why is he not here?" "The crowd is very dense about the streets," one of the burghers suggested. "My lord, mayhap, hath found it difficult to push his way through." "Why should he be coming to Amersfoort?" mused Mynheer Berstein. "He came from the direction of Utrecht," Gilda replied. "Someone at the camp must have told him that his Highness was here." "No one knew I was coming hither," the stadtholder broke in impatiently. "My sister hath more like been troubled with visions," Nicholas rejoined with a sneer. "Nor have we the time," he added, "to wait on my lord's pleasure. If your Highness is ready, we should be getting to horse." "But surely," Gilda protested with pitiful earnestness, "your Highness will wait to see your messenger. He must be bringing news from Monsieur Marquette. He—" "Yes," the stadtholder broke in decisively. "I'll see him. Let someone go out into the streets at once and find the man. Tell him that we are waiting." "He knows his way about the town," Nicholas interposed, with an ill-concealed note of spite in his voice. "Why should he need a pilot?" There was a moment's silence. Everyone looked nervy and worried. Then the stadtholder turned once more to the burgomaster and queried abruptly,
Are those 2 companions of my lord still in your house, mynheer? Can you not send one of them?"
The suggestion met with universal approval, and Mynheer Berstein himself urged the advisability of finding my lord's friends immediately. He took his daughter's hand. It was cold as ice, and quivered like a wounded bird in his warm grasp. He patted it gently, reassuringly. Her wild eyes frightened him. He knew what she suffered, and in his heart condemned his son for those insinuations against the absent. But this was not a moment for delicacy or for scruples. The hour was a portentous one, and fraught with peril for a nation and its chief. The individual matters so little at such times. The feelings, the sufferings, the broken heart of one woman or one man, how futile do they seem when a whole country is writhing in the throes of her death agony. "Go, my dear child," Berstein admonished firmly. "Obey his Highness's commands. Find my lord's friends, and tell them to go at once, and return hither with my lord. Go," he added, and whispered gently in Gilda's ears, as he led her, reluctant yet obedient, to the door. "Leave your husband's honour in my hands." She gave him a grateful look, and he gave her a hand and a last reassuring pressure. Then he let her go from him, only urging her to hurry back. It must not be supposed for a moment that he did not feel for her in her anxiety and her misery. But the man in question was a stranger, an Englishman, what? And Mynheer Berstein was above all a patriot, a man who had suffered acutely for his country, had sacrificed his all for her, and was ready to do it again whenever she called to him. The Stadtholder stood for safety and the integrity of the United Provinces. He was the champion and upholder of her civil and religious liberties. His personal safety stood, in the minds of Berstein and his fellow burghers, above every consideration on earth. Gilda knew this, and though she trusted her father implicitly, she knew that her beloved would be ruthlessly sacrificed even by him, if through misadventure or any other simple circumstance entirely beyond his control, he happened to have failed in the enterprise which had been entrusted to him. Nicholas, of course, was an avowed enemy. Why? Gilda could not conjecture. Was it jealousy or petty spite only? If so, what advantage could he reap from the humiliation of one who was already a member of his own family? But she felt herself encompassed with enemies. No one had attempted to defend my lord's honour when it was so ruthlessly impugned save her father, and he was too absorbed, too much centred in the thoughts of his country's peril to do real battle for the absent. It was with a heavy heart that she turned to go up the stairs in search of the 2 men who alone were ready to go through fire in defence of their friend. A melancholy smile hovered around Gilda's lips. She felt that with those 2 quaint creatures she had more in common at this hour than with her father, whom she idolized. In those 2 poor caitiffs she had all that her heart had been hungering for. Simple hearts that understood her sorrow, loyal souls that never wavered. For evil or for good, through death peril or through seeming dishonour, their friend whom they reverenced could count upon their devotion. And as Gilda went wearily up the stairs, her mind conjured up the picture of those 2 ludicrous vagabonds, with their whimsical saws and rough codes of honour, and she suddenly felt less lonely and less sad. Part 7. Great was her disappointment, therefore, when she reached the guest chamber which they still occupied, to find that it was empty. The whole house was by this time in a hopeless state of turmoil and confusion. Serving men and maids rushed aimlessly hither and thither, up and down the stairs, along the passages, in and out of the rooms, or stood about in groups, whispering or cowering in corners. Some of them had already fled. The few who remained looked like so many scared chickens, fussy and inconsequent. The maids with kirtles awry and hair unkempt, the men striving to look brave and determined, putting on the air of masters, and adding to the maids' distress by their aimless, hectoring ways. There was nothing in the house now left of that orderly management which is the pride of every self-respecting housewife. Doors stood open, displaying the untidiness of the rooms. There was noise and bustle everywhere, calls of distress and loud admonitions. From no one could Gilda learn what she desired to know. She was forced to seek out Maria, her special tiring woman, who, it was to be hoped, had some semblance of reason left in her. Maria, however, had no love for the two rapscallions, who were treated in the house as if they were princes, and knew nothing of the respect due to their betters. She replied to her young mistress's inquiries by shrugging her shoulders, and calling heaven to witness her ignorance of the whereabouts of those two abominable louts. "Spoilt they have been," the old woman asserted sententiously. "Shamefully spoilt. They have neither order nor decency, nor the slightest regard for the wishes of their betters."
"But, Maria, whither have the two good fellows gone?"
Gilda broke in impatiently. "Gone? Whither have they gone?" Maria ejaculated in pious ignorance of such probable wickedness. "Nay, that ye cannot expect any self-respecting woman to know. They have gone, the miserable roisterers. Went but an hour ago, without saying a by your leave. This much I do know. And my firm belief is that they were naught but a pair of Spanish spies, come to hand us all, body and soul, to—"
"Maria, I forbid thee to talk such rubbish,"
Gilda exclaimed wrathfully, and indeed her anger and her white and worried look did effectually silence the garrulous woman's tongue. Even the waiting-maids, even these ignorant fools, Gilda could have screamed with the horror of it all, as if she had suddenly landed in a nest of scorpions, and their poison encompassed her everywhere. This story of spies, God in heaven, how had it come about? Whose was the insidious tongue that perverted her brother Nicholas first, and then every trimmer and rogue in the house? Gilda felt as if it might ease her heart to run around with a whip and lash all those base detractors into acknowledgment of their infamy. But she forced herself to patience. A vague instinct had already whispered to her that she must not go back to the banqueting hall with the news that my lord's friends had gone, and that no one had any knowledge of their whereabouts. She felt that if she did that, her brother's sneers would become unendurable, and that she might then be led to retort with accusations against her only brother, which she would afterwards forever regret. So she waited for a while, curtly bade Maria to be gone, and to leave her in peace. She wanted to think, to put a curb on her fears, and her just wrath against this unseen army of calumniators. For wrath and fear are both evil counselors, and above all she wanted to see her beloved. He was in the town. She knew it as absolutely as that she was alive. Were her eyes likely to be deceived? Even now, when she closed her eyes, she could see him, as she had done but a few minutes ago, walking his horse through the Juris-Poort, his plumed hat shading the upper part of his face. She could see him with just that slight stoop of his broad shoulders, which denoted almost unendurable fatigue. She had noted this at the moment with a pang of anxiety, and then forgotten it all in the joy of seeing him again. She remembered it all now. Oh, how could they think that she could be deceived? Just for a second or two she had the mind to run back to the casement in the attic chamber, and see if she could not from thence spy him again. But surely this would be futile. He must have reached the quay by now, would be at the front door with no one to welcome him. In truth, the longing to see him had become sheer physical pain. So Gilda once more made her way down into the hall. End of chapter 6.2.
Chapter 7 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Assman. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 7. A Subtle Traitor. Part 1. Down below, in the banqueting hall, Gilda's departure had at first been followed by a general feeling of obsession, which caused the grave men here assembled to remain silent for a while and pondering. There was no lack of sympathy, I repeat, not even on the part of the stadtholder, whose heart and feelings were never wholly atrophied, but there had sprung up in the minds of these grave burghers an unreasoning feeling of suspicion toward the man whom they had trusted implicitly such a brief while ago. Terror at the imminence of their danger, the appearance of the dreaded foe, almost at their very gates, had in a measure, as terror always will, blurred the clearness of their vision and to a certain extent warped their judgments. The man now appeared before them as a stranger, therefore a person to be feared, even despised to the extent of attributing the blackest possible treachery to him. They forgot that the closest possible ties of blood and of tradition bound the English gentleman to the service of the Prince of Orange. Sir Percy Blakeney now, and Diogenes, the soldier of fortune of a while ago, were one and the same, but no longer so to them. The adder's fork had bitten into their soul and left its insidious poison of suspicion and of misbelief. So none of them spoke, hardly dared to look on Mynheer Beresteyn, who, they felt, was not altogether with them in their distrust. The stadtholder had lapsed into one of his surly moods. His lean brown hands were drumming a devil's tattoo upon the table. Then suddenly Nicolaus broke into a harsh and mirthless laugh. "It would all be a farce," he exclaimed with bitter malice, "if it did not threaten to become so tragic." Then he turned to the stadtholder, and his manner became once more grave and earnest. "Your Highness, I entreat," he said soberly, "deign to come away with me at once, ere you fall into some trap set by those abominable spies." "Nicolaus," his father broke in sternly, "I forbid you to make these base insinuations against your sister's husband." "I'll be silent if you command me," Nicolaus rejoined quietly, "but methinks that his Highness's life is too precious for sentimental quibbles. Nay," he went on vehemently, and like one who is forced into speech against his will, "I have warned Gilda of this before, while we were all waiting here calmly, trusting to that stranger who came, God knows whence. He was warning de Berg to effect a quick crossing." "It is false," protested the burgomaster hotly. "Then, I pray you," Nicolaus insisted hotly, "tell me how it is that de Berg did forestall his Highness's plans. Who was in the council chamber when the plans were formulated, save yourselves? Who knew of the orders to Marquette? Marquette hath not gone to relieve Arnhem, and the armies of the Archduchess are at our gates." He paused, and a murmur of assent went round the room, and when Mynheer Beresteyn once more raised his voice in protest, saying firmly, "I'll not believe it. Let us wait at least until we've heard what news my lord hath brought." No one spoke in response, and even the stadtholder shrugged his shoulders, as if the matter of a man's honor or dishonor had no interest for him. "Your Highness," Nicolaus went on with passionate earnestness, "let me beg of you on my knees to think of your noble father, of the trap into which he fell, and of his assassin, Gerard, a stranger too." "But this man saved my life once," the stadtholder said with an outburst of generous feeling in favor of the man to whom, in truth, he owed so much. "He hated Stoutenburg then, your Highness," Nicolaus retorted, and boldly looked his father in the face. His father who knew his own share in that hideous conspiracy 3 months ago. "He loved my sister Gilda. It suited his purpose then to use his sword in your Highness's service. But remember, he is only a soldier of fortune after all. Have we not all of us heard him say 100 times that he had lived hitherto by selling his sword to the highest bidder?" This time his tirade was greeted by a distinct murmur of approval. Only the burgomaster raised his voice admonishingly once more. "Take care, Nicolaus," he exclaimed. "Take care." "Take care of what?" the young man retorted with all his wonted arrogance, and challenged his father with a look. "Would you give your only son away," that look appeared to say, "in order to justify a stranger?" Then, as indeed Mynheer Beresteyn remained silent, not exactly giving up the contention, but forced into passive acquiescence by the weight of public opinion and that inalienable feeling of family and kindred which makes most men or women defend their own against any stranger, Nicolaus continued, with magnificent assumption of patriotic fervor. "Have we the right to hazard so precious a thing as his Highness's life for the sake of sparing my sister's feelings? In this sentiment everyone was ready to concur. They did not actually condemn the stranger. They were not prepared to call him a traitor and a potential assassin, or to believe one half of Nicolaus Beresteyn's insinuations. They merely put him aside, out of their minds, as not entering into their present schemes. And even the burgomaster could not gainsay the fact that his son was right. The most urgent thing at the present juncture was to get the stadtholder safely back to his camp at Utrecht. Every minute spent in this garrisonless city was fraught with danger for the most precious life in the United Provinces. "Where is His Highness's horse?" he asked. "Just outside," Nicolaus replied glibly, "in charge of a man I know. Mine is ready too. Indeed, we should get to horse at once." The stadtholder did not demur. "Have the horses brought too," he said quickly. "I'll be with you in a trice." Part 2. Nicolaus hurried out of the room, His Highness remaining behind for a moment or two in order to give his final instructions, a last admonition or two to the burghers. "Do not resist," he said earnestly. "You have not the means to do aught but to resign yourselves to the inevitable. As soon as I can, I will come to your relief. In the meanwhile, conciliate de Berg by every means in your power. He is not a harsh man, and the Archduchess has learned a salutary lesson from the discomfiture of Alva. She knows by now that we are a stiff-necked race, whom it is easier to cajole than to coerce. If only you will be patient. Can you reckon on your citizens not to do anything rash or foolish that might bring reprisals upon your heads?" "Yes," the burgomaster replied. "I think we can rely on them for that. When your Highness has gone, we'll assemble on the marketplace, and I will speak to them. We'll do our best to stay the present panic and bring some semblance of order into the town." Their hearts were heavy. 'Twas no use trying to minimize the deadly peril which confronted them. There was a century of oppression, of ravage and pillage and bloodshed to the credit of the Spanish armies. It was difficult to imagine that the spirit of an entire nation should have changed suddenly into something more tolerant and less cruel. However, for the moment, there was nothing more to be said, and alas, it was not as if the whole terrible situation was a novel one. They had all been through it before, at Leyden and Bergen op Zoom, at Haarlem and Delft, when they were weeping their land free from the foreign tyrant, and it was useless at this hour to add to the stadtholder's difficulties by futile lamentations. All the more as Nicolaus had now returned with the welcome news that the horses were there and everything ready for His Highness's departure. He appeared more excited than before, anxious to get away as quickly as may be. "There is a rumor in the town," he said, "that Spanish vedettes have been spied less than a league away." "And have you heard any rumor as to the arrival of our Diogenes?" the stadtholder asked casually. Nicolaus hesitated a moment ere he replied, "I have heard nothing definite." Part 3. A minute later, the stadtholder was in the hall. The doors were open, and the horses down below in the charge of an equerry. Nicolaus, halfway down the outside stone steps, looked the picture of fretful impatience. With a dark frown upon his brow, he was scanning the crowd, and now and again a curse broke through his set lips when he saw the stadtholder still delayed by futile leave-takings. "In the name of heaven, let us to horse!" he exclaimed almost savagely. Just at that moment His Highness was taking a kindly farewell of Gilda. "I wish, mejuffrouw," he was saying, "that you had thought of taking shelter in our camp." Gilda forced herself to listen to him. Her lips tried to frame the respectful words which convention demanded, but her eyes she could not control, nor yet her thoughts, and they were fixed upon the crowd down below, just as were those of her brother Nicolaus. She thought that at every moment she must catch sight of that plumed hat towering above the throng, of those sturdy shoulders forging their way to her, but all that she saw was the surging mass of people, a medley of color, horses, carts, the masts of ships, people running, and children, numberless children, in arms or on their tiny feet, the sweet, heavy burdens that made the present disaster more utterly catastrophic. Then suddenly she gave a loud cry. "My lord!" she called at the top of her voice. Then something appeared to break in her throat, and it was with a heart-rending sob that she murmured almost inaudibly, "Thank God! It is my lord!" The stadtholder turned, was across the hall and out in the open in a trice. "Where?" he demanded. She ran after him, seized his surcoat with a trembling hand, and with the other pointed in the direction of the koppelpoort. "A plumed hat," she murmured vaguely, for her teeth were chattering so that she could scarcely speak. "All broken and battered with wind and weather, a torn jerkin, a mud-stained cloak. He is leading his horse. He has a 3 days' growth of beard on his chin, and looks spent with fatigue. There, do you not see him?" But Nicolaus already had interposed. "To horse, your highness," he cried. He would have given worlds for the privilege to seize the stadtholder then and there by the arm, and to drag him down the steps and set him on his horse before the meeting which he dreaded could take place. But Maurice of Nassau, torn between his desire to get out of the threatened city as quickly as possible, and his wish to speak with the messenger whom an inalienable instinct assured him that he could trust, was lingering on the steps, trying in his turn to catch sight of Diogenes. "Beware of the assassin's dagger, your highness," Nicolaus whispered hoarsely in his ear. "In this crowd, who can tell? Who knows what deathly trap is being laid for you?" "Not by that man, I'll swear," the stadtholder affirmed. "Nay, if he is loyal, he can follow you to the camp and report to you there. But for God's sake, remember your father and the miscreant Gerard. There, too, a crowd. The hustling, the hurry. In the name of your country, come away." There was no denying the prudence of this advice. Another instant's hesitation, the obstinacy of an arbitrary temperament that abhors being dictated to, the stadtholder was ready to go. Gilda on the top of the steps was more like a stone statue of expectancy than like a living woman. Nay, all that she had alive in her were just her eyes, and they had spied her beloved. He was then by the koppelpoort, some 100 yards or more on the other side of the quay, with a seething mass of panic-stricken humanity between him and the steps of Mynheer Berestein's house. He had dismounted and was leading his horse. The poor beast, spent with fatigue, looked ready to drop, and, indeed, appeared too dazed to pick his own way through the crowd. As it was, he was more than a handful for his equally wearied master, whose difficulties were increased 100-fold by the number of small children who were forever getting in the way of the horse's legs, and were in constant danger of being kicked or trampled on. But Gilda never lost sight of him now that she had seen him. With every beat of her heart she was measuring the footsteps that separated him from the stadtholder. And the more Nicolaus fretted to hurry his highness away, the more she longed and yearned for the quick approach of her beloved. Part 4. Amongst all those here present, Gilda was the only one who scented some unseen danger for them all in Nicolaus's strangely feverish haste. What the others took for zeal, she knew by instinct was naught but treachery. What form this would take, she could not guess. But this she knew, that for some motive as sinister as it was unexplainable, Nicolaus did not wish the stadtholder and his messenger to meet. That same motive had caused him to utter all those venomous accusations against her husband, and was even now wearing him into a state of fretfulness which bordered on dementia. "My lord," she cried out to her beloved at one time, and felt that even through all the din and clatter her voice had reached his ear, for he raised his head, and it even seemed to her as if his eyes met hers above the intervening crowd, and as if the supernal longing for him which was in her heart had drawn him with its mystic power over every obtruding obstacle. For indeed, the next moment he was right at the foot of the steps, not 5 paces from the stadtholder. Nicolaus spied him in a moment, and a loud curse broke from his lips. "That skulking assassin!" he cried, and with a magnificent gesture covered the stadtholder with his body. "To horse, your highness, and leave me to deal with him." Maurice of Nassau, indeed, was one of the bravest men of his time, but the word assassin was bound to ring unpleasantly in the ears of a man whose father had met his death at a murderer's hand. Half ashamed of his fears, he nevertheless did take advantage of Nicolaus's theatrical attitude to slip behind him and mount his horse as quickly as he could. But with his foot already in the stirrup, compunction appeared to seize him. Wishing to palliate the gross insult which was being hurled at the man who had once saved his life at imminent peril of his own, he now turned and called to him in gracious, matter-of-fact tones. "Why, man, what made you tarry so long? Come with us to Utrecht now. We can no longer wait." With this he swung himself in the saddle. "Not another step, man, at your peril." This came from Nicolaus Beresteyn, who was still standing in a dramatic pose between Diogenes and the stadtholder, with his cloak wrapped around his arm. "Stand back, you fool," retorted the other loudly, and would have pushed past him, when suddenly Nicolaus disengaged his arm from his cloak wrapped around his arm. For one fraction of a second the gleam of steel flashed in the humid air. Then, without a word of warning, swift as a hawk descending on his prey, he struck at Diogenes with all his might. It had all happened in a very few brief seconds. Diogenes, spent with fatigue, or actually struck, staggered and half fell against the bottom step. But Gilda, with a loud cry, was already by his side, and as Nicolaus raised his arm to strike once again, she was on him like some lithe pantheress. She seized his wrist and gave it such a violent twist that he uttered a cry of pain, and the dagger fell with a clatter to the ground, after which everything became a blur. She heard her brother's loudly triumphant shout, "His Highness's life was threatened. Mine was but an act of justice," even as he in his turn swung himself into the saddle. Part 5. The stadtholder looked dazed. It had all happened so quickly that he had not the time to visualize it all. De Voogd, who was in the hall of the burgomaster's house from the moment when the stadtholder bade farewell to Gilda, until that when he dug his spurs into his horse and scattered the crowd in every direction, tells us in his Brieven, the one which is dated March 21, 1626, that the incidents followed one another with such astounding rapidity that it was impossible for anyone to interfere. All that he remembers very clearly is seeing His Highness getting to horse, then the flash of steel in the air, and Nicolaus Beresteyn's arm upraised, ready to strike. He could not see if anyone had fallen. The next moment he heard Gilda's heart-piercing shriek, and saw her running down the stone steps, almost flying, like a bird. Mynheer Beresteyn followed his daughter as rapidly as he could. He reached the foot of the steps just as his son put his horse to a walk in the wake of His Highness. He was wont to say afterwards that at the moment his mind was an absolute blank. He had heard his daughter's cry, and seen Nicolaus strike, but he had not actually seen Diogenes. Now he was just in time to see his son's final dramatic gesture and to hear his parting words. "There, father," Nicolaus shouted to him, and pointed to the ground, "is the pistol which the miscreant pointed at the stadtholder when I struck him down like a dog." The people down on the quay had hardly perceived anything. They were too deeply engrossed in their own troubles and deadly peril. When the horses reared under the spur, they scattered like so many hens out of the way of immediate danger. But a second or two later, they were once more surging everywhere, intent only on the business of getting away. Gilda, at the foot of the steps, saw and heard nothing more. The sudden access of almost man-like strength wherewith she had fallen on her brother and wrenched the murderous dagger from his grasp had as suddenly fallen from her again. Her knees were shaking. She was almost ready to swoon. She put out her arms and encountered those of her father, which gave her support. Her brother's voice, exultant and cruel, reached her ears as through a veil. "My lord," she murmured in a pitiful appeal. She did not know how severely he had been struck. Indeed, she had not seen him fall. Her instinct had been to rush on Nicolaus first and to disarm him. In this she succeeded. Then only did she turn to her beloved. But the crowd, cruelly indifferent, was all around like a surging sea. They pushed and they jostled, they shouted and filled the air with a medley of sounds. Some actually laughed. She saw some comely faces and ugly ones, some that wept and others that grinned. It seemed to her, even for a moment, that she caught sight of a round red face of lean and lanky Socrates. She tried to call to him, to beg him to explain. She turned to her father, asking him if in truth she was going mad. For she called in vain to her beloved. He was no longer there. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 8 The Devil's Writ. Part 1. When Diogenes, taken wholly unawares by Nicolay's treacherous blow, had momentarily lost his balance, he would have been in a precarious position indeed had not his faithful friends been close at hand at the moment. It is difficult to surmise how terribly anxious the two philosophers had been these past few days. Indeed, their anxiety had proved more than a counterpart to that felt by Gilda, and had, with its simple-hearted sympathy, expressed in language more whimsical than choice, been intensely comforting to her. Both these worthies had been inert to blows and hurts from the time when as mere lads they first learned how to handle a sword, and when Pythagoras' wound, which would have laid an ordinary man low for a fortnight, was after 4 days already on the mend. To keep a man of that type in bed, or even within 4 walls when he began to feel better, was more than anyone could do. And when he understood that Diogenes had been absent 4 days on an errand for the stadtholder, that the Jongen Jufvrouw was devoured with anxiety on his behalf, and that spindle-legged gossoon Socrates was spending most of the day and one half of the night on horseback, patrolling the ramparts, watching for the comrade's return. When he understood all that, I say, it was not likely that he, Pythagoras, an able-bodied man and a doughty horseman at that, would be content to lie abed and be physicked by any grovelling leech. Thus the pair of them were providentially on the watch on that memorable March 21, and they both saw their comrade in arms enter the city by the Jorispoort. They followed him as best they could through the crowd, cursing and pushing their way through, knowing well that Diogenes' objective could be none other than a certain house they wot of on the quay, where a lovely Jongen Jufvrouw was waiting in tears for her beloved. Remember that to these two caitiffs the fact that the Spaniards were said to be at the very gates of Amersfoort was but a mere incident. With their comrade within the city they feared nothing, were prepared for anything. They had been in far worse plights than this many a time in their career, the three of them, and had been none the worse for it in the end. Of course, now matters had become more complicated through the Jongen Jufvrouw. She had become the first consideration, and though it was impossible not to swear at Diogenes for thus having laid this burden on them all, it was equally impossible to shirk its responsibilities. The Jongen Jufvrouw above all, that had become the moral code of these two philosophers, and with those confounded Spaniards likely to descend on this town, why, the Jongen Jufvrouw must be got out of it as soon as may be. No wonder that Diogenes had turned up just in the nick of time. Something evidently was in the wind, and it behooved for comrades in arms to be there, ready to help as occasion arose. A simple code enough, you'll admit, worthy of simple unsophisticated hearts. Socrates, being the more able-bodied of the two, then took command, dismounted, and left his lubberly compeer in charge of the horses at a comparatively secluded corner of the market-place. "If you can get hold of one more horse," he said airily, "one that is well saddled and looks sprightly and fresh, do not let your supersensitive honesty stand in your way. Diogenes' mount looked absolutely spent, and I'm sure he'll need another." With which parting admonition he turned on his heel and made his way toward the quay. Part 2. Thus it was that Socrates happened to be on the spot, or very near it, when Diogenes was struck by the hand of a traitor, and wearied, sick and faint, lost his footing, and fell for a moment helpless against the steps, while Nicolay Berestein dug his spurs into his horse's sides and urged the stadtholder to immediate haste. A second or two later, these two were lost to sight in the crowd. It was Socrates who received his half-swooning friend in his arms and who dragged him incontinently into the recess formed by the side of the stone steps and the wall of the burgomaster's house. By great good fortune, the dagger thrust aimed by the abominable miscreant had lost most of its virulence in the thick folds of Diogenes' clothes. The result was just a flesh wound in the neck, nothing that would cause so hardened a soldier more than slight discomfort. His scarf, tied tightly around his shoulders by Socrates' rough but experienced hands, was all that was needed for the moment. It had only been fatigue and perhaps the unexpectedness of the onslaught that had brought him to his knees for that brief second, and rendered him momentarily helpless. Time enough by mischance of Nicolas to drag the stadtholder finally out of sight. And by the time Diogenes' faithful comrade had found shelter for him in the angle of the wall, the feeling of sickness had passed away. The stadtholder, he queried abruptly. Where is he? Gone, Socrates grunted through clenched teeth. Gone together with that spawn of the devil who, after him, Diogenes commanded, speaking once more with that perfect quietude which is the attribute of men of action at moments of acute peril. Get me a horse, man, mine is spent. In the marketplace, Socrates responded laconically. Pythagoras is in charge, you can have the beast and we'll follow. Then he added under his breath, and the Georgian Joffrau, she was so anxious. Diogenes made no reply, gave one look up at the house which contained all that for him was dearest on God's earth. But he did not sigh. I think the longing and the disappointment were too keen even for that. The next moment he had already started to push his way through the throng along the quay, and thence into Brice Strat in the direction of the marketplace, closely followed by his long-legged familiar. As soon as the Groote Market lay open before him, his sharp eyes searched the crowd for a sight of the stadtholder's plumed bonnet. Soon he spied his highness right across the place with Nicolas riding close to his stirrup. The two horsemen were then tending toward Joris Land, which leads straight to the port. At that end of the mark the crowd was much less dense, and Joris Land beyond appeared practically deserted. It was, you must remember, from that side that the enemy would descend upon the city when he came, and the moving throng, if viewed from a height, would now have looked like a column of smoke when it is all blown away by the wind. Already the stadtholder and Nicolas had been free to put their horses to a trot. Another moment and they would be galloping down Joris Land, which is but 300 yards from the port. "O God, grant me wings," Diogenes muttered between his teeth. "What are you going to do?" Socrates asked. "Prevent the stadtholder from falling into an abominable trap if I can," the other replied briefly. Socrates pointed to the distant corner of the mark, to where Pythagoras could be dimly received waiting patiently beside 3 horses. "I see the rough man has stolen a horse," he said. "So long as it is a fresh one, I shall need it," Diogenes remarked simply. "I told him only to get the best, but you can't trust that loon, since good fortune hath made him honest." The next few seconds brought them to the spot. Pythagoras hailed them with delight. He was getting tired of waiting. 3 horses, obviously fresh and furnished with excellent saddlery, were here ready. Even Socrates had a word of praise for his fat compeer's choice. "Where did you get him from?" he queried, indicating the mount which Diogenes had without demur selected for himself. Pythagoras shrugged his shoulder. What did it matter who had been made the poorer by a good horse? Enough that it was here now, ready to do service to the finest horseman in the Netherlands. Already Diogenes had swung himself into the saddle, and now he turned his horse toward Nieuwpoort. "Where do we go?" the others cried. "After me," he shouted in reply. Part 3. Nose to heels the 3 riders thundered through the city. It was deserted at this end of it, remember. Thank God for that. And now for a host of guardian angels to the rescue. Down the wood strat they galloped, their horses' hoofs raising myriads of sparks from the uneven cobblestones. "God grant me wings," the leader had cried ere he set spurs to his horse, and the others followed without an instant's thought as to the whither or the wherefore. "After me," he had called, and they who had fought beside him so often, who had bled with him, suffered with him, triumphed at times, been merry always, were well content to follow him now and forget everything in the exhilaration of this chase. A chase it was, they could not doubt it, even though they seemed at this moment to be speeding in the opposite direction to that pursued by the stadtholder and Nicolas Berestein. But they well knew their friend's way, when he let his mount have free rein and threw up his head with that air of intense vitality, which in him was at its height when life and death were having a tussle somewhere at the end of a ride. Down the wide street which presently abuts on the ramparts, then another 200 yards to Newport. No one in sight now. This part of the city looks like one of the dead. Doors open wide, litter of every sort encumbering the road. The din from afar, even the ceaseless tolling of St. Maria bells, seems like dream sounds, ghost-like and unreal. Now the port. Still no one in sight, no guard, no sentry. The gate left open. Here 2 or 3 halberds hastily thrown down in some hurried flight. There a culverin, forlorn-looking, gaping wide-mouthed, like some huge toad yawning as if astonished or weary to find itself deserted. Then again a pile of muskets. It must have been a sudden panic that drove the guard from their post. But thank God the gate. Diogenes is already through, after him his 2 compeers. A quarter of the league further on they suddenly draw rein. The horses rear, snorting and tossing, panting with the excitement and fretted with the curb. The riders blink for a second or two in the glare. The white mist is positively blinding here, where its sovereignty is unfettered. Just a clump of trees way out on the right, here and there a hut with thatched roof and a piece of low fencing, or the gaunt arms with a windmill stretched with eerie stillness to the silvery sky, and above it all the mist, a pale shroud that envelopes everything. To the east and the south, the arid upland plunges headlong through it into infinity, cloaks within its stern bosom the secrets of the lurking enemy, the armies of de Burgh, the Spanish outposts, the ambuscades. To the west Utrecht, unseen, and just now 2 tiny specks speeding along its road, the Stadtholder and Nicholas Berestein. They came out into the open through Joris Port, and are now some 400 yards or less from the spot where 3 panting but exhilarated philosophers were now filling their lungs with the crisp, humid air. They looked neither to right nor left. The Stadtholder, easily recognizable by his plumed bonnet, rides a length or less in advance of his companion. The fog has not yet swallowed them up. Diogenes takes all this in. A simple enough picture. The sea fog and 2 riders speeding towards Utrecht. But a swift intaking of his breath, a tight closing of his firm lips, indicate to the others that all is not as simple as it seems. Part 4. Then a very curious thing happened. At first it seemed nothing, but to the watchers outside Newport it had the same effect as a flash of lightning would have in an apparently cloudless sky. It began with Nicholas Berestein drawing his horse close up to the Stadtholder, on his Highness's right. Then for another few seconds the 2 riders went along side by side, like one black speck now, still quite distinguishable through the fog. Socrates and Pythagoras had their eyes on Diogenes, but Diogenes did not move. He was frowning, and his face had a set and tense expression. He had his horse tightly up on the curb, and appeared almost wilfully to fret the animal, who was pawing the wet sandy ground and covering itself with lather, a picture of tearing impatience. "What do we do now?" Pythagoras exclaimed at last, unable, just like the horse, to contain his excitement. "Wait," Diogenes replied curtly. "All may be well after all." "In which case?" queried Socrates. "Nothing." A groan of disappointment rose to a couple of parched throats, but it was never uttered. What went on in the mist on the road to Utrecht, 400 yards away, had stifled it at birth. The Stadtholder's horse had become restive, a simple matter enough, but in this case unexplainable, because Maurice of Nassau was a splendid horseman. He could easily have quietened the animal if there had not been something abnormal in its sudden antics. It reared and tossed for no apparent reason, would have thrown a less experienced rider. "The brute is being teased with a goad," Pythagoras remarked sententiously. That was clear enough. Even in the distance an experienced eye could have perceived that the horse became more and more unmanageable every moment, and the Stadtholder's seat more and more precarious. Then suddenly there came a sharp report of a pistol. The horse, goaded to madness, took the bit between his teeth, and with a final plunge bolted across country away from that strident noise which, twice repeated at intervals, had turned its fretfulness into blind panic. It was at the first report that Socrates and Pythagoras again glanced at their leader. A gurgle of delight escaped them when they caught his eye. They had received their orders. The next moment all three had dug their spurs in their horses' flanks and were galloping over sand and ditch. Diogenes' horse, given free rein at last after the maddening curb of a while ago, was soon half a dozen lengths ahead of the others, tearing along with all its might at right angles to the direction in which the stadtholder's panic-stricken animal was rushing like one possessed. That direction was Ed. Part 5. In truth, the low-lying land veiled in sea fog must at that moment have presented a very curious spectacle. Maurice of Nassau, Prince of Orange, the hope and pride of the Netherlands, helpless upon a horse that was running away with him straight in the direction of the nearest Spanish outposts. 3 soldiers of fortune, strangers in the land, hastening to intercept him, and a couple of 100 yards or so behind the stadtholder, Nicolaes Beresteyn, puzzled and terrorized at this unexpected check to his maneuver, pushing along for dear life. It had been such a splendid scheme, evolved over there in the lonely mill on the Veluwe, between a reprobate and a traitor, the Spaniards on the watch, the stadtholder helpless whilst his mounts carried him headlong into their hands. What a triumph for Stoutenburg, who had planned it all, and for Nicolaes Beresteyn, the worker of the infamous plot. The stadtholder prisoner in the hands of the Archduchess, his life the price of the subjection of the Netherlands. And all to the frustrated by a foolish mischance. 3 riders intent upon intercepting that runaway horse. Who in thunder were they? The mist, remember, would have blurred Nicolaes' vision. His thoughts were not just then on the man whom he hated. They were fixed upon the possibility, remote, alas, of convincing the stadtholder after this that the goaded horse had been the victim of a series of accidents. Even at this moment the foremost of the 3 riders had overtaken the runway. He galloped for a length or two beside it, then with a dexterous and unerring grip he seized the panic-stricken animal by the bridle. A few seconds of desperate struggle twixt man and beast, when man remained the conqueror. The horse, panting and quivering in every limb, covered in sweat and foam, was finally brought to a standstill, and the stadtholder in an instant had his feet clear of the stirrups and swung himself out of the saddle. Part 6. Then, and only then, did Nicolaes Beresteyn recognize the man who for the second time had frustrated his nefarious plans. The man whom, because of his easy triumphs, the humiliation which he had inflicted upon him, because of his careless gaiety and his very joy of life, he hated with a curious, sinister intensity. A ferocious imprecation rose to his lips. For a while everything became a blank. The present, the future, even the past, everything became chaos in his mind. He could no longer think. All that he had planned became a blur, as if the sea fog had enveloped his senses as well as the entire landscape. But this confused mental state only lasted a very little while, a few seconds perhaps. Slowly, while he gazed on that distant group of men and horses, his perceptions became clearer once more. And even before the imprecation had died on his lips, it gave place to a smile of triumph. Nicolaes Beresteyn had remembered that His Majesty, the devil, might well be trusted to care for his own, had he not served the hell-born liege lord well. For the nonce he brought his horse to a halt. It would be worse than folly to go on. With recognition of those 3 horsemen over there had also come the certainty that he was now irretrievably unmasked. The stadtholder, his father, his sister, even his young wife would turn from him in horror, as from a traitor and an outcast, a pariah, marked with the brand of Cain. No! Henceforth, for good or for evil, his fortunes must be linked openly with Stoutenburg, with the man who wielded such a strange cabalistic power over him that he, Nicolaes, rich, newly wed, in a highly enviable worldly position, had been ready to sacrifice his all in his cause, and to throw in that last shred of his honour into the bargain. In Stoutenburg's cause, and in wonder to be revenged on the man who had never wronged him save in his conceit, that most vulnerable spot in the moral armour of such contemptible rogues as was Nicolaes Beresteyn. The spot where he had brought his horse to a halt was immediately behind a low, deserted hut, which concealed him from view. Here he dismounted, and throwing the reins over his arms, advanced cautiously to a point of vantage at the angle of the little building, whence he could see what those 4 men were doing over there, but himself remain unseen. They too had dismounted, and were obviously intent on examining the stadtholder's horse. A sinister scowl spread over Nicholas Berestein's face. There was still a chance, then, of putting a bullet in one or other of those 2 men, the hated enemy or the stadtholder. Nicholas pondered. The scowl on his face became almost satanic in its expression of cruelty. A while ago he had replaced his pistol in the holster, after it had served its nefarious purpose. Now he took it out again and examined it thoroughly. It had one more charge in it, the devilish charge invented by the Borgias, the secret of which one of that infamous race had confided to Stoutenburg. The fumes from the powder when it struck the eyes must cause irretrievable blindness. Indeed, it had proved its worth already. Nicholas, from his hiding place, could see those 4 men quite clearly, the stadtholder, Diogenes, and the 2 caitiffs, all standing round the one horse. When Diogenes took something out of his belt, he raised his arm, and the next moment a sharp report rang through the mist-laden air. The poor animal rolled over instantly into the mud. The scowl on Nicholas' face now gave place one more to a smile of triumph, more sinister than the frown. With the gesture of a conqueror, he clutched the pistol more firmly. Potent fumes had in truth wrought their fiendish work on the innocent beast. Diogenes had just put it out of its misery, and his 2 familiars were preparing to mount one of the horses, whilst he and the stadtholder had the other 2 by the reins. Why not? The miscreant was sure enough of his aim, and the others would be unprepared. He was sure, too, of the swiftness of his horse, and the Spanish outposts were less than a quarter of a league away, whilst within half that distance Stoutenburg was on the watch with a vidette, waiting to capture the stadtholder on his runaway horse as it had been prearranged. Once there, Nicholas, would be amongst friends. Then why not? Already the riders had put their horses to a trot, Diogenes and the stadtholder on ahead, the 2 loons some few lengths in their rear. In less than 3 minutes they would be within range of Nicholas' pistol and its blinding fumes, and Diogenes was riding on the side nearest to his enemy. Nicholas Berestein grasped his wen more firmly. He realized with infinite satisfaction that his arm was perfectly steady. Indeed, he had never felt so absolutely calm. The measured tramp of the horses keyed him up to a point of unswerving determination. He raised his arm. The horses were galloping now. They would pass like a flash within 20 paces of him. The next moment the sharp report of the pistol rang stridently through the mist. There was a burst, a flash, a column of smoke. Nicholas jumped into the saddle and set spurs to his horse. The other riders went galloping on for a few seconds, not more. Then one of them swayed in his saddle. Nicholas then was a couple of 100 yards away. "You are hit, man," the stadtholder exclaimed. "That abominable assassin!" But the words died in his throat. The reins had slipped out of Diogenes' grasp, and he rolled down into the mud. Part 7. A sudden jerk brought the stadtholder's horse to a halt. He swung himself out of the saddle, ran quickly to his companion. "You are hit, man," he reiterated, this time with an unexplainable feeling of dread. The other seemed so still, and yet his clothes and the soft earth around him showed no stains of blood. Pythagoras now was also on the spot. He had slid off the horse as soon as the infamous assassin had started to ride away. Socrates was trying to give chase. Even now the 2 pistol shots rang out in quick succession right across the moorland. But the hellhound was well mounted, and the avenging bullets failed to reach their mark. All this the stadtholder took in with a rapid glance, even whilst Pythagoras, round-eyed and scared, was striving with gentle means to raise the strangely inert figure. "He hath swooned," the stadtholder suggested. The stricken man had one arm across his face. His hat had fallen from his head, leaving the fine square brow free and the crisp hair weighted by the sweat of some secret agony. The mouth too was visible, and the chin with its 4 days' growth of beard, the mouth that was always ready with a smile. It was set now in an awesome contraction of pain, and withal that terrible immobility. Now Socrates was arriving. A moment or 2 later he too had dismounted, cursing lustily that he had failed to hit the hellhound. A mute query, an equally mute reply, was all that passed between him and Pythagoras. Then the stricken man stirred as if suddenly roused to consciousness. "Are you hit, man?" the stadtholder queried again. "No, no," he replied quickly. "Only a little dazed, that is all." He raised himself to a sitting posture, helping himself up with his hands, which sank squelching into the mud, whereas he gave a short laugh which somehow sent a cold shiver down the listeners' spines. "Where is my hat?" he asked. "Pythagoras, you lazy loon, get me my hat." He must indeed have been still dazed, for when his friend picked up the hat and gave it to him, his hand shot out for it quite wide of the mark. He gave another laugh, short and toneless as before, and set the hat on his head, pulling it down well over his eyes. "I had a mug full of hot ale at Amersfoort before starting," he said. "It must have got into my head." He made no attempt to get to his feet, but just sat there with his two slender hands all covered with mud, tightly clasped between his knees. "Can you get to horse?" his highness queried at last. "No," Diogenes replied, "not just yet. An it please you, I verily think that I would roll out of my saddle again, which would in truth be a disgusting spectacle." "But we cannot leave you here, man," the stadtholder rejoined with a slight tone of impatience. "And why not, I pray you?" he retorted. "Your highness must get to Utrecht as quickly as may be. A half-drunken lout like me would only be a hindrance." His voice was now thick and halting, in very truth like that of a man who had been drinking heavily. He rested his elbows on his knees and held his chin between his mud-stained hands. "Socrates, you lumpfish vagabond," he exclaimed all of a sudden, "don't stand gaping at me like that. Bring forth his highness's horse at once, and see that you accompany him to Utrecht without further mishap, or 'tis with us you will have to deal on your return." "But you, man," the stadtholder exclaimed once more. He felt helpless and strangely disturbed in his mind, not understanding what all this meant. Why this man, usually so alert, so keen, so full of vigour, appeared for the moment akin to a babbling imbecile. "I'll have a good sleep inside that hut, so please you," the other replied more glibly. "These two ruffians will find me here after they have seen your gracious highness safely inside your camp." Then, as the stadtholder still appeared to hesitate, and neither of the others seemed to move, Diogenes added, with an almost desperate note of entreaty, "To horse, your highness, I beg. Every second is precious. Heaven knows that further devilry lies in wait for you if you linger here." "Or for you, man," the stadtholder murmured involuntarily. "Nay, not for me," the other retorted quickly. "The archduchess and her gang of vultures fly after higher game than a drunken wayfarer lost on the flats. To horse, I entreat." And once more he pressed his hands together, and so tightly that the knuckles shone like polished ivory, even through their covering of mud. The stadtholder then gave a sign to the two men. It was obviously futile to continue arguing here with a man who refused to move. He himself had very rightly said that every second was precious, and every second too was fraught with danger. Already his highness had well nigh been the victim of a diabolical ambuscade, might even at this hour have been a prisoner in the hands of the enemy, a hostage of incalculable value, even if his life had been spared but for the audacious and the timely interference of this man, who now appeared almost like one partially bereft of reason. "We'll see you safely inside the hut, at any rate," was his highness's last word. "And I'll not move," Diogenes retorted with a kind of savage obstinacy, "until the mist has swallowed up your gracious highness on the road to Utrecht." After that there was nothing more to be said, and we may take it that the stadtholder got to horse with unaccountable reluctance. Something in that solitary figure sitting there with the plumed hat tilted over his eyes and the slender mud-stained hands tightly locked together gave him a strange feeling of nameless dismay, like a premonition of some obscure catastrophic tragedy. But his time and his safety did not belong to himself alone. They were the inalienable property of a threatened country that would be gasping in her death throes if she were deprived of him at this hour of renewed and deadly danger. So he gathered the reins in his hands and set spurs to his horse, and once he had started he did not look behind him, lest his motion got the better of his judgment. The two gossoons immediately followed in his wake. This they did because the friend they had always been wont to obey had thus commanded, and his seeming helplessness rendered his orders doubly imperative at this hour. They rode a length or two behind the stadtholder, who presently put his horse to a gallop. Outwich now was only a couple of leagues away. The three horsemen galloped on for a quarter of a league or less at the same even rapid pace. Then Pythagoras slackened speed. The others did not even turn to look at him. He seemed to have done it by tacit unspoken consent. The stadtholder and Socrates sped on in the direction of Outwich, and Pythagoras turned his horse's head round toward the direction whence he had come. Part 8. The afternoon lay heavy and silent upon the plain. There was as yet no sign of the approach of the enemy from the south, and the low-lying land appeared momentarily hushed under its veil of mist, and as if conscious of the guilty secret enshrined within its bosom. The fog indeed had thickened perceptibly. It lay like a wall around that lonely figure, still sitting there on the soft earth with its head buried in its hands. Far away the gaunt-looking carcass of the dead horse appeared as the only witness of a hideous deed, as yet unrecorded. Each a blurred and uncertain mass, the dead horse and the lonely figure, equally motionless, equally pathetic, were now the sole occupants of the vast and silent immensity. Not far away in the little town of Amersfoort, humanity, panic-stricken and terrorized, filled the air with clamor and with wails. Here, beneath the ghostly shroud of humid atmosphere, everything was stilled as if in ghoulish expectancy of something mysterious, indiscernible, which was still to come. It was like the arrested breath before the tearing cry, the hush which precedes a storm. Overhead a flight of rooks sent their melancholy cawing through the air. When Pythagoras was within 50 yards of his friend, he dismounted, and leading his horse by the bridle, he walked toward him. When he was quite near, Diogenes put out a hand to him. "I knew you would come back, you fat-witted nonny," he said simply. "Socrates had to go on with the stadtholder," the other remarked, "or he'd be here too." Then he added tentatively, "Will you lean on my arm?" "Yes, I'll have to do that now, old crony, shall I not?" Diogenes replied. "That devil," he murmured under his breath, "has blinded me." End of chapter 8.